The Goose Step. A Study of American Education. By Upton Sinclair. Introductory. 600,000 young people are attending colleges and universities in America. They are the pick of our coming generation, they are the future of our country. If they are wisely and soundly taught, America will be great and happy. If they are misguided and mistaught, no power can save us. What is the so-called higher education of these United States? You have taken it, for the most part, on faith. It is something which has come to be, it is big and impressive, and you are impressed. Every year you pay $100 million of public funds to help maintain it, and half that amount in tuition fees for your sons and daughters. You take it for granted that this money is honestly and wisely used, that the students are getting the best, the highest education the money can buy. Suppose I were to tell you that this educational machine has been stolen? That a bandit crew have got hold of it and have set it to work, not for your benefit, nor the benefit of your sons and daughters, but for ends very far from these? That our 600,000 young people are being taught, deliberately and of set purpose, not wisdom but folly, not justice but greed, not freedom but slavery, not love but hate? For the past year I have been studying American education. I have read on the subject books, pamphlets, reports, speeches, letters, newspaper and magazine articles. Not less than 5 or 6 million words. I have traveled over America from coast to coast and back again, for the sole purpose of talking with educators and those interested in education. I have stopped in 25 American cities, and have questioned not less than 1,000 people. School teachers and principals, superintendents and board members, pupils and parents, college professors and students and alumni, presidents and chancellors and deans and regents and trustees and governors and curators and fellows and overseers and founders and donors and whatever else they call themselves. This mass of information I have turned over and over in my mind, sorting it, organiques. Introductory. Izing it until now, I really know something about American education. I do not intend in this book to expound my ideas on the subject, to argue with you as to what education might be, or ought to be, to persuade you to any dogma or point of view. I intend merely to put before you the facts, to say, this is what American education now is. This is what is going on in the college and university world. This is what is being done to your sons and daughters, and what the sons and daughters think about it, and what the instructors think about it. Here is the situation, make up your own mind, whether it suits you, or whether you want it changed. The Goose Step. A Study of American Education. Chapter I. The Little Gosling. Once upon a time there was a little boy unusually eager, and curious about the world he lived in. He was a nuisance to old gentlemen who wanted to read their newspaper, but young men liked to carry him on their shoulders and maul him about in romps, old ladies liked to make ginger cakes for him, and other boys liked to play shinny with him, and race on roller skates, and hook potatoes from the corner grocery and roast them in forbidden fires on vacant lots. The little boy lived in a crowded part of the city of New York, in what is called a flat, that is, a group of little boxes, enclosed in a large box called a flat house. Every morning this little boy's mother saw to his scrubbing, with special attention to his ears, both inside and back, and put a clean white collar on him, and packed his lunchbox with 2 sandwiches and a piece of cake and an apple, and started him off to school. The school was a vast building, or so it seemed to the little boy. It had stone staircases with iron railings, and big rooms with rows of little desks, blackboards, maps of strange countries, and pictures of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and Aurora driving her chariot. Everywhere you went in this school you formed in line and marched, you talked in chorus, everybody saying the same thing as nearly at the same instant as could be contrived. The little boy found that a delightful arrangement, for he liked other boys, and the more of them there were, the better. He kept step happily, and sat with glee in the assembly room, and clapped when the others clapped, and 1. too. Laughed when they laughed, and joined with them in shouting. Oh, Columbia, the gem of the ocean. The home of the broad Ave and the free. The rest of the day the little boy sat in a crowded classroom, learning things. The first thing he learned was that you must be quiet, otherwise the teacher, passing down the aisle, would crack your knuckles with a ruler. Another thing was that you must raise your hand if you wanted to speak. Maybe these things were necessary, but the little boy did not learn why they were necessary. In school all you learned was that things were so. For example, if you wanted to divide one fraction by another, you turned the second fraction upside down. It seemed an odd procedure, but if you asked the reason for it, the teacher would be apt to answer in a way that caused the other little boys to laugh at you, something which is very painful. The teacher would give out a series of problems in mental arithmetic tricks which you had been taught, and you wrote the answers on your slate, and then marched in line past the teacher's desk, and if you had done it according to rule, you got a check on your slate. You learned the great purpose of life was these marks. If you got good ones, your teacher smiled at you, your parents praised you at home, you had a sense of triumph over other little boys who were stupid. You enjoyed this triumph, because no one ever suggested to you that it was cruel to laugh at your weaker fellows. In fact, the system appeared to be designed to bring out your superiority, and to increase the humiliation of the others. In this school everything in the world had been conveniently arranged in packages, which could be stowed away in your mind and made the subject of a mark. Columbus discovered America in 1492, the Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4, 1776, Switzerland was bounded on the north by Germany. This business of boundings appeared in little diagrams, Switzerland was yellow and Germany pink, and no one burdened your mind with the idea that these spots of color represented places where human beings lived. At this same time the little boy was going to Sunday school, where he learned something called the Creed, with a sentence declaring that the little gosling 3 from thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. The little boy pondered hard, but never made sure whether thence he was the name of a person or a place. Some 35 years have passed, but the little boy still remembers the personalities of these teachers. There was a middle-aged lady, stout and amiable, and always dressed in black, then one who was angular and irritable. Then one who had pretty brown eyes and hair, but to the puzzlement of the little boy had also the beginnings of a mustache. Next came a young man with a real mustache, and pale, washed-out eyes and complexion, but he was dreadfully dull. The novelty had worn off the school by this time, and the boy had got tired of stowing away packages of facts in his mind. He had become so expert that he was able to do 2 years' work in one, and at the age of 12 was ready for what was called the city college. But he was judged too young, and had to take 1 year in the grammar school all over. The fates took pity on him, and gave him as teacher for that year a jolly Irish gentleman, so full of interest in his boys that he did not keep the rules. If you wanted to ask him questions you asked, and without first raising your hand, you might even get into an argument with him, as with any boy, and if he caught you whispering to your neighbor, his method of correcting you was novel, but highly effective. He would let fly a piece of chalk at your head, and you would grin, and the class would howl with delight. In this strange, happy group the little boy went by the nickname of Chappie, for the school was located on the east side of New York, and most of the boys were tough, and had never before heard the English language correctly spoken by a boy. Chappie owned a collection of 100 or 200 storybooks which had been given him by aunts and uncles and cousins at a succession of Christmases and birthdays. The priceless treasure, when he left the school, became the foundation of a class library, to the vast delight of the other boys and of the Irish teacher. So the boy ended his grammar school life in a blaze of glory, and went away thinking the public school system a most admirable affair. 4. Chapter 2. The College Goose. The College of the City of New York at that time occupied an old brick building on 23rd Street and Lexington Avenue. It gave a 5 years course, leading up to a college degree, but the first 2 or 3 years were the same as high school years at present. The boy went there, not because he knew anything about it, nor because he knew what he wanted, but because that was the way the machinery was built. He was turned out of the grammar school hopper, and into the city college hopper. In his earliest days it had been his intention to become the driver of a hook and ladder truck. Later on he had decided to follow his ancestors to Annapolis. Now he had in mind to be a lawyer, but first of all he wanted to be educated. Most of the students in this college were Jews. I didn't know why this was. In fact, I hardly knew that it was, because I didn't know the difference between Jews and Gentiles. They came from poor families, and most of them worked hard. They lived at home, so there was little of what is called college life about our education. There were feeble attempts made to get up college spirit. Now and then a group of lads would run about the streets emitting yells, but their efforts were feeble, and struck me as silly. In the course of time one of the better dressed members of my class came to me with mysterious hints about a fraternity. I didn't know what a fraternity was, and anyhow, I had no money to spare. I was living on $4.50 a week, and earning it by writing jokes and sketches for the newspapers. I took 6 or 8 courses each half year at the college, and as I recall them, my principal impression is of their incredible dullness. For example, the tired little gentleman who taught me what was called English. I remember a book of lessons, each lesson consisting of 30 or 40 sentences containing grammatical errors. I would open the book and run down the list. I would see all the grammatical errors in the first 3 minutes, and for the remaining 57 minutes was required to sit and listen while one member of the class after another was called on to explain and correct one of the errors. The 5. Cruelty of this procedure lay in the fact that you never knew at what moment your name would be called, and you would have to know what was the next sentence. If you didn't know, you were not carried paying attention, and you got a 0. I tried all kinds of psychological tricks to compel myself to follow that dreary routine, but was powerless to chain my mind to it. Then there was history, first the history of the world, ancient and modern, and then the history of England. I remember the tall, stringy old gentleman who taught us lists of names and dates, which we recited 1 hour and forgot the next. Here, if you were caught not paying attention, it was possible to use your wits and get by. I remember one bright moment when we were discussing the birth of the first Prince of Wales. Said the professor, "How did it happen that an English prince, the son of an English king, was born on Welsh soil?" The student, caught unawares by this singular question, stammered, "Why his mother was there." Also there were the physics classes, rather less dull, because they included experiments, which exhibited the peculiarities of natural forces, sparks and smoke, and noises of explosions major or minor. But why these things happened, or what they meant, was never understood by anyone, and whether an explosion was major or minor was entirely a matter of luck. I remember composing a poem for the college paper, dealing with the effect of physics upon a poet's mind. He learned that the painted rainbow, God's carried promise, as poets feign, was transverse oscillations, turning somersaults in rain. And then there was drawing. We sat in a big studio, in front of plaster casts of historic faces, and we made smudges supposed to resemble them. On this subject, also, I wrote some verses, portraying the plight of a student who forgot which cast he was copying, and paced up and down before them, exclaiming, "Good gracious, is it Juno or King Henry of Navarre?" I studied a number of complicated technical subjects: perspective and mechanical drawing and surveying. Though now, 30 years later, I could not survey my 2 February 23. 6. Front porch. I studied mathematics, from simple addition to differential calculus. The addition I still remember. But if I were asked to do the simplest problem in algebra, I should not have an idea how to set about it. I remember with vividness the men who put me through these various torments, young men, some feeble, some impatient, but always uninterested in what they were doing, old men, kind and lovable or irritable and angry, but all of them hopeless so far as concerned the task of teaching anybody anything of any use. Every morning we spent half an hour in what was called chapel, and the old men, the members of the faculty, were lined up on the platform, and remain to this hour the most vivid line of human faces stored in my memory. It was their duty to listen to student oratory, and so perfect had been the discipline of their lives that they were able to sit without moving a muscle, or giving the least sign of what they must have felt. Sooner or later we came into the classrooms of these old men, and each in turn did what he could for us. I remember the professor of German, lovable, genial, highly cultured. During the 2 years that I studied with him, I learned perhaps 200 words, certainly no more than I could have learned in 2 days of active study under an intelligent system. Little things he taught me that were not in the course, for example by a slight frown when he saw me trimming my fingernails in class. And then the professor of Greek, a white-whiskered old terror. For 3 years he had me 5 hours per week, and today I could not read a sentence from a child's primer in Greek, though I still know the letters and the sounds. I suppose there are Greek words which I have looked up in the dictionary 1,000 times, yet it never occurred to any human being to point out to me that I might save time and trouble by learning the meaning of the words once for all. I marvel when I realize that it was possible for me to read the Acharnians of Aristophanes, line by line, and hardly once get a smile out of it, nor have it occur to me that there was any resemblance between what happened in that play, and the fight against Tammany Hall and the Hearst newspapers which was going on in the world about me. And then the professor of Latin, he also was a terror. The Coley-Edge Goose 7, though his whiskers were brown. He was a prominent Catholic propagandist, editor of the Cato HC Encyclopedia, and conceived a dislike for me because I refused to believe things just because they were told me. I can see this old gentleman's knitted brows and hear his angry tones as he exclaims, "Mr. Sinclair, it is so because I say. It is so." 5 hours a week for 5 years I studied with that old gentleman, or his subordinates, and I read a great deal of Latin literature, but I never got so that I could read a paragraph of the simplest Latin prose without a dictionary. I look at a page of the language, and the words are as familiar to me as my own English, but I don't know what they mean, unless they happen to be the same as the English. And then the professor of chemistry, an extremely irascible old gentleman with only one arm. There was a rumor to the effect that he had lost the other through the misbehavior of chemicals, but I never investigated the matter. I learned that chemistry consists of mixing liquids in test tubes, and seeing that various colored precipitates result. After you do this you write down formulas, showing that a part of one chemical has got switched over to the other chemical, but why these things happen, or how anybody knows that they happen, was something entirely beyond my comprehension, and which neither the professor of chemistry nor his 3 assistants ever explained to any member of my class. My most vivid recollection of this class has to do with the close of the hour, when a group of us would gather with our various test tubes, and each put up a nickel, and guess a color, then we would mix the contents of the tubes in one big tube, and shake them up, and the fellow who guessed the right color won the pot. And then the professor of literature. Perhaps you think I should have had some success in classes of literature, but that only shows how little you know about college. A new professor came in just as I reached this class, and I learned in after years that he had got his appointment through the Tammany machine. A bouncing and somewhat vulgar little man, he was an ardent and argumentative Catholic, and his idea of conducting a class of literature was to find out if there was anything in the subject which could in any way be connected with Catholic doctrine and history, and if so, to bring out that aspect of the subject. Thus I learned that Milton, though undoubtedly a great poet, had cruelly lied about the popes. Also I learned that Chaucer was positively not a Wycliffite. I had not the remotest idea what a Wycliffite was, but got the general impression that it was something terrible, and I was quite willing to believe the best of Chaucer, in spite of his perverse way of spelling English words. As part of the process of disciplining our taste in literature, we were required to learn poems by heart, and this professor selected poems which had something to do with Catholicism. Seeing that most of us were Jews, this was irritating, but we got what fun we could out of our predicament. At that time there was a popular musical song, with the chorus, ta-ra-ra-ra boom die, so we used to go about the corridors of our college chanting to this lively tune a poem by Austin Dobson. Missal of the Gothic Age. Missal with the Blas one page. Whence, O missal, hither come? From what dim scriptorium? Whose the name that wrought thee thus? Ambrose or Theophilus? Bending, through the waning light, o'er thy vellum scraped and white. I hope you know the tune of ta-ra-ra-ra boom die, so that you may get the full cultural benefit from this recitation. However, my little Catholic professor of literature did one thing for me, he let me know of the existence of a poet by the name of Shelley. We read * the Skylark and the Cloud in class, and there came over me a realization of the ghastly farce I was going through in this college. I was near the end of my senior year, but my store of patience gave out, and I presented a letter to the faculty, stating that I was obliged to earn my own living, and requesting that I be allowed 2 months' leave of absence. The statement was strictly true, but the implication, that I was going to spend the 2 months in earning money, was not true. I spent the 2 months sitting on the bed in an 8x10 hall bedroom in a lodging house, reading Shelley's poetry and Emerson's essays and the 9. Prose of Ruskin and Carlyle. I went back to college and made up my lost months in a week or two, and passed my examinations without either credit or discredit, ranking just in the middle of my class. I take it that the purpose of education is to discover the special aptitudes of the student, and to foster them. And here was I, a man with one special aptitude. Here were a score of teachers, with whom I had been in daily contact for 5 years, yet I am sure, if these teachers had been told that one man in the class of '97 would come to be known throughout the civilized world in less than 9 years, they would have guessed more than half my classmates before they guessed me. I am not so egotistical as to imagine that I was the only man in that class who had special aptitudes. If none of the others have developed any, I think I know the reason the machine had rolled them flat. Chapter 3. The University Goose. Columbia University at the time I went to it had just moved up to its new buildings on Morningside Heights. The center of the group was a magnificent white marble library, built almost entirely for display, and with but little relation to books and those who were to use them. But of this I had no suspicion. I had come now to the real headquarters of education, and I studied the fascinating lists of courses, and my heart leaped, because I was free to choose whatever I wished of all this feast. I was a proud carat Bachelor of Arts, and declared my intention of becoming a still prouder Master of Arts. To achieve the feat I must complete a year's course, consisting of a major subject and 2 minors, and I must also compose a thesis. To register for all this I paid $150, earned by a newly discovered talent for writing dime novels. My major subject was English, and as part of the work Professor George Rice Carpenter undertook to teach me the art of composition. This was an undergraduate course, taken by students of Columbia College, and so I had a chance to see how they were taught. To my dismay. 10. I found it exactly the same dreary routine that I had been through at my city college. Our professor would set us a topic on which to write a theme: should college students take part in athletics, or perhaps, a description of the country in winter. My own efforts at this task were pitiful, and I was angrily aware that they were pitiful. I did not care anything about the matters on which I was asked to write, and I could never in my life write about anything I did not care about. I stood some 6 weeks of it, and then went to the professor and told him I wanted to drop the course. So I discovered one of the embarrassments of the American college system. Students are supposed to choose courses, but no provision is made for them to sample the wares and make an intelligent selection. If anybody finds he has made a mistake, he is in the same plight as if he has married the wrong girl. He cannot get out without hurting the girl's feelings, and I, unhappy blunderer in the undergraduate machine, had to hurt the feelings of Professor Carpenter. "I don't know what you want," said he, "or how you think you are going to get it, but this one thing I can tell you positively: you don't know how to write. To which I answered humbly, of course, that was why I had to come to him. But I had become convinced that I wasn't going to learn in that way, and my mind was made up to drop the course. Also I took a course in poetry with William Peterfield Trent. The predecessors of Milton were the subject of our investigation, I remember, and perhaps they were uninteresting poets anyhow, the lectures about them certainly were. I stood it for a month or two, and then we came upon a grammatical error in one of our poets. You will find such things occasionally, said the professor. There is a line in Byron there, let him lay, and I have an impression that I once came upon a similar error in Shelley. Some day before long I plan to read Shelley through and see if I can find it. And that finished me. Shelley was my dearest friend in all the world, and I imagined a man confronting the record of his ecstasies, seeking a grammatical error. I quit that course. Also I had started one in French. It was the same dreary routine I had gone through for 5 years in Latin. Translating little foolish sentences by looking up words in 11. The dictionary. I seriously meant to read French, so stayed long enough to get the accent correctly, and then retired, and got myself a notebook and set to work to hammer the meaning of French words into my head. In another 6 weeks I had read half a dozen of the best French novels, and in the course of the next year I read all the standard French classics. I did the same thing with German. Having already got the pronunciation, I proceeded to teach myself words, and in a year or two had got to know German literature as well as English. Most of my experience at Columbia consisted of beginning courses, and dropping them after a few weeks. At the end I figured up that I had sampled over 40 courses. I finished 5 or 6, but never took an examination in one. And this was no mere whim or idleness on my part. It was a deliberate judgment upon the university and its methods. I had made the discovery that, being registered for a master's degree, and not having completed the necessary courses, I was free to register for new courses the second year, without paying additional tuition fees, and failing to complete the courses the second year, I was free to register for the third year, and so on. Thus I worked out my system education in spite of the educators. I would start a course, and get a preliminary view of the subject, and the list of the required readings, then I would go off by myself and do the readings. Almost invariably there was one book which the professor used as a textbook, and his lectures were nothing but an inadequate resume thereof. At the beginning of his course on the drama Brander Matthews would say *, gentlemen, I make it a point of honor with you not to read my book * The Development of the Drama, until after you have finished my course. One Brander Matthews was a new type to me, the literary man of the world. * His mind was a storehouse of gossip about the theater and the stage world, and I was interested, and eagerly read the plays. I knew that Brander was not my kind of man, that his world was not for me, but what kind of world I was going to choose, or to make for myself, I did not at that time know. As I dwell on these days, I see before me his loose, rather shambling figure, with a queerly shaped brown beard and a cigarette dangling from the lower lip. I do not know how this 12. Dangling was contrived, but I doubt if I ever saw the professor at a lecture that he did not have that cigarette in position as he talked. Brander is the beau ideal of the successful college professor, metropolitan style, a clubman, easygoing and cynical, but not too much so for propriety, wealthy enough to be received at the dinners of trustees, and witty enough to be welcome anywhere. He is a bitter reactionary, and has become one of President Butler's most active henchmen. His reputation as author of more than 40 books is made use of by the New York * Times for an occasional job of assassinating a liberal writer. With Nicholas Murray Butler I took a course in the critical philosophy. At this time he was a modest professor, and his dazzling career lay in the future. I shall have many impolite things to say about Butler, so let me make it plain that there is nothing personal in my attitude. To me he was always affable. He possesses a subtle mind, and uses it thoroughly. With him I read the Critique of Pure Reason twice through, and as a work of supererogation I read also The Impossible German. I had had a little metaphysics before this, and was now pleased to have Kant demonstrate that I had wasted my time. I took seriously what I read, and assumed that my professor was taking seriously what he taught, so imagine my bewilderment when shortly afterwards I learned that Professor Butler had left the Presbyterian Church, and had joined the Episcopal Church, as one of the steps necessary to becoming president of Columbia University. It gave me a shock, because I knew he had no belief whatever in any of the dogmas of the Christian religion, and had completely demonstrated to me the impossibility of any valid knowledge concerning immortality, free will or a first cause. Another man of the world type of professor whom I encountered was Harry Thurston Peck, who gave me a course in Roman civilization of the Augustan age. It was so like America that it was terrifying, but Professor Peck I am sure was entirely unterrified. He was widely read in the literature of decadence, and from him I heard the names of strange writers, from Petronius and Boccaccio to Zola and Gautier. It was a world of grim and cruel depravity, but one had sooner or later to know that it 13. Existed, and to steel one's soul for a new endeavor to save the race. Poor Harry Peck was not steeled enough, and he broke the first rule of the man of the world, and got found out. A woman sued him for breach of promise, and published his letters in the newspapers. There were some who thought he should not have been assumed to be guilty, merely because a blackmailer accused him, but the powers which ruled Columbia thought otherwise, and Professor Peck was driven out, and committed suicide. It was a peculiar thing, which I observed as time went on. Every single man who had had anything worthwhile of any sort to teach me was forced out of Columbia University in some manner or other. The ones that stayed were the dull ones, or the worldly and cunning ones. Carpenter stayed until he died, and Brander Matthews, and Butler, and Trent, who purposed to read through the works of Shelley to find a grammatical error, and John Erskine, whom I knew as a timid and conventional researcher, and who, I am told, has been chosen by Butler as his heir apparent. But Peck went, and Hislop, and Spingarn, and Robinson, and McDowell, and Woodbury. James Hislop gave me a course in what he called practical ethics, and this was a curious affair. In the first part he discussed abstract rules of conduct regardless of the fact that there can be no such things. In the second part he attempted to apply these rules to New York City politics, explaining the methods by which Tammany politicians got their graft, and devising elaborate laws and electoral arrangements whereby these politicians could be kept out of a BCE, or made to be good while in. The professor was a frail and ascetic-looking little man with a feeble black beard. It was painfully clear to me that the politicians were more clever than he, and would devise 100 ways of countering his program before he had got it into action. Now, as I look back upon this course, the thing which strikes me as marvelous is that never once in a whole year of instruction did the professor drop a hint concerning the economic basis of political corruption. The politicians got money, yes, of course, but who paid them the money, and what did the payers get out of it? In other words, 14. What part was big business playing in the undermining of American public life? I took an entire course in practical ethics at Columbia University in the year 99 or 1900. 2 hours a week for 9 months, and never once did I hear that question mentioned, either by the professor or by any of the graduate students in that class. You would have thought that this / old have made James Hislop safe for life, but alas. The poor man became too anxious concerning the growth of socialism throughout the world, and decided that the way to counter it was to renew the faith of the people in heaven and hell. You may find his ideas on this point quoted in The Prophets of Religion, page 224. He took to studying spiritualism, and the newspapers took him up, and the university authorities, who tolerate no sort of eccentricity, politely slid him out of his job. After his recent visit to the United States, H. G. Wells wrote that the most vital mind he had met was James Harvey Robinson, author of The Mind in the Making. 22 or 3 years ago I took with Professor Robinson a course in the history of the Renaissance and Reformation. It was a great period, when the mind of the race was breaking the shackles of medieval tyranny in religion, politics, and thought. I read with eagerness about John Huss and Wycliffe, Erasmus, and Luther. I still hope for such heroes and for such an awakening in my own modern world. Meantime, I observe that Professor Robinson, unable to stand the medievalism of Columbia, has handed in his resignation. Then MacDowell, the composer. Edward MacDowell was the first authentic man of genius I met. He is the only American musician whose work has won fame abroad. He was a man as well as an artist, and his courses in general musical culture were a rare delight. After much urging, he consented to play us parts of his own works, and discuss them with us. Needless to say, this was not orthodox academic procedure, and the college authorities, who do not recognize genius less than 100 years away, would not give proper credits for work with MacDowell. The composer's beautiful dream of a center of musical education came to nothing, and he retired, broken-hearted. As I described the tragedy at the time, he ran into Nicholas Murray Butler and was killed. Pers 15. Finally, George Edward Woodberry, who was in the field of letters what MacDowell was in music, a master not merely of criticism but of creation, also a charming spirit and a friend to students. He gave a course in what he called comparative literature, and made us acquainted with Plato, Cervantes, Dante, Ariosto, Spenser, and Shelley. He was a truly liberalizing influence, and so popular among the men that the Columbia machine hated him heartily. I was taking Brander Matthews' course at the same time as Woodberry's, and would hear Matthews sneer at Woodberry's idealism, and at his methods of teaching. A year later Woodberry was forced out, under circumstances which I shall presently narrate. Chapter 4. The Goose Steppers. In the year 1901 I was 21 years of age, and was ready to quit Columbia. The great university had become to me nothing but a library full of books, and some empty classrooms in which to sit while reading them. No longer was I lured by elaborate prospectuses, setting forth lists of courses. I had tried 40 of them, and knew that 9/10 of them were dull. The great institution was a hollow shell, a body without a soul, a mass of brick and stone held together by red tape. But before I went out into the world, I made one final test of the place. I knew by this time exactly what I wanted to do in the world. I wanted to create literature. I had an overwhelming impulse, so intense that it had completely ruined me as a hack writer. My half-dime novels had become impossible to me, and the question of how I was to earn my living was a serious one. And here was a great university, devoted to the furthering of all the liberal arts. This university had trained me to love and reverence the great writers of the past. What was its attitude to the great writers of the future? The university controlled and awarded a vast number of scholarships and fellowships in all branches of learning, that is to say, it offered support to young men while they equipped themselves to understand and teach the writings of the past. But what about the writings of the future? 16. What aid would the university give to these? I was planning to spend the summer writing a novel, and the idea occurred to me, would Columbia University accept a novel as a thesis or dissertation, or as evidence of merit and of work accomplished, in competition for any fellowship or endowment under its control? I made this proposition to the proper authorities at Columbia, the heads of the various departments of literature, and to the president's office as well, and I received one unanimous decision: there was no fellowship or endowment under the control of the university which could be won by any kind of creative writing, but only by scholarship, that is to say, by writing about the work of other people. I was not satisfied entirely. It occurred to me maybe there was some other university in this broad land of freedom which might have a more liberal and intelligent policy than Columbia, so I set out on a campaign to test out the question. I wrote to the authorities at Harvard, and at Yale, and at Princeton, and Cornell, and Stanford, and the University of Pennsylvania, and Chicago, and Wisconsin, and California, and I know not what others. I did not let up until I had made quite certain that among all the hundreds of millions of dollars of endowment at the disposal of the great American universities, there was not $1 which could be won by a piece of creative literature, nor one university president who was interested in the possibility that there might be a man of genius actually alive in America at the beginning of the 20th century. So I went out into the world to make my own way, and to fight for the preservation of my own talent. I had given the academic authorities 9 years in which to do what they could to me, so I might fairly lay claim to be a completely educated man. I look back now, and see myself as I was, and I shudder not merely for myself, but for all other products of the educational machine. I think of the things I didn't know, and of the pains and perils to which my ignorance exposed me. I knew nothing whatever about hygiene and health, everything of that sort I had to learn by painful error. I knew nothing about women, I had met only 3 or 4 beside my mother, and had no idea how to deal with them. I knew as much. Per 17. About sex as was known to the ancient religious ascetics, but nothing of modern discoveries or theories on the subject. More significant yet, I knew nothing about modern literature in any language. I had acquired a supreme and top-lofty contempt for it, and was embarrassed when I happened to read Sentimental Tommy, and discovered that someone had written a work of genius in my own time. I knew nothing about modern history. So far as my mind was concerned, the world had come to an end with the Franco-Prussian War, and nothing had happened since. Of course, there was the daily paper, but I didn't know what this daily paper was, who made it, or what relation it had to me. I knew that politics was rotten, but I didn't know the cause of this rottenness, nor had I any idea what to do about it. I knew nothing about money, the lifeblood of society, nor the part it plays in the life of modern men. I knew nothing about business, except that I despised it, and shrank in agony of spirit from contact with business people. All that I knew about labor was a few tags of prejudice which I had picked up from newspapers. Most significant of all to me personally, I was unaware that the modern revolutionary movement existed. I was all ready for it, but I was as much alone in the world as Shelley 100 years before me. I knew, of course, that there had been socialism in ancient times, for I had read Plato, and been amused by his quaint suggestions for the reconstruction of the world. Also I knew that there had been dreamers and cranks in America who went off and tried to found utopian commonwealths. It was safe for me to be told about these experiments, because they had failed. I had heard the names of Marx and Lassalle, and had a vague idea of them as dreadful men, who met in the back rooms of beer gardens, and conspired, and made dynamite bombs, and practiced free love. That they had any relationship to my life, that they had anything to teach me, that they had founded a movement which embraced all the future of this, I was as ignorant as I was of the civilization of Dahomey, or the topography of the far side of the moon. I went out into the world, and learned about these matters, by most painful experience, and then I looked 18. Back upon my education, and understood many things which had previously been dark. One question I asked myself, was all that deficiency accidental, or was it deliberate? Was it merely the ignorance of those who taught me, or was there some reason why they did not teach me all they knew? I have come to understand that the latter is the case. Our educational system is not a public service, but an instrument of special privilege. Its purpose is not to further the welfare of mankind, but merely to keep America capitalist. To establish this thesis is the purpose of Dot. And first a few words as to the title. We spent some 30 billions of treasure, and 100,000 young lives, to put down the German autocracy, being told, and devoutly believing, that we were thereby banishing from the earth a certain evil thing known as Kultur. It was not merely a physical thing, the drilling of a whole population for the aggrandizement of a military caste, it was a spiritual thing, a regimen of autocratic dogmatism. The best expression of it upon which I have come in my readings is that of Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Prussian philosopher and apostle of nationalism. I quote 2 sentences, from a long discourse: to compel men to a state of right, to put them under the yoke of right by force, is not only the right but the sacred duty of every man who has the knowledge and the power. He is the master, armed with compulsion and appointed by God. I ask you to read those sentences over, to bear them in mind as you follow chapter after chapter of this book. See if I am not right in my contention that what we did, when we thought we were banishing the goose step from the v/world, was to bring it to our own land, and put ourselves under its sway, our thinking, and, more dreadful yet, the teaching of our younger generation. Chapter V. Interlocking Directorates. The first step toward the intelligent study of American education is to consider the country in which this education grows. We are told upon good authority that men do not gather figs from thistles. We are also told that we Interlocking Directorates 19 cannot understand the cultural institutions of any country unless we know its economic and social conditions. If you want to learn about America, the plutocratic empire, come with me and meet the emperor and his princes and lords. Come to the Customs House in New York City, early in the year 1913. The memory of our busy age is short, so perhaps it will mean nothing to you if I say that the Pujo Committee of the House of Representatives is in session. They sit in a solemn row, 11 solemn legislators, and into the witness chair step one after another the masters of this plutocratic empire. J.P. Morgan Sr., a bulbous-nosed and surly-tempered old man whom everyone in the room knows to be the emperor. George F. Baker, president of the First National Bank of New York, the second richest man in the world. William Rockefeller, brother of the richest man in the world. George M. Reynolds, president of the Continental National Bank of Chicago, the second largest bank in America. Henry P. Davison, Jacob Schiffel, so on through a long list. They are being questioned by a small, frail-looking Jewish lawyer named Samuel Untermeyer. All his life he has been one of them, he has been in the game with them and made his millions. He knows every trick and turn of their minds, every corner where their money is hidden, and now he turns against them and exposes them to the world. They hate him, but he has them at his mercy, and step by step he shows us the machinery of our industrial and financial life, the thing which he calls the money trust, and which I call the plutocratic empire. There is one phrase which makes the whole argument of the Pujo report, and that phrase is interlocking directorates. Interlocking directorates are the device whereby 3 great banks in New York, with 2 trust companies under their control, manage the financial affairs and direct the policies of 112 key corporations of America. The 3 banks are J.P. Morgan and Company, the First National Bank, and the National City Bank, and the 2 trust companies are the Guarantee and the Equitable. Please fix these 5 concerns in your mind, for we shall come back to them in almost every chapter of this book. Their directors sit upon the boards of the corporations, sometimes several. 20 on each board, and their orders are obeyed because they control credit, which is the lifeblood of our business world. Said George M. Reynolds, in his testimony, speaking of the control of American finance, I believe it lies in the hands of a dozen men, and I plead guilty to being one, in the last analysis, of these men. Such was the situation in 1913, and now, America has fought and won a war, and become the financial master of the world. The wealth of America was estimated in 1912 at 127 billions, in 1920 it was estimated at 500 billions, greater than the combined wealth of the British Empire, France, Italy, Russia, Germany, and Japan. At the same time that wealth has increased, so has the concentration of its control. If the Pujo Committee were to conduct another inquiry in the year 1922, it would find exactly the same interlocking directorates, only more of them, and it would find that the financial empire controlled by 3 great banks and 2 trust companies has grown from 22 billions to not less than 75, and probably close to 100 billions of dollars. Just how do these interlocking directorates work? A picture of their method was drawn in Harper's Weekly by Louis D. Brandeis, at that time an anti-corporation lawyer of Boston, and now a justice of the United States Supreme Court. Said Mr. Brandeis. Mr. J.P. Morgan, or a partner, a director of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad, causes that company to sell to J.P. Morgan and Company an issue of bonds. J.P. Morgan and Company borrow the money with which to pay for those bonds from the Guarantee Trust Company, of which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director. J.P. Morgan and Company sell the bonds to the Penn Mutual Life Insurance Company, of which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director. The New Haven spends the proceeds of the bonds in purchasing steel from the United States Steel Corporation, of which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director. The United States Steel Corporation spends the proceeds of the rails in purchasing electrical supplies from the General Electric Company, of which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director. The General Electric Company sells the supplies to the Western Union Telegraph Company, a subsidiary of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, and in both Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is director. The Telegraph Company has SI special wire contract with the Reading, in which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director. Interlocking directorates 21. So on to the Pullman Company and the Baldwin Locomotive Works. Mr. Brandeis points out how all these concerns patronize one another. They all market their securities through J.P. Morgan and Company, they deposit their funds with J.P. Morgan and Company, and J.P. Morgan and Company use the funds of each in further transactions. But Mr. Brandeis stops his story too soon. He ought to show us some of the wider ramifications of these directorates. He ought to picture Mr. Morgan, or a partner, falling ill, and being treated in St. Luke's Hospital, in which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a trustee, and by a physician who is also a trustee, and who was educated in the College of Physicians and Surgeons, of which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a trustee. He ought to picture Mr. Morgan dying, and being buried from Trinity Church, in which several of his partners are vestrymen, and having his funeral oration preached by a bishop who is a stockholder in his bank, and reported in newspapers whose bonds repose in his vaults. Mr. Brandeis might say about all these persons and institutions just what he says about the Steel Corporation and the General Electric Company and the Western Union Telegraph Company and the Baldwin Locomotive Works. They all patronize one another and they all deposit their funds with J.P. Morgan and Company. Men die, but the plutocracy is immortal, and it is necessary that fresh generations should be trained to its service. Therefore the interlocking directorate has need of an educational system, and has provided it complete. There is a great university, of which Mr. Morgan was all his active life a trustee, also his son-in-law and one or two of his attorneys and several of his bankers. The president of this university is a director in one of Mr. Morgan's life insurance companies, and is interlocked with Mr. Morgan's bishop, and Mr. Morgan's physician, and Mr. Morgan's newspaper. If the president of the university writes a book, telling the American people to be good and humble servants of the plutocracy, this book may be published by a concern in which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director, and the paper may be bought from the International Paper Company, in which Mr. Morgan has a director through the Guarantee Trust Company. If 22. You visit the town where the paper is made, you will find that the president of the school board is a director in the local bank, which deposits its funds with the Guarantee Trust Company at a low rate of interest, to be reloaned by Mr. Morgan at a high rate of interest. The superintendent of the schools will be a graduate of Mr. Morgan's university, and will have been recommended to the school board president by Mr. Morgan's dean of education. Both the board and president and the school superintendent will insure their lives in the company of which Mr. Morgan's university president is a director, and the school books selected in that town will be published by a concern in which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director, and they will be written by Mr. Morgan's university's dean of education, and they will be praised in the Journal of Education founded by Mr. Morgan's university president. Also they will be praised by Mr. Morgan's newspaper and magazine editors. The superintendent of schools will give promotion to teachers who take the university's summer courses, and will cause the high school pupils to aspire to that university. Once a year he will attend the convention of the National Educational Association, and will elect as president a man who is a graduate of Mr. Morgan's university, and also a member of Mr. Morgan's church, and a reader of Mr. Morgan's newspaper, and of Mr. Morgan's University's President's Educational Journal, and a patron of Mr. Morgan's University President's Life Insurance Company, and a depositor in a bank which pays him no interest, but sends his money to the Guarantee Trust Company for Mr. Morgan to loan at a high rate of interest. And when the Republican Party, of which Mr. Morgan, or a partner, is a director, nominates the president of Mr. Morgan's University for Vice President of the United States, Mr. Morgan's bishop will bless the proceedings, and Mr. Morgan's newspapers will report them, and Mr. Morgan's school superintendent will invite the children to a picnic to hear Mr. Morgan's candidates' campaign speeches on a phonograph, and to drink lemonade paid for by Mr. Morgan's campaign committee, out of the funds of the life insurance company of which Mr. Morgan's University president is director. Such is the system of the interlocking directorates. The University of Morgan 23. Such is, in skeleton form, that department of the plutocratic empire which calls itself American education. And if you don't believe me, just come along and let me show you not merely the skeleton of this beast, but the nerves and the brains, the blood and the meat, the hair and the hide, the teeth and the claws of it. Chapter 6. The University of the House of Morgan. The headquarters of the American plutocracy is, of course, New York City. Here are the 3 central banks, and here the 112 corporations have their offices, and the interlocking directors roll about in their padded limousines and collect their gold eagles and half-eagles with the minimum of trouble and delay. According to the Pujo Committee, the banks and trust companies of New York, all interlocked with the House of Morgan, had over $5 billion worth of resources, which was nearly 1/4 of the bank resources of the country. This did not include the House of Morgan itself, which was, and is, a private institution. These figures, of course, seem puny since the World War. In that war the House of Morgan alone is reputed to have made $1 billion from its war purchases for the British government, and if the Pujo Committee were to inquire at the present time it would find the banking resources of New York City somewhere between 15 and 25 billions of dollars. It is inevitable that this headquarters of our plutocratic empire should be also the headquarters of our plutocratic education. The interlocking directors could not discommode themselves by taking long journeys, therefore they selected themselves a spacious site on Morningside Heights, and there stands the palatial University of the House of Morgan, which sets the standard for the higher education of America. Other universities, we shall find, vary from the ideal. There are some which have old traditions, there are others which permit modern eccentricities, but in Columbia you have plutocracy, perfect, complete and final, and as I shall presently show, the rest of America's educational system comes more and more to be. 24. Modeled upon it. Columbia's educational experts take charge of the school and college systems of the country, and the production of plutocratic ideas becomes an industry as thoroughly established, as completely systematized and standardized as the production of automobiles or sausages. Needless to say, the University of the House of Morgan is completely provided with funds. Its resources are estimated at over $75 million and its annual income is over $7 million. A considerable part of its endowment is invested in stocks and bonds, under the supervision of the interlocking directors. I have a typewritten list of these holdings, which occupies more than 20 pages, and includes practically all the important railroads and industrial corporations in the United States. Whoever you are, and wherever you live in America, you cannot spend a day, you can hardly spend an hour of your life, without paying tribute to Columbia University. In order to collect the material for this book I took a journey of 7,000 miles, and traveled on 14 railroads. I observed that every one of these railroads is included in the lists, so on every mile of my journey I was helping to build up the Columbia machine. I helped to build it up when I lit the gas in my lodging house room in New York, for Columbia University owns $58,000 worth of New York gas and electric light, heat, and power companies for percenter bonds. I helped to build it up when I telephoned my friends to make engagements, for Columbia University owns $50,000 worth of the New York telephone companies I carried percent bonds. I helped to build it up when I took a spoonful of sugar with my breakfast, for Columbia University owns some shares in the American Sugar Refining Company, and also in the Cuba Cane Sugar Corporation. The great university stops at nothing, however small, 5 and 10-cent stores, and the Park and Tilford Grocery Company, and the Liggett and Myers Tobacco Company. I have on my desk a letter from a woman, telling me how the Standard Oil Company has been dispossessing homesteaders from the oil lands of California. Columbia University is profiting by these robberies, because it owns $25,000 worth of the gold debenture bonds of the Standard Oil Company of California. Recently, the University of Morgan 25. I met a pitiful human wreck who had given all but his life to the Bethlehem Steel Company. Columbia University took apart this man's health and happiness. Crossing the desert on my way home, in the baking heat of summer I saw far out in the barren mountains a huge copper smelter, vomiting clouds of yellow smoke into the air. We in the Pullman sat in our shirt sleeves, with electric fans playing and white-clad waiters bringing us cool drinks, but even so, we suffered from the heat. Yet, out there in those lonely wastes men toil in front of furnace fires, and when they drop they are turned to mummies in the baking sand and their names are not recorded. Not a thought of them came into the minds of the passengers in the transcontinental train, and, needless to say, no thought of them troubles the minds of the 30,000 seekers of the higher learning who flock to Columbia University every year. With serene consciences these young people cultivate the graces of life, upon the income of $49,000 worth of stock in the American Smelters Securities Company. This University of the House of Morgan is run by a board of trustees. Under the law these trustees are the absolute sovereign, the administrators of the property, responsible to no one. They cannot be removed, no matter what they do, and they are self-perpetuating. They appoint their own successors. Their charter, be it noted, is a contract with the state, and can never be altered or revised. Such was the decision of the United States Supreme Court in the Dartmouth case, way back in 1819. Who are the members of this board? The first thing to be noted about them is that there is only one educator, and that is the president of the university, an ex officio member. Not one of them is a scholar, nor familiar with the life of the intellect. There is one engineer, one physician, and one bishop. There are 10 corporation lawyers, and 8 classified as bankers, railroad owners, real estate owners, merchants, and manufacturers. Without exception they are the interlocking directors of the Peugeot charts. The chairman of the board is William Barclay Parsons, engineer of the subway, and director in numerous corporations. The youngest member of the board is Marcellus Hartley Dodge, who was elected when he was 26 years old, and was a director of the Equitable 26. Life. While still an undergraduate at Columbia, he is a son-in-law of William Rockefeller, and is chairman of the Remington Arms Company and Union /I Cartridge Company. He is said to have cleaned up $24 million in one deal in Midvale Steel, and in October 1916, he is credited with making $2 million by cornering the market in munitions machinery. Frederick Arcudert is one of the most prominent attorneys of the plutocracy. A director in the National Surety and Equitable Trust. Herbert L. Satterley is a Morgan attorney and a Morgan son-in-law. Robert S. Lovett is chairman of the Union Pacific Railroad, and director of a dozen other roads. Newcomb Carleton, president of the Avies Turn Union Telegraph Company, guides the affairs of a great university in spite of the fact that he is not a college man. Reverend William T. Manning is an ex officio member, one might say, being the bishop of the Church of J.P. Morgan and Company. You must understand that Columbia is descended from King's College, an Episcopal institution, and the bishop, and 3 vestrymen of Old Trinity are on its board. Pierpont Morgan, the elder, was on all his life, and Stephen Baker, president of the Bank of Manhattan and the Bank of the Metropolis, is still on. A study of those who have held office on the board of Columbia, from 1900 to 1922, shows 59 persons classified as follows: bankers, railroad owners, real estate owners, merchants, and manufacturers, 20, lawyers, 21, ministers, 8, physicians, 6, educators, 1, engineers, 3. The 6 physicians were on because of their connection with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, a branch of Columbia. How rich in their own right are the particular money trust lords who run this great university it is not possible to determine, because these gentlemen, for the most part, keep their affairs secret. But in the list of those who have died during 22 years we have means for an estimate, for the property of many of these was listed in the probate courts of New York and appraised by the transfer tax appraisers. A study of these records has been made by Henry R. Linville, president of the Teachers Union, and he has courteously placed the manuscript at my disposal. There are 21 trustees who have died and been appraised, and the list of their stocks and the UNN-RSITY of Morgan 27 bonds fills a total of 23 typewritten pages, and shows that the total wealth on which they paid an inheritance tax amounted to $173 million, an average of over $8 million each. I note among the list 5 members of the clergy of Jesus Christ, and I am sure that if he had visited their parishes he would have been delighted at their state of affluence. He could hardly have told it from his heavenly courts with their streets of gold. The poorest of these clergy was Bishop Birch, who left $37,840, second came the Reverend Coe, who left $80,683, next came the Reverend Greer, who left $172,619, next came the Reverend Dix, rector of Trinity, who left $269,637, and finally, Bishop Potter, my own bishop, whose train I carried when I was a little boy. In the solemn ceremonials of the church, I was dully awe-stricken, but not so much as I would have been if I had realized that I was carrying the train of $380,568. Such sums loom big in the imagination of a little boy, but they don't amount to so much on the board of a university where you associate with the elder Morgan, who left 78 millions, and with John S. Kennedy, banker of the Gould interests, who left 65 millions. You might possibly think that our interlocking directors would be so busy with the task of managing our industries and our government that they would not have time to superintend our education, but that would be underestimating their diligence and foresight. They do the job and they do it personally, not trusting it to subordinates. In the office of the Teachers Union of New York I inspected a chart, dealing with the interlocking directorates of Columbia University, and except by the label, you could not tell it from the charts in the 3 volumes of the Pujo reports. It is the same thing, and the men shown are the same men. They serve J.P. Morgan and Company as directors in the Coal Trust, the Steel Trust, the Railroad Trust. They serve also on the boards of schools, colleges, and universities through the United States. You could not tell a chart of the Columbia trustees from a chart of the New York Central Railroad, or the Remington Arms Company. You could not tell a chart of Harvard University from a chart of Lee, Higginson and Company, the banking house of Boston. 28. You could not tell a chart of the University of Pennsylvania from a chart of the United Gas Improvement Company. You could not tell a chart of the University of Pittsburgh from a chart of the United States Steel Corporation. You could not tell a chart of the University of California from one of the Hydroelectric Power Trust, one of Denver University from the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, one of the University of Montana from the Anaconda Copper Company, one of the University of Minnesota from the Ore Trust. These corporations are one, their interests are one, and their purposes are one. Evans Clark, a preceptor in Princeton University. Until he made this survey collected the facts as to the financial interests of governing boards of the largest American universities, 7 of which were privately controlled and 22 state-controlled. He found that the plutocratic class, or those intimately connected therewith, bankers, manufacturers, merchants, public utility officers, financiers, great publishers, and lawyers composed 56% of the membership of the privately controlled boards, and 68% of the publicly controlled boards. Says Mr. Clark, of the other two great economic groups in society there is little or no representation. The farmers total between 6% in private and 4% in public boards, while no representative of labor has a place on any board, public or private. And finally, no college professor is a trustee of the college in which he serves, while only 14 out of 649 are professors in other institutions. Of these, 6 are Harvard professors on the Radcliffe ITE board, the women's college connected with Harvard. We have allowed the education of our youth to fall into the absolute control of a group of men who represent not only a minority of the total population but have, at the same time, enormous economic and business stakes in what kind of an education it shall be. And this condition prevails right through the list of our colleges, regardless of size, or where they are located or how financed. This was shown by Scott Nearing in an exhaustive study, reported in School and Society for September 8, 1917. He wrote to the governing bodies of all colleges and universities in the United States having 29. More than 500 students. There are 189 such institutions, and 143 of these subhead the lists of trustees with their occupations. The total number of trustees was 2,470. There were 208 merchants, 196 manufacturers, 112 capitalists, 6 contractors, 32 real estate men, 26 insurance men, 115 corporation officials, 202 bankers, 15 brokers, and 18 publishers, making for the plutocratic group a total of 930. There were 111 doctors, 514 lawyers, 125 educators, 353 ministers, 8 authors, 43 editors, 70 scientists, 13 social workers and 32 judges, making a total for the professional group of 1,269. For the miscellaneous group there were 94 retired businessmen, 3 salesmen, 123 farmers, 46 homekeepers, 3 mechanics, and 2 librarians, making a total of 271. For the purpose of this inquiry the lawyers belong, not with the professional class, but with the commercial and financial class, whose retainers they are. That makes a total of 1,444 of that class, or 58%. In the state universities the commercial class had a total of 477 out of 776, or 61%. And this, you will note, without counting the retired businessmen, who are certainly no less plutocratic in their mentality than the active ones, without counting the many doctors, ministers, editors, and educators who are just as plutocratic as the bankers. How plutocratic an educator can be when he is well paid for it is the next proposition we have to prove to you. Chapter VN. The Interlocking President. We have investigated the governing board of the University of the House of Morgan. We have next to investigate the president they have selected to carry out their will. Naturally, they would seek the most plutocratic college president in the most plutocratic country of the world. They sought him and they found him. His name is Nicholas Murray Butler, abbreviated by his subordinates to Nicholas Miraculous. I am going to sketch his career and describe his character, and as what I say will be bitter, I repeat that I bear him no personal ill will. If I pillory him, it is as a type, the representative, champion, and creator of what I regard as false and 30. Cruel ideals. His influence must be destroyed, if America is to live as anything worthwhile, kindly or beautiful. For this reason I have made a detailed study of him, and present here a full-length portrait. If some of it seems too personal, bear in mind the explanation. You will understand every aspect of our higher education more clearly, if you know, thoroughly and intimately, one specimen of the ideal interlocking university president. Nicholas Murray Butler was born in Paterson, N.J., and his father was a mechanic. This is nothing to his discredit, quite the contrary, the only thing to his discredit is the fact that he is ashamed of it, and tries to suppress it. When he was candidate for vice president in 1912, it was given out that he was descended from the old Murray family of New York, which gave the name to aristocratic Murray Hill, and this I am assured is not the fact. He has been all his life what is called a climber. Ordinarily I hate puns on people's names, but the name of Butler seems to have been a special act of providence. His toadying to the rich and powerful is so conspicuous that it defeats its own ends, and brings him the contempt of men whose intimacy he wishes to gain. George L. Rives, former Corporation Counsel of New York City, and chairman of the board of Columbia University for many years, said of him, "Butler is a great man, but the damnedest fool I know. He values himself for his worst qualities." Here is a man with a first-class brain, a driving, executive worker, capable in anything he puts his mind to, but utterly overpowered by the presence of great wealth. He serves the rich, and they despise him. The rich themselves, you understand, are not in awe of wealth, at least, if they are, they hide the fact. They are sometimes willing to meet plain, ordinary human beings as equals, and when they see a man bootlicking them because of their wealth they sneer at him behind his back, and sometimes to his face. At the Union Club they joke about Butler, with his crude talk about the right people. They observe that he will never go anywhere to a dinner party unless there are to be prominent people present, unless he has some prestige to gain from it. He has been married twice, and both times he has married money. His present wife is a Catholic, and she and her sister are tireless. 31. Society ladies, doing St. James and that kind of thing. Butler became a teacher, then school superintendent, then instructor in Columbia College, then professor of philosophy in the university, then dean, and now president. This would seem to most men a splendid career, especially considering the perquisites which have gone with it. The interlocking trustees built for their favorite a splendid mansion, costing over $300,000, paying for it out of the trust funds of the university. This mansion is free from taxation, upon the theory that it is used for educational purposes, but Professor Cattell Poole lishes the statement that Butler uses it for social climbing and political intrigues. No one has ever been able to find out what portion of the trust funds of the university is paid to its president as salary. In addition, it is generally rumored at Columbia that Butler has accepted gifts from his trustees and other wealthy admirers. But all this has not been sufficient for our ambitious educator. He has craved political honors, seeking them tirelessly, begging for them with abject insistence. He has been candidate for vice president with Taft, and has been several times candidate for the presidential nomination. All these things he has taken with the most desperate seriousness, utterly unable to understand why the politicians tell him he cannot be elected. He would go down to Washington to plead, and Jim Wadsworth, young aristocrat who runs the upstate political machine of New York, would kick him about. He would travel over the country addressing banquets of the best people, telling them how the country should be saved, and how he was the man to save it. At the same time he would go down to the common people, and pose as one of them. If you want to succeed in America, you must be what is called a joiner, so Butler joined the Elks, and a man who was present at this adventure told me about it. The Elks gathered, a vast herd, they had come to hear a great educator, and it was to be a highbrow affair for once in their lives, and they were solemn about it, expecting to be uplifted from their primitive elkhood. Instead of which, the great educator flopped to their level, or below it. He tried to jolly them, telling them that he was a regular fellow, one of the boys, and that it was all 32. Right for a man to have a good time now and then. Of course, the Elks were disgusted. In one of President Butler's published speeches I find him sneering at the progressives as declaimers and sandlot orators and perpetual candidates for office. What this refers to is men like Roosevelt and La Follette, who go out to the people and seek election. It does not apply to those who go in secret to the homes and offices of political corruptionists and wire pullers, there to plead, almost on their knees, for nominations and favors. A prominent Republican politician of New York said to me, he begged in my office for 2 hours. He told me he had the support of this man and that, and then I inquired and found it was not so. It is embarrassing to find so many people asserting that the president of Columbia University does not always tell the truth. It will be still more embarrassing to have to state that most of the presidents of colleges and universities in the United States do not always tell the truth. A curious fact which I observed in my travels over the country: there was hardly a single college head about whom I was not told, he is a liar. I believe there are no effects without causes, and I have tried to analyze the factors in the life of college heads which compel them to lie. I shall present these to you in due course. For the present suffice it to say that a man who has held the highest offices in New York State told me how Butler had assured him that Pierpont Morgan had promised to back Butler to the limit for president, and later this politician ascertained that no such promise had been given. Butler stated that he had the unqualified endorsement of another man. The politician questioned him closely. The matter had been settled only yesterday afternoon, so Butler declared. As soon as Butler left, this politician called up the man on the telephone, and ascertained that the man had not seen Butler for a month, and had made no promise. Also, my informant had attended a caucus of the Republican Party at the Republican Club in New York City, when President Butler was intriguing for the nomination for president. Butler came out from that caucus and was surrounded by a group of reporters, who asked him, was Theodore Roosevelt's name proposed? Roosevelt, you understand, was Butler's most dreaded rival, and to 33. Keep him from getting the nomination was the first aim of every reactionary leader in the country. Said President Butler to the assembled reporters, gentlemen, you can take this one thing from me: Theodore Roosevelt's name was positively not mentioned in this caucus. But, so my informant declared, Roosevelt's name had been mentioned only a few minutes before in the caucus, and President Butler had opposed it. It is worth noting that Butler denounced Roosevelt and abused him with almost insane violence, but when Roosevelt died he made lovely speeches about him, and hailed himself as the true heir of the Roosevelt tradition. He sought the support of one of Roosevelt's close relatives on this basis, and the report was spread among newspaper men that he had got it. Nicholas Murray Butler considers himself the intellectual leader of the American plutocracy. He takes that role quite frankly, and enacts it with grave solemnity, lending the support of his academic authority to the plutocracy's instinctive greed. There has never been a more complete Tory in our public life. To him there is no people, there is only the mob, and he never wearies of thundering against it. In working out this program we must take care to protect ourselves against the mob. Socialism would constitute a mob. Doubtless the mob will prefer cheering to its own whoopings, etc. All this 15 years ago, in one speech at the University of California. President Wheeler of that university remarked to a friend of mine that this speech might have been made by Kaiser Wilhelm, and Wheeler ought to have known, for he had been the Kaiser's intimate. And the 15 years that have passed have made no change in our miraculous Nicholas. As I write, Senator LaFollette addresses the convention of the American Federation of Labor, and says, a century and a half ago our forefathers shed their blood in order that they might establish on this continent a government deriving its just powers from the consent of the governed, in which the will of the people, expressed through their duly elected representatives, should be sovereign. And instantly our interlocking president rushes to the rescue. Before the convention of the New Jersey Bar Association he exclaims, our forefathers did nothing of the sort. They took good care to do something quite 34. Different. And the Associated Press takes that and sends it all over the United States, and 99 out of 100 good Americans read it, and say, reverently, a great university president says so, it must be true. Chapter 8. The Scholar in Politics. What is the function of an American university president? Apparently it is to travel about the country, and summon the captains and the kings of finance, and dine in their splendid banquet halls, and lay down to them the law and the gospel of predation. I consult the name of Nicholas Murray Butler in the New York Public Library, and I find a long list of pamphlets, each one immortalizing a plutocratic feast, the annual luncheon of the Associated Press, 1916, the annual dinner of the Commercial Club of Kansas City, 1908, the annual dinner of the Pittsburgh Chamber of Commerce, 1917, the annual dinner of the Association of Cotton Manufacturers, Springfield, Massachusetts, 1917, the annual banquet of the Chamber of Commerce of the State of New York. 1911, the annual dinner of the American Bankers Association, and so on. In addressing these mighty men of money, there is no cruelty which our interlocking president will not endorse and defend, no vileness of slander he will not perpetrate against those who struggle for justice in our commercial hell. Political patent medicine men, he calls us, and he tells the masters of the clubs and bayonets, the gus bombs and machine guns, that we seek our ends by some means, violent if possible, peaceable if necessary. He tells about socialists whose conception of government is a sort of glorified lynching. And all this, you understand, not referring to the Bolsheviks, this in the days of the bull moose. In his speech before the Republican State Convention in 1912, President Butler portrayed the struggle with the progressives as one to decide whether our government is to be Republican or Cossack. He discussed proposals to amend the Constitution, saying it was like proposing amendments to the multiplication table. In the year 1911 we find him before the 143d annual banquet of the New. The Scholar in Politics 35. York Chamber of Commerce, stating that our businessmen are attacked, and that this constitutes civil war. Our political conventions are being besieged by every crude, senseless, half-baked scheme in the country. A terrifying situation, and what is to be done about it? The orator is ready with the answer. Why should not the Associated Businessmen of the United States unite to demand that the next political campaign be conducted with a view to their oversight and protection? The Associated Businessmen of the United States thought this was fine advice, so through the agency of their grand old party they nominated Nicholas Murray Butler for the office of Vice President of the United States. In that campaign Butler called one of his opponents, Theodore Roosevelt, a demagogue, and the other, Woodrow Wilson, a charlatan, and he triumphantly polled the electoral votes of the states of Utah and Vermont, a total of 8 out of a possible 491. But did that end the political ambitions of our interlocking president? It did not. He gave an honorary degree to the senator who had helped him carry the state of Utah, and continued diligently to cultivate the rich and powerful. In 1916 we find him in the field again, and this time his ambitions have swelled. He wishes to be President of the United States. In 1920 he wishes it still more ardently, his campaign managers solemnly assure the world that he will take nothing less. The Literary Digest conducted a straw vote in the spring of 1920 to find out what the American people wanted. 211,000 of them wanted General Wood, 164,000 wanted Senator Johnson, 20,000 of them wanted poor old Taft, and how many of them do you think wanted Nicholas Miraculous? 2,369. But did that trouble our interlocking president? It did not, because, you see, he knows that the politicians nominate what the interlocking directorate bids them nominate, and the people choose the least bad of the two interlocking candidates if they can find out which that is. So President Butler's campaign continued, and with the help of D.O. Mills, the banker, and Elihu Root, the fox, and Bill Barnes, the infamous, he corralled the 68 delegates of the New York State machine, and a few days before they departed for the Chicago Convention we 36. Find President Butler giving them a dinner and making them a speech at the Republican Club. They went to Chicago, and in the hotel rooms where the wires were pulled President Butler argued and pleaded and fought, but in vain. One of the most prominent Republicans in the United States described these scenes to me, and told of the pitiful, impotent fury of Butler when finally Harding was nominated. He stormed about the room, denouncing this man and that man. Look what I did for him, this, that and the other thing, and what he has done for me. And when the delegation returned from Chicago, Butler received the newspaper reporters and poured out his balked egotism in a statement which startled the country. He denounced the campaign backers of General Wood, a motley group of stock gamblers, oil and mining promoters, munition makers, and other like persons. These men, he said, had with reckless audacity started out to buy the presidency. He went on to picture the New York delegation, the heroic 68 who had stood by President Butler and saved the nation's honor. Then, of course, there was the devil let loose. General Wood came out in the next day's paper, denouncing Butler's statement as a vicious and malicious falsehood. It was necessary, said General Wood, to brand a faker and denounce a lie. And also there was Procter, Ivory soap magnate, and General Wood's principal backer, denouncing this self-seeking and cowardly attack. President Butler was interviewed by the New York Times, and was dignified. "I am sorry that General Wood lost his temper. It does not sound well." He went on to point out that the New York World had exposed the corruptionists who were putting up the money for General Wood. And this made lively material for the Democratic campaign, you can imagine. There was a hurried session of the trustees of the University of the House of Morgan a day or two after that break of President Butler's. I have been told on the best authority what went on there, but you don't need to be told, you can imagine it. The interlocking president had denounced stock gamblers, and here on his board was one who had made $2 million by cornering the market. He had denounced mining promoters, and here was a director in 3 mining companies. He had the scholar in politics 37 denounced munition makers, and here was the chairman of Remington Arms and Union Metallic Cartridge. The trustees laid down the law, either an apology or a resignation, and so, a couple of days later, the New York newspapers published a statement from President Butler as follows. "I am convinced that my word, spoken under the strain, turmoil, and fatigue of the Chicago Convention, and in sharp revolt against the power of money in politics, was both unbecoming and unwarranted, and that I should, and do, apologize to each and every one who felt hurt by what I said. The American people may have failed to appreciate the services of the president of their greatest university, but the plutocracy has appreciated him, and has showered upon him all the honors at its command. He has received honorary degrees from no less than 25 universities, he is a trustee of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, and of the New York Life Insurance Company the Interlocking Directorate. He is a member of 15 clubs, and author of 8 books of speeches. He has traveled abroad, and has been honored at Oxford and Cambridge, at Strasbourg and Breslau. He is a commander of the Red Eagle, with Star, of Prussia, this honor dating from the year 1910. In 1917-18 Nicholas Murray Butler was, of course, a vehement Hun hunter. He was also vehement in denouncing American socialists, on the basis of their supposed pro-Germanism. But let us go back 10 years, to the time when the seeds of the World War were being sown. What then was the attitude of American socialists, and what was the attitude of President Butler? In the year 1907 the author of published a study of world conditions, The Industrial Republic, in which he showed how the German Kaiser was drilling his people to make war on the world. The English edition of this book was barred from Germany by the Kaiser's government. The book showed how the German socialists were struggling against their autocrat, and appealed to Americans to give their sympathy and support. I quote, "I do not think that we shall sleep forever. I do not think that the memories of Jefferson and Lincoln will call to us in vain for 438. Ever, but assuredly there never was in all American history a sign of torpor so deep, of degeneration so frightful, as this fact that in such a crisis, when the downtrodden millions of the German Empire are struggling to free themselves from the tyranny of military and personal government, there should come to them not one breath of sympathy from the people of the American Republic. And all our interest, all our attention, is for that strutting turkey-cock, the warlord whose mailed fist holds them down. That monstrous creature, with his insane egotism, his blustering and his swaggering, his curled mustachios and military poses. An epileptic degenerate." And so on. It was strong language, but it seemed stronger than it does now. And let us ask, who were the American glorifiers of the Kaiser at whom these words were aimed? Head and front among them was Nicholas Murray Butler. In that same year of 1907, President Butler was spending the summer in Germany arranging for the epileptic degenerate to send a Kaiser professor to Columbia University, to heighten his prestige with the American people. I have taken the trouble to look up this errand of President Butler in Germany, and I quote one sample of what our representative told the German people about their ruler. In the Norddeutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, October 4, 1907, I read as follows. A second more spirited Honorar, Verurrer, of the Kaiser, Professor N. M. Butler, the President of Columbia University, returns home today, after a long sojourn in Germany. He explained among other things, I was twice invited to the imperial table, and I can only explain that the idea prevailing in America that the Kaiser is undependable is entirely erroneous. On the contrary, his personality has something uncommonly winning, and he possesses at the same time a democratic streak in his nature. The industrial and political activity, not merely of his own land, but of the entire world, awakens his most eager interest. He is a genuine statesman, and if he were not Kaiser he would surely become president. And then President Butler came home, and when someone jeered at the Kaiser in the New York Times, he rushed to the rescue with a letter full of glowing and eloquent praise, detailing all the virtues which a great ruler and statesman might possess, and pointing out the Kaiser as the sum of them all. It culminated with the sentence, he would have been chosen monarch or chief executive by popular vote of any modern people among whom his lot might have been cast. The Scholar in Politics 39. In enthusiasm for Wilhelm our miraculous Nicholas had been forestalled by Harvard University, which had already established an exchange professorship, and had got another Kaiser professor in the person of Munsterberg, the eminent psychologist of the plutocracy, who used to delight his employers by analyzing labor agitators in jail, and proving by up-to-date psychological tests that they had done whatever crimes they were accused of. There was bitter rivalry between these two Kaiser professors, and still more bitter rivalry between the Harvard professor and the Columbia professor in Berlin. For, of course, these exalted scholars did not go to represent the American people, they went to represent the plutocratic empire, and they did not appeal to the German people, they appealed to the Kaiser's court. The wives of these two professors got into a scrap over the question of court precedence, and denounced each other in the newspapers, and a Frenchman, writing a book about Germany, described the Kaiser's court chamberlain as bewailing in disgust the presence of increasing numbers of rich and well-gowned American women who got on their knees to ro3 alti, and on all occasions betrayed their total lack of breeding and good manners. But, you see, a German court chamberlain fails to realize the drabness of life in America, where the wives of eminent scholars have no way to demonstrate their superiority over one another, and when they come to places where there are courts and ceremonials they can hardly be blamed if the glory goes to their heads. We can hardly blame President Butler, because, after having had an 8-hour session with Kaiser Wilhelm, he hailed his host as one of the greatest statesmen of all time, but I think we may blame him just a little because he failed to imitate any of the good things which the Kaiser had done, and chose only the despotic things for his praise. For example, Kaiser Wilhelm had established old age pensions and unemployment insurance in Germany, and had abolished child labor from the country, but President Butler came home and in a telegram to the Illinois Bankers Association denounced the child labor law in such ferocious terms that even the interlocking directors were shocked, and refused to read the telegram at their meeting, or to give it to the press. 40. Chapter 9. Nicholas Miraculous. We are now familiar with the social and political career of Nicholas Murray Butler. We have next to observe him as an educational administrator. We shall devote generous space to the study, for the reason already explained that Columbia University is the largest and richest educational institution in the United States, and the model for all others that wish to grow large and rich. The author of its success is President Butler, and by observing him at work we learn how a university succeeds in the plutocratic empire, and what its success means to the faculty, the students, and the general public. In David Warfield's play, The Auctioneer, there is a scene in a second-hand clothing shop. The clerk comes up to the proprietor with a coat in his hand, and whispers. "How much?" "11.85, says the proprietor. But the clerk whispers, "Buying, not selling." "Oh," says the proprietor, with a sudden change of tone. $2. I am reminded of this when I follow President Butler from the great world of pub-HC affairs to the inside of his university. When he is interviewing political statesmen and millionaire backers and trustees, he values them at 11.85, but when he is talking to his professors and instructors, he values them at 30 cents. I have talked with some 20 men who have been or still are, under him, and I have their adjectives in my notebook: hard, insensitive, vulgar, materialistic. Insolence in conversation and letters is the phrase used by Professor Cattell, while one of Butler's deans said to me, "Men of refinement cannot stand his air of extreme prosperity and power. He rules the university as an absolute autocrat, he permits no slightest interference with his will. He furiously attacks or cunningly intrigues against anyone who shows any trace of interference, nor does he rest until he has disgraced the man and driven him from the university. His faculty council is a farce, because it has only advisory powers, and he overrides it when he sees fit. He makes promises to his faculty, to allow them this and that and the other kind of freedom and authority, but when Nicholas Miraculous 41. The time for action comes, he does exactly what he pleases. One of his favorite devices is to use the trustees as a club over the heads of his faculty. Whatever is done, it is the trustees who have done it, but no one ever knows what Butler has said to the trustees, or what he has advised them to do. No member of the faculty has a seat on the board, or ever gets near the board except he is summoned to be browbeaten for his opinions. Says Professor Joel E. Spingarn, in a pamphlet on this subject, moreover, all the officers of the university hold their positions at the pleasure of the trustees. This phrase has not as yet received final adjudication by any court of highest resort, but it is interpreted by the trustees to mean that the tenure of the professorial office is absolutely at their whim. No personal hearing is ever given by them to any member of the teaching staff, and a professor may learn of their intentions only after they have made their final decision of dismissal. This further increases the immense power of the president, since it is possible for him to prejudice the minds of the trustees against any officer toward whom his own feelings are unfriendly or of whom, for any reason, he entertains an unfavorable opinion. And Professor Spingarn goes on to show how the problems of academic freedom are handled by a committee of the trustees, whose meetings only 3 or 4 attend. These are Butler's intimates, in 1 or 2 cases his creatures. Says Professor Spingarn, under such a system, it is small wonder that the president is surrounded by sycophants, since sycophancy is a condition of official favor, small wonder that intellectual freedom and personal courage dwindle, explaining, if not justifying, the jibe of European scholars that there are 3 sexes in America, men, women, and professors. Small wonder that permission to give utterance to mild theories of parlor socialism is mistaken by American universities for superb freedom of action. But whatever may be the defects or the virtues of the system, it fails utterly unless the president is, as it were, a transparent medium between the teaching corps and the trustees. If he misrepresents the conditions of the university, if he distorts the communications entrusted to him for presentation to the trustees, if he uses his position to serve the ends of spite or rancor or his own ambition, hapless indeed, in Milton's words, is the race of men whose misfortune it is to have understanding. The gravest offense which a man can commit at Butler's University is to interfere in any way with the administration, to criticize it even privately. The safe thing is to have no ideas about this or anything else, and to be a perfect cog in the machine. At luncheon, in the faculty 42 club, if you have criticisms you make them to your most intimate friends, and in whispers, and whoever and whatever you may be, you make your reports on schedule time, you perform your duly and precisely appointed functions. You are in a great education factory, with the whir of its machinery all about you. It makes no difference if you are the foremost musician of genius that America has ever produced. You may be in the midst of composing your greatest sonata, but you must come at a certain hour to make your reports, and also you must not expect that an ornamental subject like music will be taken seriously, or its students granted full credits. If you protest about these matters you will receive cruel and insulting letters from the president, and if you don't like that, out you go. Nor does it make any difference if you are a great poet, an inspired critic and teacher of youth, like George Edward Woodberry. You will be forbidden to give courses at convenient hours and on interesting subjects, because you will drop all the students away from rival professors in your department, who do not happen to be teachers of genius, but are henchmen and political favorites of the president. If you persist in having your own way, you will have your assistant taken from you and your undergraduate courses abolished, and if your students revolt and raise an uproar in the newspapers, the ringleaders will be expelled. But you will not get back your assistant, no, not even though your students may offer to subscribe the money to pay for the assistant out of their own pockets. Not even though a Standard Oil millionaire may offer to endow the chair of the assistant in perpetuity. Consider the experience of Professor Joel E. Spingarn, a distinguished poet and scholar, who took Professor Woodberry's place in the Department of Comparative Literature, and filled it for many years acceptably. A member of the Department of Latin, Professor Harry Thurston Peck, was sued by a woman for breach of promise, and his letters were given to the newspapers. Professor Peck declared that the woman was a blackmailer, and most of the faculty at Columbia thought that he should not be judged guilty until the charge was proven, but Butler got rid of Peck, incidentally publishing statements about him which caused Peck to sue him for libel. Professor Spingarn was outraged at Butler's proceedings. Nicholas Macaculus 43 and introduced in the Faculty of Philosophy a resolution testifying to the academic services of Professor Peck, who had been 22 years with Columbia. This, of course, was a declaration of war upon the administration, and Butler made to Spingarn the threat, "If you don't drop this matter you will carrot it into trouble." Within 10 days thereafter he notified Spingarn that a committee of the trustees had voted to abolish his chair. Professor Spingarn published a pamphlet, in which he gave the history of the case, and the entire correspondence with Butler. I quote from his comments. "It would be disheartening to a proud son of Columbia to linger over all the details of official trickery and deception, of threat and insult, of manners even worse than morals, but it would be unjust to those who love Columbia's honor to hide from them the fact that, in the course of this single incident, the president of their alma mater told at least 5 deliberate falsehoods, broke at least 3 deliberate promises, and denied his own statements whenever it served his purpose to do so. It is without rancor, and with deep regret, that Professor Spingarn feels obliged to state these facts, and to express his mature conviction that the word or promise of President Butler is absolutely worthless unless it is recorded in writing, and that even a written document offers no certain safeguard against evasion or distortion. It is to this executive, with this code of honor, that Columbia entrusts all avenues of communication between the subservient faculties and the governing trustees. This is not a history or an estimate of President Butler's administration of Columbia, it is merely the record of a single abuse. But the record would be incomplete if it were not clearly made known that the facts, so far from being exceptional, are typical of his executive career. It is not merely that Columbia's greatest teachers, poets, musicians, have been lost to the university from the very outset as a result of his methods and his policies. The real scandal is worse than this. It is that in the conduct of its affairs a great university, so far from being above the commercialism of its industrial environment, actually employs methods that would be spurned in the humblest of business undertakings. Even the decencies of ordinary business are not always observed, and the poor scholar, unfamiliar with methods such as these, falls an easy prey. No device, however unworthy, is regarded as forbidden by custom or by honor. A professor may be asked to send in a purely formal resignation as a compliment to the prospective new head of his department, and then be dumbfounded to have his letter acted upon by the president immediately upon its receipt, and before the new head is actually appointed. A professor may be induced to come to Columbia by the assurance of the president that the usual contract, for 3 years or carried during the pleasure of the trustees, involves an actual obligation for 3 years on the part of the university, while another professor 44. Holding the same contract with the university may find his chair abolished, on the recommendation of the president, at the end of 2 years. These are actual cases. Shortly after the Spingarn incident, President Butler completed the 10th year of his administration at Columbia, and a banquet was held at the Hotel Astor, attended by some 200 members of the faculty. It was an evening of much felicitation, the New York Times reported, May 16, 1911, but there were almost imperceptible references to the recent conflicts. The Times report goes on to quote some jovial remarks by Professor Seligman, head of the Department of Political Science. I quote, Professor Seligman regaled the diners with some anecdotes of the days when Dr. Butler was an undergraduate. He told of a student to whom was spared the embarrassment of reciting by pulling the gong and getting the class dismissed. He said he did not know who that student was, but admitted that he had his suspicions, as he did in the case of the same student getting to the head of his class by making a 10 out of his 0 on the professor's record. The above anecdote proves once more the ancient truth, that the child is father to the man. It would seem that by careful watching of one's classmates one can pick out those students who are destined to grow up into college presidents who do not always tells the truth. Chapter X. The Lightning Change Artist. President Butler's career at Columbia has been like that of a drunken motorist in a crowded street. He has left behind him a trail of corpses. In the course of 20 years of office he has managed to expel or force to withdraw some 20 men, including most of the best in the place. The cases of McDowell and Woodbury occurred in 1902, the cases of Peck and Spingarn in 1910 and 1911. Beginning in 1917 there was a sudden series of casualties, but before these can be clearly explained, it is necessary that the reader should be made acquainted with another aspect of the career of Nicholas Miraculous as pacifist and prophet of the capitalist international. 45. Butler's friend, Carnegie, put up $10 million to establish a foundation in the cause of universal peace, and Butler became a trustee. The pointed question has been asked whether the Carnegie Peace Foundation pays for the elaborate banquets which President Butler serves to peace delegates in his home. Needless to say, when you have $500,000 a year to administer, you can hire a great many secretaries, and print a great deal of literature, and give a great many champagne banquets, and make a great splurge in the world. Butler engaged a young man, Leon Fraser, to organize a peace movement in the colleges, and had him made an instructor in the Department of Political Science at Columbia. We shall see in a minute what happened to this young man. In the summer of 1914 Butler went to Europe to continue his peace work, but not with entire success. He came home in September, very much horrified at what had happened in Europe, and to the students at the opening of the university he made a speech in which you find him at his best, with his clear, keen mind and driving energy. He denounced the war makers in language which left nothing to be desired. One thing this war had done, he said, it had put a final end to the contention, always stupid and often insincere, that huge armaments are an insurance against war and an aid in maintaining peace. This argument was invented by the war makers who had munitions of war to sell, since war is an affair of governments and of armies. One result of the present war should be to make the manufacture and sale of munitions of war a government monopoly hereafter. How anyone not fit subject for a madhouse, can find in the awful events now happening in Europe a reason for increasing the military and naval establishments and expenditures of the United States is to me wholly inconceivable. Militarism there is the enemy. Good for Nicholas Miraculous, you say. That is the sort of college president we want in America. But in the cold light of the morning after, our pacifist orator thought it over. Perhaps he remembered his interlocking Direct. Torrit the grim-visaged, growling wild boar, old Pierpont Morgan, preparing to make his $1 billion out of the British government, young Marcellus Hartley Dodge, chairman of Remington Arms and Union Metallic Car. 46. Trudge, getting ready to clean up his millions by cornering the market in munitions machinery. How awkward to meet Marcellus Hartley on the board, after talking about the contention, always stupid and often insincere. Invented by war makers who have munitions of war to sell. Also, Butler was expecting to be Republican candidate for president 2 years from date, and it would not be easy to carry Elihu Root and Bill Barnes and Jim Wadsworth for a government monopoly of Remington Arms and Union metallic cartridge, to say nothing of Bethlehem and Carnegie Steel. So President Butler sat himself down and edited his eloquence. The passages I have quoted are from the speech as given to the newspapers, September 24, 1914, but now see how it reads as published in Butler's book, America in Ferment. The contention, always stupid and often insincere, is softened to the contention, always made with more emphasis than reasonableness. The argument which was invented by the war makers who have munitions of war to sell now becomes an argument which was invented by those who really believe in war and in armaments as ends in themselves. That lets out Marcellus Hartley, you see, in fact, it lets out Butler's friend the Kaiser, and everybody in the world since Genghis Khan. The proposed plank for the Republican Party's presidential platform, providing for a government monopoly of the manufacture and sale of munitions of war, has been dropped overboard and lost forever, while the phrase about increasing the military and naval establishments and expenditures of the United States has been deftly turned into asking the United States to desist from its attempts to promote a new international order in the world. Let nobody expect that Nicholas Miraculous will abandon his charge of that $500,000 a year of Carnegie money. After this you will be prepared for any amount of hedging. President Butler had for 10 years been conducting with President Wheeler of the University of California an ardent rivalry for the affections of the Kaiser. But now the interlocking directorate is going to ken the Kaiser, and their university president is going to enlist in the speech-making brigade. Wheeler of California is 3,000 miles away from the seat of authority. But Butler gets the tip in time, and saves himself by climbing out on the faces of those who took seriously his belief in universal peace. For example, Leon Fraser, the young instructor who has been set to work organizing peace societies in American colleges, including Columbia. President Butler had sent a dean to ask Professor Beard to take Fraser into his department. Now he sent the dean to ask Beard to drop Fraser again. Professor Beard, who has a capacity for indignation, told the dean that Fraser had done what he had been employed to do, and had done it sincerely and capably, therefore it was his intention to propose Fraser for a full professorship, and then Beard showed the dean to the door. Beard took the matter to the members of his department, and they agreed unanimously that Fraser should be promoted. Knowing Butler as you now do, you will understand that he marked 2 more victims on his blacklist. One was Fraser and the other was Beard. Fraser was got rid of quickly. As soon as America entered the war, Butler announced that Columbia would not need so many professors, so he dropped 3, Fraser among them. Subsequently he took back the other 2, but Fraser meantime had enlisted. The dean remarked to a friend of mine, a Columbia professor, how fortunate it was that Fraser had gone to the war, so that a scandal over the question of his dismissal had been avoided. Yes, replied my friend, and wouldn't it be fortunate if he were shot to pieces, so that he could never come back and tell how Columbia treated him. The next experience in order of time is that of Professors Cattell and Dana, but since we have seen Beard put on the blacklist, perhaps we had better finish his story. Charles A. Beard is a sincere and determined fighter. Incidentally, he is one of America's leading economists and scholars. There was an uproar in the newspapers over the charge that a labor leader, speaking at a civic center in a New York public school, had said, "To hell with the stars and stripes." He didn't really say it, as you may read in the brass check, page 344. But the New York papers reported that he said it, so it was proposed to close all the civic centers in the schools. Professor Beard at 48. A public meeting stated that he did not think it was wise to close all the schools to the public, just because one labor leader was reported to have said, "To hell with the stars and stripes." So next morning one of the New York newspapers reported that Professor Beard of Columbia University had defended a labor leader for saying to hell with the stars and stripes. So now behold our professor summoned before the interlocking trustees in solemn conclave. They demanded to know what he had said, and he told them, and then, thinking that the incident was closed, he started to leave the room. But one of them called to him, and to the consternation of this leading economist and scholar, he was grilled for half an hour concerning his beliefs and teachings, by two members of the board: Frederick R. Coudert, lawyer and director of a trust company, a safe deposit company and a surety company, and Francis S. Bangs, lawyer and director in 5 express companies, a trust company, a savings bank, and a water power corporation. They demanded his views on war and peace, on Americanism and the Constitution, on capitalism and the rights of property, and when they had satisfied themselves that he did not believe anything for which he could be arrested, they dismissed him, with orders to warn all others in his department against teachings likely to inculcate disrespect for American institutions. Professor Beard went back to his colleagues, and reported this extraordinary scene, and the members of his department burst into roars of laughter, asking whether among the American institutions for which they were to teach respect the trustees included Tammany Hall and the pork barrel. Shortly after this it was announced that the trustees had appointed a special committee to investigate the ideas which were being taught at Columbia. The Committee on the State of Teaching, it was called, and its members were 4 lawyers and 1 banker. The response of the faculty was to meet and protest, and appoint a committee of 9 to defend themselves. The Faculty Council adopted a very strong resolution on the subject of academic freedom, which resolution, be it noted, was afterwards suppressed. The Twilight Zone 49. The Columbia faculty at this time was preparing for real action, and Butler had his hands full smoothing them down. He sent one of his deans to see Professor Beard, and plead with him not to push the issue. The trustees had learned their lesson, said Butler, the incident would never be repeated. Also, if Beard forced the matter he would greatly inconvenience Butler, who was just then in trouble with his trustees because of his pacifist activities. No more professors would be dismissed from Columbia, except with the consent of their departments, so Butler promised, but he kept this promise no more than he kept others. Soon afterwards he got rid of Leon Fraser, and after that of another member of the faculty. Butler had promised that all nominations for promotion should come from the faculty, but soon afterwards he sent an ambassador to Beard, to say that a certain man whom the department proposed to promote would be refused promotion by the trustees, so the man was not named for promotion, and Butler was able to go on saying that all moves for promotion in Columbia came from the various departments. Professor Beard had had enough, and handed in his resignation, in which he paid his respects to the few obscure and willful trustees who now dominate the university and terrorize the young instructors. Discussing the subject of academic tenure, he said, "The status of a professor in Columbia is lower than that of a manual laborer." Chapter 11. The Twilight Zone. A well-known American scientist made to RNE the statement that there has not been a man of distinction called to Columbia in 10 years, nor has one arisen there. To attribute so much to Butler and his interlocking trustees might seem to credit them with superhuman maleficence, but the scientist explained the phenomenon, as follows: American university teachers are greatly underpaid. There is no first-class man who could not get more money if he turned his energies to other pursuits. If he stays as a teacher, it is because he loves the work, and is willing to accept his reward in other forms in the 50. Spect of his fellow men. But if he finds that he has no standing and no power, if he sees himself and his colleagues browbeaten and insulted by commercial persons, if he knows that all the world pays no attention to his opinions, assuming him to be the puppet of commercial persons, then the dignity of the academic life is gone, and nothing is left but an inadequate money reward. What you have at Columbia is a host of inferior men, dwelling, as one phrased it to me, in a twilight zone of mediocrity, dull pedants, raking over the dust heaps of learning and occupying their minds with petty problems of administration. They have full power to decide whether Greek shall be given in 9 courses or 9 1/2, also whether it shall count for 4 credits or 4 and a quarter. And we love that, said one to me, with a bitter sneer. The standing of Columbia University in the field of science under the regime of the interlocking president was interestingly revealed by a study published in Science in 1906, and continued in 1910, a statistical study of American men of science, by J. McKean Cattell, professor of psychology in Columbia University. It so happens that Professor Cattell has become President Butler's most vigorous opponent, but this investigation had no special reference to Columbia, and the method of conducting it was such as to preclude favoritism. A list of the 1,000 leading men of American science was obtained by writing to 10 leading men in 12 different branches of science, and asking them to name the most eminent representatives of their science in the country. The 1,000 leaders thus selected were studied from various points of view, their ages, the countries from which the carrot came, the institutions at which they studied, the institutions with which they were connected. Of these leaders it appeared that 38 had taken their doctorate degrees at Columbia, while 102 had taken their degrees at Johns Hopkins, 78 had studied at Columbia, while 237 had studied at Harvard. In 1905 Columbia had 60 of the 1,000 leaders on its faculty, while Harvard had 66 and Yale 26, but in 1910 Columbia had 48, a loss of 12, while Harvard had 79, a gain of 13, and Yale had 38, a gain of 12. In the listing of 1910 it appeared that 238 scientific men had gained a place among the leaders. The Twilight Zone 51. While 201 had lost their standing in that group. A study of the institutions with which these men were connected revealed an extraordinary state of affairs. Among the Harvard men 22 had won their way to the first 1,000. Among the Chicago men 13 had won, while among Columbia men, with a much larger faculty, only 8 had won. On the other hand, 6 Harvard men had lost their standing, and 3 Chicago men, while 12 Columbia men had lost. More than in any other institution in the United States. So much for academic autocracy. Another table presented a study of the ratio between the number of distinguished men at each institution and the total number of the faculty at that institution. Disregarding fractions, it appeared that 1 man in every 7 at Harvard belonged among the first 1,000, 1 man in every 6 at Chicago, 1 in every 5 at Johns Hopkins, 1 in every 2 at Clark, and 1 in every 13 at Columbia. Taking the ratio of distinguished men to the number of students, it appeared that there was 1 distinguished scientist for every 21 students at Johns Hopkins, and 1 for every 96 students at Columbia. Considering the matter in relation to the value of buildings and grounds, it appeared that Massachusetts Institute of Technology had a distinguished scientist for every $53,000 worth of buildings and grounds, while Columbia had 1 for every $259,000 worth. Considering the matter in relation to income, it appeared that Johns Hopkins had a distinguished man for every $10,000 of income, while Columbia had 1 for every $45,000. Before I finish with this book, I expect to show you that all the colleges in the United States are plutocratic, but there are some which are less plutocratic than others, and the above figures will show you exactly what the plutocratic policy does, when it has its way completely, to crush the life of the intellect, and turn a great institution of learning into a thing of bricks and mortar without a soul. There are some 1,500 men on the Columbia faculty, but you can count upon the fingers of one hand the men of any originality and force of character. John Dewey has stayed on, being the foremost educator in the country, it would make a terrible fuss if he were to go. Butler notes that Dewey takes no part in the internal 52 politics of the university, but politely resigned from a faculty committee to supervise expulsions, when he discovered that this committee was to have no power. There is one other professor at Columbia who is known to be a socialist, a very quiet one, who has retired from the Socialist Party, and is writing an abstract work on metaphysics. He is useful to Butler and the whole crowd of the interlocking directorate, because whenever the question of academic freedom is raised, they can say, "Look at Montague, he is a socialist." Similarly, in the worst days of reaction in Germany, they used to have in their universities what were called Renommier Professoren, that is to say, boast professors, or, as we should say in vulgar American, shirt fronts. In the same way, whenever Bismarck was conducting his campaigns against the Jews, he was always careful to have one Jew in the cabinet. I count over these Renommier Professoren in American universities, 2 at Columbia, 1 at Chicago, 2 at Wisconsin, 1 at Stanford, and 1 at Clark, expecting to be fired, a very young man at Johns Hopkins, and 2 old ladies at Wellesley. That is the complete list, so far as my investigations reveal, 10 out of a total of some 40,000 college and university teachers, and that shows how much American colleges and universities have to make a pretense of caring about freedom. Exactly how does the plutocratic regime operate to eliminate originality and power? The process is perfectly shown in the case of Professor Goodnow, now president of Johns Hopkins University. Goodnow taught administrative law at Columbia, and when Professor Burgess withdrew, Goodnow was the choice of the faculty for the Ruggles Professorship, one of the most important chairs in Columbia. Butler had promised the faculty that each department should decide its own promotions, but he was worried about Goodnow, because Goodnow had published a book in which he set forth the dangerous idea that the Constitution of the United States as it now exists is not final. Goodnow studied the Constitution as the product of a certain social environment, and that maddens Butler. "Don't you think there are some things we can call settled?" he remarked, irritably, to one of my informants. So the trustees, without consulting the faculty of the Twilight Zone 53 Political Science, passed over Goodnow, and appointed one of the interlocking directors. William D. Guthrie, law partner of one of the trustees, a corporation lawyer, rich, smooth, hard, and ignorant, was selected to come once a week during half a semester, and give a lecture interpreting the Constitution as the interlocking directorate wants it interpreted, a permanent bulwark against any kind of change in property relations. He did none of the work of an ordinary college professor, but conferred upon the university his plutocratic prestige for the sum of $7,500 a year. Or consider the testimony of Bayard Boyesen, who was a member of the Columbia faculty for several years, and whose father was one of Columbia's oldest and most honored professors. Says young Boyesen, in a letter to me, "You speak of whispering at the faculty club. It was worse than that. I have on several occasions seen professors, after beginning luncheon at one table, rise and go to another because the talk had turned, not to radical propaganda, but to a purely intellectual discussion of such subjects as socialism, syndicalism, and the like. I was on at least 20 occasions asked by different professors and instructors to hold as confidential the ideas they had expounded to me as their own. To show the utter cowardice of many of the professors, I will relate a personal incident. During my third year as instructor at Columbia, I resigned in order to have all my time for other work, but was persuaded by a senior professor of my department to remain. He wrote me a very strong letter in praise of my work and guaranteed me a full professorship for the following year. When, however, I got into trouble with the trustees because of radical speeches made before audiences of laboring men, and because of a pamphlet I had written on education, the professor came to me and asked me to return the letter he had sent me. Very evidently, he feared that I might jeopardize his position if I quoted from it. And this man had told me that he could hardly see his way to remaining at Columbia unless I was there to help in building up a department sadly in need of rejuvenation. An illustration of how Columbia gets rid of its undesirables. I was told by Professor Ashley Thorndike of my department, English, that a charge had been preferred against me by Dr. Butler acting for the trustees, and that therefore I could not be recommended for appointment the following year. He refused to tell me what the charge was, on the ground that he was pledged not to reveal it. I thereupon wrote to Dr. Butler requesting an interview. His secretary wrote that the president was too busy to see me. I then threatened to bring the matter to court, for though an instructor's tenure of office is for 1 year only, I felt sure that the trustees had no right to make a charge of any kind. 5. 54. Against me without giving me an opportunity to answer it. After this, I obtained an interview with the president, during which he said that no charges of any sort had been made and that it was purely a departmental matter. He refused, however, to put this into writing, though he several times reiterated it. I returned to Professor Thorndike, and told him, as politely as circumstances would allow, that either he or Dr. Butler had misinformed me. He replied evasively that a man of my intelligence should have understood the whole matter from the beginning, and added significantly that I had been warned before in regard to my outside activities. I finally obtained from him an oral statement that there were no charges against me, as well as a grudging apology for the misunderstanding. Chapter 12. The Academic Department Store. I have several times mentioned in this narrative Professor Cattell and his opinions of Columbia. My story would not be complete without an account of his adventures, for he was the one man who gave the interlocking directors a real fight. James McKean Cattell was a teacher at Columbia for 26 years. He was the first professor of psychology in any university in the world. He is the editor of 4 leading scientific journals. Cattell objected to some of Butler's methods, such as the appointment of an unfit professor in his division, because this man brought with him a gift of $100,000. Cattell was left to learn of this appointment from the newspapers, and when he protested, Butler wrote him insolent letters, trying to force him to resign, as he had done with McDowell and Woodbury. But Cattell stuck, whereupon Butler took from him the use of 6 rooms, a laboratory of psychological research which had been built with funds obtained by Cattell. The income of a trust fund of $100,000, which Cattell had got to increase the facilities of his department, was taken to pay Cattell's own salary. Cattell then withdrew as head of his department, and took no more part in Columbia's politics. But he published articles criticizing the Carnegie pension scheme, in which Butler was a leading spirit. He showed how it was used to control the university professor, as seniority rights. The academic store 55 and pensions are used to keep employees in order. So in 1910 a resolution proposing to dismiss Cattell was before the trustees. In 1913 he published a book on university control, in which he demonstrated that 85% of the members of college and university faculties are dissatisfied with the present system of the management of scholars by businessmen. In punishment for this the trustees voted to retire him on a pension, taking the step without the knowledge of the faculty. There was unanimous protest, and the trustees yielded. In 1917 Professor Cattell wrote a letter to members of the faculty club, referring to our much climbing and many talented president. This, of course, was lèse majesté, and for the 3rd time a resolution proposing to dismiss Professor Cattell was presented to the trustees, but action was postponed, on the recommendation of a committee of deans and professors. Nicholas Miraculous bided his time, and several months later came the chance to get rid of Cattell and at the same time to exhibit his new patriotism. Cattell wrote a letter to a congressman, in support of pending legislation exempting from combatant service in Europe conscripts who objected to war. The interlocking trustees, who had already conscripted themselves to make money out of the war, took the position that in writing this letter Cattell had committed a crime, and they suddenly dismissed him from the university. In spite of his 26 years' service, they did not even take the trouble to notify him what they proposed to do, but left him to learn of their action from a newspaper reporter who waked him in the middle of the night. The trustees declared that a professor could not take a stand on any public question as his own personal opinion, to which Cattell replied, when trustees announce that no statement can be made by a teacher that is not affirmed by Columbia University, they challenge the intellectual integrity of every teacher. These ferocious old men who had conscripted themselves to make money out of the war were not content to get rid of a too independent professor, they wished to brand him for life, so they rushed to the press with a statement charging him with treason, sedition, and obstruction to the enforcement of the laws of the United 56 States. And this although Professor Cattell was actively engaged in psychological work for the Army, and his only son who was of war age had already volunteered. Professor Cattell, in his counter-statement, referred to the trustees as men whose horizon is bounded by the two sides of Wall Street with Trinity Church at the end. He described the university as a place overrun with intrigue and secret diplomacy. He said of President Butler, he has run the university as a department store, playing the part of both proprietor and floor walker to the faculty, while an errand boy to the trustees. Asterisk. Cattell brought suit for libel and threatened to sue for the pension to which he was entitled. The trustees waited several years, until the libel case was about to come up for trial, and then admitted their guilt by paying $45,000 of the university's money. With Professor Cattell there went out Professor H.W.L. Dana, a grandson of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow and of Richard Henry Dana. His crime was that he had belonged to the People's Council with the knowledge of President Butler. Shortly after this went Beard, and Henry Mussey, one of Columbia's most loved professors. Also my old teacher, James Harvey Robinson. I write the above, and then the doorbell of my home rings, and there enters another man who went out, Leon Arjruni, an Armenian with an irrepressible sense of humor, who for 2 years was a professor of economics. I do not have to ask Arjruni about his success as a teacher, because his reputation has preceded him. He brought Columbia $12,000 a year in tuition fees, of which they paid him $3,000 to lecture on labor problems, and every now and then they would send for him and make anxious faces over the fact that he taught the realities of modern industry. Professor Seligman, his dean, heard the distressing report that he made some of his young ladies' graduate students out of Barnard unhappy. It would be all right for older. Asterisk. The statements concerning Columbia University in the above paragraph were contained in a confidential statement sent by Professor Cattell to some of the Columbia faculty. In fairness to Professor Cattell, I wish to state that he did not furnish me with this statement, either directly or indirectly, and I have not asked his permission to quote from it. The Academic Store 57. People, said Professor Seligman, but not for the young, who are so impressionable. Said Arjruni. What's the use of teaching them when they're so old that I can't make any impression? The students asked him about an IWW strike, and he told how such a matter appeared to the strikers. Don't they get enough to eat? Asked one, a young army officer. Yes, I suppose so, said the professor, but so do the owners get enough to eat? That isn't the only issue. Professor Arjruni gave that answer at 10 o'clock in the morning, and at 12 he went to the faculty club for lunch, and there on the faces of his colleagues he saw written the dreadful tidings he had been reported. The busy telephone system of the university had informed the whole campus that the genial Armenian had been discovered to be a member of the IWW. He had boasted to his classes of carrying a red card, and all his colleagues were so sorry for him. Arjruni was summoned before Butler, and instead of taking it meekly, he demanded a showdown. Who was it that accused him of belonging to the IWW and of carrying a red card? Butler refused to tell him, evading the issue, so the professor went on the warpath. It happens that he is a rich man, not dependent upon anybody's favor, so he went to Woodbridge, dean of the faculty, announcing that he was going to bring suit against the university that very day. He would put Butler on the witness stand, and find out whether a college professor has any rights, or can be slandered at will. Instantly, of course, the whole machinery of intimidation collapsed. It had never occurred to anyone that a college professor might act like a man. They would drop the whole matter, say nothing more about the red card, give Arjruni promotion and increase his salary, anything to keep out of court. The professor of labor problems laughed at them, and following the example of all other self-respecting men, went out into the free world. 58. Chapter 13. The Empire of Dullness. Those who have stayed in the great academic department store have stayed under the shadow of disgrace. Branded as men who love their pitiful salaries more than they love their self-respect and dignity as scholars, more than they love the cause of democracy and justice throughout the world. They stay on the terms that the voice of democracy and justice is silent among them, while the voice of reaction bellows with brazen throat. I have shown you the plutocratic president storming the banquet halls of merchants and manufacturers and bankers, pouring out what Gutzon Borglum, the sculptor, described as his sweeping intolerance of free speech and of organization by those not of his belief. And everything in Colombia or connected with Colombia has been stamped with the impress of Butler's hard materialism, his cold and calculating snobbery. He uses the prestige of his university to confer honors on reaction both at home and abroad. In 1912 he honored Senator Underwood, praising him to the skies as the leader of democracy, this in the hope of keeping Woodrow Wilson from getting the Democratic nomination for president. In 1922 we find him glorifying an Episcopal bishop, the rector of Trinity Church, the governor of the Federal Reserve Board, a Belgian baron, a Portuguese viscount, the Chinese ambassador, and Paderewski, apostle of Polish militarism. With the help of his millionaire trustees, Butler has built up an alumni machine, and the alumni paper is the organ of his personal glory. He has built up a faculty machine, of men who understand that they are free so long as they agree with their president, and who go forth to carry out the president's will wherever the Columbia influence reaches, which is throughout the entire school and college system of our plutocratic empire. Butler, you understand, was head of the Department of Education at Columbia. He fixed the policy of this department, making it a machine for the turning out of educational experts, trained to see life as a battleground of money ambition, and to run the schools as Fe. 59. Dent factories. Butler edited the Educational Review, and the present editor is a Columbia man, and his puppet. I shall take you with me before long for a trip over the United States, and show you the Tammany Hall of Education, the League of Superintendents, and the politicians of the National Educational Association, financed by the book companies and other big grafters, and combining with the chambers of commerce and professional patriots to drive out viralism in education as in politics, and resist every new idea in every department of human thought and activity. They are backed by the political machines of special privilege, and protected and glorified by the brass check press, and everywhere you find Columbia men the leading advocates of routine, red tape, and reaction. I turn over my notes. The people of New York are struggling in the grip of rapacious landlords, and here comes Samuel McCune Lindsay, professor of social legislation at Columbia University, with a pamphlet to demonstrate that there is really no shortage of apartments, but on the contrary a surplus of 30,000. The Lockwood Commission puts the professor on the stand and draws out the fact that he was paid $500 by the Real Estate Board for the writing of this pamphlet. Samuel Untermeyer, counsel of the commission, characterizes Professor Lindsay's figures as absurd, and forces the professor to admit that he made no actual investigation, and has no practical knowledge. I turn to another page. Dr. Albert Shields is superintendent of the public schools of Los Angeles in the year 1919, and at the height of the White Terror in America he publishes in President Butler's Educational Review an article denouncing the Soviet government. At a mass meeting in Los Angeles the chairman states that he has made count of the errors of fact in this article, and they total 124. Louise Bryant, just returned from Russia, is at the meeting, and the audience votes to send a challenge to Dr. Shields to debate with her. Someone in the audience puts up a $200 Liberty bond to pay Dr. Shields, and the audience contributes over $1,200 to give publicity to the debate. Dr. Shields is invited to appear, and his answer is, I believe it is contrary to good public policy. 60. To place Bolshevism and its practices on a par with debatable questions, an answer which so delights President Butler that he calls Dr. Shields to New York, to become Associate Director of the Institute of Educational Research of Columbia University. Yet another case. The people of North Dakota are trying to take over the education of their own children and liberalize the school system of their state, and here comes George D. Strayer, professor of educational administration at Columbia University, addressing the Legislative Committee of the State Educational Committee, Minot, North Dakota, April 18, 1919, attacking the proposed new laws, and laying out a complete program of pedagogical Toryism. No violation of academic propriety for a Columbia professor to take part in politics provided it is on the side of special privilege. Nor is it a violation of academic propriety if a Columbia professor rushes into the capitalistic press, provided he rushes in defense of his masters. In the New York Times for May 22, 1922, I find Professor James C. Egbert, Director of University Extension and Director of the School of Business of Columbia University, spreading himself to the extent of 3 columns on the subject of labor education. There was no slightest occasion for this professor to spread himself, nobody asked his opinion, he did not even have the pretext of a public address before some bankers' association. The only camouflage which the Times provides is the phrase, in a recent interview that is, in this precise present interview with the Times. After which the Times goes on to publish nearly 3 columns of the professor's manuscript, with nothing but quotation marks to keep up the pretense that it is an interview. Says the professor, the educational system devised by the labor unions has virtually broken down, which is a plain lie. The professor then goes on to say that the proper place for the labor unions to come for their education is to the established universities. I read the professor's 3 columns of eloquence, and realized that I learned the whole thing when I was 3 years old, in 2 lines of nursery rhyme. "Won't you come into my parlor, asterisk," said the spider to the fly. 61. What is the final product of all this system we have been studying? It may be stated in one word, which is dullness. Some men are hired, and they are hired because they are dull, and will do dull work, and they do it. The student comes to college, full of eagerness and hope, and he finds it dull. He has no idea why it should be so. It is incredible to him that men should be selected because they are dull, and should be fired if they prove to be anything but dull. All he sees is the dullness, and he hates it, and cuts it as much as he can, and goes off to practice football or get drunk. I quote one more paragraph from the letter of Bayard Boyesen. There is nothing tending to make a teacher so enthusiastic and optimistic as any average class of freshmen, the great majority of whom come to Columbia eager, alert, and responsive to every contact with beauty, nobility, aspiration and high endeavor, and there is nothing tending to make the teacher so disappointed and pessimistic as to see these same young men, after they have been blunted and flattened, go out with smiles of cynical superiority, to take their allotted places in the world of American business. All this wealth, all this magnificence, stone and concrete and white marble, and inside it dullness and death. You read about the millions given for education, and rejoice, thinking it means progress, but all that the millions can buy is dullness and death. Look at Nicholas Murray Butler, with a $10 million peace foundation, which he uses to finance the writing of a history of the war. $500,000 a year, donated to bring peace to mankind, and now, in the greatest crisis of history, Butler sets a man to writing a history of a war. If you think I exaggerate when I state that the Columbia system means the deliberate exclusion of new ideas, and of living, creative attitudes, listen to our plutocratic president himself, laying down the law on the subject of education. The duty of one generation is to pass on to the next, unimpaired, the institutions it has inherited from its forebears. Just so. To keep mankind as it has been, forever and ever, world without end, amen. Is it anybody's duty to discover new truth and complete man's mastery over nature? Is it anybody's duty to inspire us, that we may cease to be the bloody-handed savages that history has left us? Is it anybody's business to bring order out of our commercial anarchy, and use the collective 62 powers of mankind for the making instead of the destroying of life? It is nobody's business to do these things. What we go to college for is to learn about our ancestors, and become what they were, the pitiful victims of blind instincts. Chapter 14. The University of Lee Higginson. There is a saying that when you go to Philadelphia they ask you who your grandfather was, and when you go to New York they ask you what you are worth, and when you go to Boston they ask you what you know. We are now going to the hub of America's intellectual life, and make ourselves familiar with our most highly cultured university. We shall begin, as before, by investigating those who run it, and straightway we shall get a shock. We shall find not merely the interlocking directorate, the princes, and the dukes, and the barons, we shall find the emperor himself, none other than J. Pierpont Morgan. I was puzzled when I studies the affairs of Columbia, for I knew that the elder Morgan had been on the board until his death, and I could not imagine how President Butler managed to overlook his son and heir. When I came to study Harvard, I discovered the reason. The younger Morgan was graduated from Harvard in 1889. The purpose of such interchanges of royalty is, of course, to cement the bonds of empire. The house of J. P. Morgan and Company is closely allied with the Boston banking house of Lee, Higginson and Company. Mr. Morgan was re-elected to the Harvard board in 1917, along with Francis Lee Higginson, Jr., of Lee, Higginson and Company, Elliott Wadsworth, representative of Stone and Webster, an allied banking house, Howard Elliott, then president and now chairman of the New Haven, a Morgan Railroad, and, finally, a prominent corporation lawyer in San Francisco, representing the interlocking directorate in that city. In his discussion of the Pujo report, Justice Brandeis wrote that concentration of banking capital has proceeded even farther in Boston than in New York. He, University of Lee Higginson 63, goes on to tell of three great banking concerns, with their interlocking directorates, controlling 92% of Boston's money resources. These concerns competed in minor and local matters, said Mr. Brandeis, but they were all allied with Morgan. Financial concentration seems to have found its highest exemplification in Boston. And exactly the same thing is true of the concentration of control of Harvard University and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and the group of smaller colleges located in eastern Massachusetts. They are all State Street, this being the Boston equivalent of Wall Street. In 1916 the New York Evening Post, at that time in rebellion against the House of Morgan, published an interesting study of the financial connections of the governing board of Harvard. There are 6 members of the Harvard Corporation, known as the Fellows, and these are appointed for life. In addition, there are 30 overseers, elected by the whole body of graduates. The New York Evening Post examined these latter, and found 11 capitalists and 7 lawyers, a generous majority for the plutocracy. Nor was there much danger to the plutocracy from some of the others, those classified as public men including Senator Lodge and F.A. Delano, ex-president of several railroads. A year later the Evening Post made a further examination, considering not merely the fellows and the overseers, but the 9 directors of the Harvard Alumni Association, the 9 members of the association's nominating committee, 20 candidates for overseers who had just been called, and 6 who had just been called as candidates for directors of the association. That made a body of 80 Harvard graduates, 40 of them Boston men, and 29 of these 40 being financial men, or attorneys for the State Street houses. All but 6 were connected with the 3 interlocked financial institutions. 20 were connected with Lee, Higginson and Company or its institutions, 9 with the Old Colony Trust Company, the Great Lee Higginson Bank, 5 with Lee, Higginson and Company itself, 4 directors in another Lee Higginson Bank, 6 directors in a Lee Higginson Savings Bank, 6 in another Lee Higginson Savings Bank, 4 in a Lee Higginson Insurance Company, and 6 attorneys for 64. These. State Street, you see, is like Virginia. The old families have been intermarrying for so long that everybody is related to everybody else. A Harvard graduate wrote to the New York Evening Post, Harvard has assets to be invested of about $34 million. Is that the reason why practically 5/6 of the Boston business representation, of Harvard, is affiliated with investment banking concerns, or is it because they wish to use Harvard as a knighthood for their friends? The Evening Post went on politely to say that it did not believe this was the case. The financial domination of Harvard had resulted by accident. But this bit of humor did not save the Evening Post from the wrath of the interlocking directorate. The paper offended also by opposing America's entry into the war, and so the valuable advertising business of Lee, Higginson & Co. was withdrawn, and shortly afterwards the owner of the paper was forced to sell out to Mr. Lamont, a partner of the House of Elorgan. This story is in the brass check, page 248. To complete it, we should note the part played by Harvard in the swallowing. It was a Harvard overseer who bought the Evening Post. Another overseer is now president and trustee of the Evening Post Company, and a third overseer is also a trustee of the Evening Post Company. Also, it will be worthwhile to notice the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, until recently a part of Harvard. This is one of the most marvelous collections of plutocrats ever assembled in the world. It includes the president of the Powder Trust, and his cousin Mr. Coleman DuPont, who is Emperor of the state of Delaware, also Mr. Eastman, the Kodak King, two of our greatest international bankers, Mr. Otto Kahn and Mr. Frank Vanderlip, Mr. Howard Elliott, chairman of the New Haven, Mr. Elisha Lee, vice president of the Pennsylvania, both members of the firm of Stone and Webster, with all of its enormous electrical interests, also 9 other electrical bankers, 2 officials of the General Electric Company, 1 big electrical manufacturer, and 6 others who are interested in electric railways. Make particular note of this mass of electrical connections, because in succeeding chapters you will find several amusing instances of the influence of electric light and electric rail. University of Lee Higginson's 65-way interests upon the policy and teaching of both Harvard and Massachusetts Tech. As we have seen, the endowment of Harvard was estimated at $34 million in 1917, and since then there has been a campaign in which nearly $15 million was raised. This money is under the direction of the Morgan Lee Higginson Directorate, and needless to say is largely invested in Morgan Lee Higginson Enterprises. We are told by some friends of Harvard that Harvard stands for liberalism in American education. Do you suppose that Harvard stands for liberalism in American industry? Do you suppose that the votes of Harvard administrators are cast for policies of justice and democracy in the enterprises it exploits? You suppose that, you are extremely naive. The Harvard votes are cast, just as any other votes of any other business concerns are cast, for the largest amount of dividends for Harvard. For example, Harvard owns 2,500 shares in a Boston department store. Has Harvard done anything to humanize the management of that store? It has not. Harvard likewise operates a mine. Harvard has a graduate business school and trains executives to run mines on the basis of getting the maximum production at the lowest cost, and maintaining the present system of industrial feudalism. I take these facts concerning the Harvard investments from a paper by Harry Emerson Wilds, a Harvard graduate. It is interesting to note that I/IR. Wilds at the time he made the study was doing voluntary publicity work for the alumni group which was raising Harvard funds in Philadelphia, and Mr. Wilds was dropped immediately after the study saw the light. We have seen how Columbia owns stocks and bonds in American railroads, public service corporations, and industrial corporations of all sorts. Exactly the same thing is true of Harvard. Says Mr. Wilds. 12 separate cities feed the Harvard purse from their traction lines, and more than 100 pay tribute from their lighting, heating, gas, and power plants. Harvard has $2 million in the traction game. The 2-cent transfer charge on New York City trolleys goes to pay the interest on $750,000 worth of traction bonds in Harvard ownership, and Boston 10-cent fare goes partially to Harvard's $350,000 in Boston traction bonds. 66. Mr. Wilds goes on to study the effect of these investments upon Harvard, and the effect which Harvard, through the power of these investments, might have upon the industrial life of the country. I cannot present the subject better than he has done, so I quote his words. With rapid transit lines throughout the nation in a state of rising fares, and continual labor strife taking place, the intervention of a conciliatory investor holding any such amounts might aid in bringing better harmony between the companies on the one hand and the public and the workmen on the other. But nothing has been done by Harvard University, nor by any educational body in the land, to work for the friendship of either public or labor towards the transit lines. How strenuously the influence of Harvard will be thrown on the side of limitation of armaments and the ending of war may be gauged by the total of more than $1 million worth of ordnance bonds and munitions stock owned by the corporation. And, as these are largely in great steel corporations such as Bethlehem, Midvale, and Illinois, the attitude of the college heads towards the move for unionizing workers can be clearly understood. When railroad brotherhoods put forth a plan for guild operation of the lines, they face a mighty opposition from security investors. The $8 million which Harvard holds in railroad stock and bonds would be affected by victory for the Plum Plan. The professors of economics and particularly of railroad operation and finance can scarcely be expected to imbue their scholars with a holy zeal for the securing of the brotherhood aims. Evidence of the patriotic ardor of the financiers directing Harvard's investments may be readily seen in the fact that only 1% of the funds of the university is invested in the Liberty loans. The total of United States bonds held is less than half of that spent for bonds of 5 foreign nations. Intervention in Mexico would perhaps be pleasing to the authorities, since they hold a total of nearly $100,000 in Mexican government bonds. So, also, is the pacification of Central America through the stationing of American Marines and Blue Jackets in those lands. Meddling of our State Department in the internal affairs of Costa Rica, Honduras, San Salvador, and the rest helps to uphold the value of another $100,000 worth of United Fruit Company bonds. This company notoriously controls entire nations in Central America and sets up or deposes presidents at its whim. There is scarcely a large community north of Panama that is not in some degree tapped by the Harvard Treasury. The American college is becoming the strongest single force in the world. Its management is almost entirely in the hands of international bankers or men dependent upon that group. These bonds have just been paid off, but the ability to pay them off was of course assured by American intervention. 67. Such are the business facts underlying Harvard University, such are the roots of the plant, and we shall now examine its flowers. Chapter 15. The Harvard Tradition. Harvard has a tradition, which is a part of the tradition of New England. It is one of scholarship, of respect for the dignity of learning. Money counts in New England, but money is not enough, so you will be told. You must have culture also, and the prestige of the intellectual life. More than that, in New England is found that quality which must necessarily go with belief in the intellectual life, the quality of open-mindedness, the willingness to consider new ideas. Such is the tradition, and first, it will pay us to ask, how did the tradition originate? Was it made by Harvard University? Or was it made by Charles Sumner, anti-slavery senator from Massachusetts, who was found unfit to be a professor in the Harvard Law School, and wrote to his brother, I am too much of a reformer in law to be trusted in a post of such commanding influence as this has now become? Was it made by Harvard, or by Wendell Phillips, who, according to his biographer, Sears, denounced the restraint of Harvard, which he attributed to affiliation with the commercial interests of Boston, and the silence they imposed on anti-slavery sentiments? Was it made by Harvard or by William Lloyd Garrison, who was dragged through the streets of Boston with a rope about his neck, by a silk-hat mob of State Streeters, many of them of course from Harvard? Sumner, Phillips, and Garrison were extremists, you may say, and the best traditions are not made by such. They are made by scholars, who lead retired lives and guide others by the power of thought. Very well, New England has had no more revered scholar, no more keen thinker than Emerson. Emerson was gentle, Emerson was dignified, and you will find Emerson a part of the Harvard tradition. One of its halls bears his name. So let us see what Emerson had to report about the Harvard of his time, how much credit he gives it for progress in 68. The Anti-Slavery Days. Writing in 1861, in the celebration of the intellect Emerson said, Harvard College has no voice in Harvard College, but State Street votes it down on every ballot. Everything will be permitted there, which goes to adorn Boston Whiggism. Is it geology, astronomy, poetry, antiquities, art, rhetoric. But that which it exists for, to be a fountain of novelties out of heaven, a Delphos uttering warning and ravishing oracles to lift and lead mankind that it shall not be permitted to do or to think of. On the contrary, every generosity of thought is suspect and has a bad name. And all the youths come out decrepit citizens, not a prophet, not a poet, not a daimon, but is gagged and stifled or driven away. And precisely that is what we have to report about the Harvard of the time of capitalistic reaction, which is 1922. For 13 years Harvard has been under the administration of a cultured corporation lawyer of Boston, who has generally carried out the politics of his State Street associates in all essential matters, and has preserved just as much reputation for liberalism as can be preserved safely. A Lawrence Lowell is not, like Nicholas Murray Butler, a climber and a toady. He could not be a climber, because he was born on a mountaintop, and there was no place to climb to. He could only stay where he was or descend. He belongs to the Loxell family, who are among the Boston Brahmins, and it would not occur to him that any millionaire could confer a favor upon Harvard University, or upon the president of Harvard University. On the other hand, it does occur to him that Harvard is a close corporation, a family affair of the vested interests of New England, which cover an enormous financial power with a decorous coating of refined exclusiveness. Before the days of President Lowell, Harvard was presided over by Charles W. Eliot, a scholar who believed to some extent in a safe and reasonable freedom of opinion, using his own freedom to glorify the great American hero known as the Scab. President Lowell has inherited the Eliot tradition, and in my travels about the country I heard many rumors as to how he had stood by his professors in time of stress. When I got to Harvard, and turned these rumors into fact, I found an amusing 69 situation. No circus rider who keeps his footing on two horses has ever done a more deft and decayed feat of balancing than President Lowell, with one foot on the Eliot tradition and the other foot on the house of Lee Higginson. They will tell you proudly that professors are not let out of Harvard because of their opinions, and that is sometimes true. One reason is, because the Harvard teaching staff is selected with meticulous care, and because, when the new man comes to Harvard, he comes under the influence of a subtle but powerful atmosphere of good form. It is not crude materialism, as in Columbia. It is cleverly compounded of high intellectual and social qualities, and it is brought to the young educator's attention with humor and good fellowship. A friend of mine, a Harvard man who knows the game, described to me from personal experience how the State Street pressure operates. Somebody in Lee Higginson calls President Lowell on the telephone and says, "How can we get so-and-so to put up the money for that chair, if young this or that gets his name in the newspapers as lecturing to workingmen?" President Lowell smiles and says he will see about it, and the young instructor is invited to dinner and amiably shown how the most liberal university in America cannot run entirely without money. The young instructor sees the point, and the president goes away, thinking to himself, "Thank God we are not as Columbia." Even down to the humblest freshman such pressure is conveyed. There are things that are not done at Harvard, and you would be surprised to know how minute is the supervision. You might not think it was a grave offense for a student, wearing a soft shirt in summertime, to leave the top button unfastened, but a student friend of mine, who had ideas of the simple life going back to nature and all that, was coldly asked by Dean Gay, "Is the button of your shirt open by mistake, or is the button missing?" And when he did not take this delicate hint, Professor Richard C. Cabot told another student that he might help the young man by advising him to close the top button of his shirt. I am advised that Harvard men will call this story rot, therefore I specify that I have it in writing from the man to whom it happened. 6. 70. And if they are so careful about shirt buttons, they would hardly be careless about public speeches. A couple of years ago the Harvard Liberal Club made so bold as to invite Wilfred Humphreys, a mild little gentleman who served with the YMCA, to tell about his experiences in Russia, whereupon the president of the Liberal Club received a letter from the secretary to the corporation of Harvard, politely pointing out that there was likely to be embarrassment to the university, and would the president of the club kindly call upon the secretary, in order to provide him with arguments, in case the press takes the thing up in a way which might embarrass the progress of the endowment fund campaign. Just as deftly as that, you see. I found that Harvard's reputation for liberalism was based upon the custom of President Lowell to take into his institution men who had been expelled from other colleges. I was impressed by this, until Harvard men explained to me how it is managed. The basis of it is a painstaking inquiry into the character and opinions of those men, to make sure there is nothing really dangerous about them. In some cases they are men who have offended local interests, with which State Street has little concern. Others are men of ability who have offended religious prejudices in the provinces. The tradition of Harvard is Unitarian, and nobody is shocked by the idea that his ancestors swung from the treetops by their tails. The state of Texas has just passed a law providing for the expulsion of professors who teach that idea, so in due course you may hear of Harvard taking over some Texas scholar. How men are investigated before they are taken into Harvard is a matter about which I happen to know from a man who underwent the ordeal. I will call my informant Professor Smith, and he was head of a department in a leading university. Appointed on a public service commission, he discovered that the local gas company was engaged in swindling the city. The facts got into the newspapers, and this public-spirited professor was on the verge of being expelled by his trustees, several of whom were in gas. Some friends of his put the matter before President Lowell, and Lowell made inquiry, and ascertained that Smith was a liberal of the very mildest sort, well-connected and affable, in every way worthy to ASO. 71. Cheat with the best families, and to train their sons, so Professor Smith received a letter, asking him if he would come to Cambridge and make the acquaintance of President Lowell. He made the journey, and found himself a guest at a dinner party in the home of one of the interlocking directorate. President Lowell was seated next to him, and they chatted on many subjects, but only once did they touch on the subject of Smith and his qualifications. "By the way," said Lowell, "I reproduce the conversation from careful notes. I understand you had some little unpleasantness in your home city." "Quite a good deal of it," replied Smith. "I'm not quite clear about it," said Lowell. "It had something to do with the gas company, did it not?" "Yes," replied Smith. "It was merely gas? It had nothing to do with electricity?" "Oh, no," said Smith. "Nothing whatever. You are sure the electric light company was not involved?" "Quite sure. They are separate concerns." "I see," said Lowell, and talked about the European situation. So Professor Smith went home, and told a friend about the matter. The friend made him repeat it over, word for word, and then burst out laughing. "Don't you see the point?" he asked, but Smith saw no point whatever. "Don't you know that gas companies and electric light companies are sometimes rivals?" inquired the friend. "You can light your house with either gas or electricity, you can cook with either gas or electricity, you can heat with either gas or electricity." "Yes, of course," said Smith, still unenlightened. "Well, you attacked the gas company," said the friend. "You did not attack the Edison Electric Company of your city, which happens to be a part of the Electric Trust which covers the entire United States. Harvard is all tied up with this electrical trust, and Massachusetts Tech still more so, and Lee, Higginson and Company are its bankers. President Lowell was perfectly willing for you to fight your local gas company, but he wanted to make sure that you hadn't trod on the toes of Harvard's leading industry. You will get your invitation to Harvard, I'll wager." 72. And, sure enough, the invitation came a few days later. To complete the humor of the story, the fact of the invitation became known at once among the faculty of Professor Smith's university, and had the effect of instantly killing the talk of Professor Smith's being asked to resign. I tell this incident as it was told to me. Standing by itself it might not mean much, but before we finish with Harvard we shall have plenty of evidence to prove that when the electric men play a tune, the Lee Higginson University dances. President Lowell, I am told, did not know the difference between a mathematician and an astronomer. When Pickering died, he proposed to put in a mathematician, and was naively surprised when it was explained to him that modern astronomy has gone so far that an observatory cannot be run by a mathematician, however expert. But ignorant as our Boston Brahmin may be about the stars of the Milky Way, it is certain that he knows all about the stars of State Street. He has them carefully charted and plotted, and neither he nor any member of his faculty ever bumps into them. Chapter 16. Free Speech. But we have referred to the Harvard Liberal Club, an organization formed by some graduates who sympathized with the cause of social justice. This club brought speakers to Harvard, and got itself into the newspapers several times. For example, during the anti-red hysteria they heard an address from Federal Judge Anderson, who denounced the Palmer raids as crimes against the Constitution. This caused President Lowell great annoyance, but he could not control the club, because it was a graduate organization. He demanded that it abandon the name Harvard, saying it might cause people to get a wrong idea of the university. Inquiries were made to ascertain if legal measures could be taken, and when he found that such measures wouldn't work, he came to one of its meetings, very courteous and deeply interested, trying to steer it into ways of academic propriety. We are all liberals at Harvard, he said, an old formula for a genera. Free speech. But 73. The British Labour Party has been hearing from the Tories, we are all socialists in England. Just how much of a liberal President Lowell is, of his own impulse and from his own conviction, was shown at the time that Louis D. Brandeis was nominated by President Wilson for the Supreme Court. Brandeis is a graduate of the Harvard Law School, and was a prosperous corporation lawyer in Boston, a man of European culture and charming manners. He was the darling of Harvard, in spite of the fact that he is a Jew. The Lees and the Higginsons took him up until suddenly he ran into the New Haven Railroad. Then the other crowd, the Kidders and the Peabodys, took him up until he ran into the gas company. After that everybody dropped him, and if he had not been a man of wealth he would have been ruined. When he was proposed for the Supreme Court, a committee of lawyers, with Austin G. Fox, a Harvard man, at their head, took up the fight against him in the United States Senate. This fight didn't involve Harvard, and there was no reason for President Lowell to meddle in it, but he made it his personal fight, and a fight of the most determined and bitter character. In 1918 there was a great strike in the Lawrence textile mills, and this made a delicate situation, because Harvard holds $600,000 worth of woolen mill loans and mortgages, and an equal amount of bonds and stocks. It seemed natural, therefore, to the overseers that Harvard students should go out as militiamen to crush the strike. It did not seem natural to them that members of the Liberal Club should call meetings and invite strike leaders to tell the students of the university their side of the case. But the members of this Liberal Club persisted, and when the district attorney accused the strikers of violence, they appointed a committee to interview him and get his facts. They gave a dinner, to which they invited the directors of the mills to meet the strike leaders. They appointed a committee to consider terms of settlement, and in the end they forced a compromise. Things like this caused most intense annoyance to the interlocking directorate. This was voiced to a Harvard man of my acquaintance, one of the organizers of the Liberal Club, by a Harvard graduate whose father has been a Harvard overseer, and is one of Massachusetts. 74. Most distinguished jurists. In the Harvard Club of Boston my friend was challenged to say what he meant by a liberal, and when his definition was not found satisfactory, the Harvard graduate exclaimed, "A liberal? I'll tell you what a liberal is. A liberal is a." In order to reproduce the scene you will have to fill these blanks, not with the ordinary terms of abuse used by longshoremen and lumberjacks, but with the most obscene expletives which your imagination can invent. Such is the present attitude of the ruling class of Harvard toward the issue of free speech. The attitude of the students was delightfully set forth by an editorial in the Harvard Crimson, at the time of the Liberal Club lecture of Wilfred Humphreys, YMCA worker from Russia. The Crimson was for free speech, but What the Crimson wished to forbid was propaganda. And it made clear that by this term it meant any and all protest against things established. Said the cautious young editor, not prohibited by law, propaganda creeps in and is accepted by many as an almost essential part of freedom of speech. This is as persuasive as the communications of the Harvard Union to the liberal students, barring various radicals from the platform, on the ground that the Union did not permit partisan speakers, the Union's idea of nonpartisan speakers being such well-poised and judicious conservatives as Admiral Sims and Detective Burns. As the old saying runs, orthodoxy is my doxy, heterodoxy is your doxy. There is a standing rule at Harvard barring outside speakers who discuss contentious contemporaneous questions of politics or economics, and this rule was used to bar Mrs. Pankhurst. I tell you of these petty incidents of discrimination. And yet, if we are to keep our sense of proportion, we must state that in the totality of American universities, Harvard ranks, from the point of view of academic liberalism, among the 3 or 4 best. There was no interference with its professors during the war hysteria. And I found but one other large institution, the University of Chicago, of which this statement may be made. Also, Harvard has to its credit one post-war case, in which academic freedom was gravely involved, and in which the Harvard tradition proved itself still alive. This is a curious and dramatic story, and I will tell it in detail. Free speech but 75. In the summer of 1918 the United States Army invaded Archangel in northern Russia, and Vladivostok in eastern Siberia, seizing the territory of a friendly people and killing its inhabitants without the declaration of war required by the Constitution of the United States. This invasion was the blackest crime in American public history, and was denounced by many of our leading thinkers. Also it was denounced by 5 obscure Russian Jews, mere children in age, living in the East Side slums of New York City. 4 boys and a girl printed a leaflet, asking the American people not to kill their Russian compatriots, and they distributed these leaflets in public, for which crime they were arrested, taken to prison, and beaten and tortured so severely that one of them died a few days later. The surviving 4 were placed on trial, and after a hideous travesty of justice were given sentences of from 15 to 20 years in prison. This is known as the Abrams case, and it stood as one of our greatest judicial scandals. Among others who protested was Professor Zechariah Chaffee, Jr., of the Harvard Law School. He published in the Harvard Law Review, April, 1920, an article entitled A Contemporary State Trial, and subsequently he embodied this article as a chapter in his book on freedom of speech. Dean Pound of the Harvard Law School, with Professors Frankfurter, Chaffee, and Sayre, President Wilson's son-in-law, also the librarian of the law school, signed a petition for executive clemency in this Abrams case. These actions excited great indignation among the interlocking directorates, and Mr. Austin G. Fox, a Harvard graduate and Wall Street lawyer, drew up a protest to the Harvard Board of Overseers, which protest was signed by 20 prominent corporation lawyers, all Harvard men, including Mr. Peter B. Olney, a prominent Tammany politician, Mr. Beekman Winthrop, ex-governor of Puerto Rico, and Mr. Joseph H. Choate, Jr., recently notorious in connection with the scandals of the alien property custodian. The overseers referred the matter to the committee to visit the law school, which consists of 14 prominent servants of the plutocracy, including a number of judges. The result was a conference, in reality a solemn trial, which occupied an entire day and evening, May 22, 1921, at the 76 Harvard Club in Boston. Mr. Fox appeared, with a committee of his supporters and a mass of documents in the case, also the United States Attorney and his assistant, serving as witnesses. President Lowell's attitude on this occasion is described to me as that of a hen protecting her brood against an old fox. Professor Chaffee himself tells me that President Lowell stood by him all through the conference, and made Mr. Fox uncomfortable by well-directed inquiries. Mr. Fox's principal charge was that Professor Chaffee had taken his quotations of testimony at the Abrams trial from the official record submitted to the Supreme Court in the defendant's appeal, instead of going to the prosecuting attorney and getting the complete stenographic record. And lo and behold, when Mr. Fox came to confront the 14 Harvard judges, it transpired that he himself had committed a similar blunder, only far worse. He accused the 5 professors at the law school of having made false representations in their petition to President Wilson, but instead of going to the office of his friend the government prosecutor, and getting a photographic reproduction of the petition as signed by the professors, Mr. Fox presented in evidence a 4-page circular, printed by the Abrams defense, containing a facsimile of the petition, with the signatures of the 5 professors. The statements which Mr. Fox claimed were inaccurate were printed on the reverse side of the circular. But it was easy for the professors to show that they had nothing to do with the circular or its statements. The document had been compiled by the Abrams defense some time after the professors signed the petition. Mr. Fox, champion of strict legal accuracy, had based his charge upon a piece of propaganda literature, for which the professors had been no more responsible than he. It is interesting to note how the interlocking News-Press of Boston handled this incident. It was, as you can understand, a most sensational piece of news, but it was an inside story, a family dispute of the interlocking directorate. The only newspaper which gave any account of the indictment of the professors was the Hearst paper, which is to a certain extent an outlaw institution, and publishes sensational news concerning the plutocracy, when the interests of Mr. Hearst and his group are not. Interference 77. Involved. But no other Boston newspaper published the news about this trial at the time that it took place. The first account was in the Boston Herald, nearly 2 months later, after the story was stale. It was an amazing demonstration of the power of the Boston plutocracy, and it affords us curious evidence of the consequences of news suppression. I heard about the Chaffee trial all the way from California to Massachusetts, and back again, and every time I heard it, I heard a different version, and always from someone who knew it positively, on the very best authority. These guardians of the dignity of Harvard thought that by keeping the story quiet they were helping the cause of academic freedom, but what they really did was to set loose a flood of wild rumors, for the most part discreditable to themselves. Of course, they may say that they do not care about gossip, but why is it not just as important to educate people about Harvard, as to educate them about the ancient Egyptians and Greeks? Chapter XVH. Interference. We have seen President Lowell's behavior when a group of Wall Street lawyers attempted to dictate to his university. We have next to investigate his attitude when it is his own intimates and financial supporters who are being attacked, when it is, not Wall Street, but State Street, which calls to him for help. Here again our Boston Brahmin has put himself on record, with exactly the same self-will and decisiveness, but, unfortunately, on the other side. We were promised some more evidence on the subject of Harvard in relation to Lee Higginson and Edison Electric. Now VV-ER to have it. I am indebted for the details of the incident to Mr. Morris Llewellyn Cook, an engineer of Philadelphia who was Director of Public Works under a Reform administration. For a series of 5 years Mr. Cook had been a regular lecturer at the Graduate School of Business Administration of Harvard University. He prepared 2 lectures on the public utility problem in American cities, which he gave at a number of universities, and was invited 78 to give at Harvard. Mr. Cook took the precaution to inquire whether he would be free to discuss conditions exactly as they exist in the public utility field. The reply was, in the magnificent Harvard manner, "I am desirous that your lectures be both specific and frank. I am anxious for the students to see clearly the real relation of local public utilities to the municipalities, and vice versa, and am not considering whether your remarks may hurt anyone's feelings." Mr. Cook came and delivered his 2 lectures, and was announced to give them again, but 4 months later came a letter from the dean of the graduate school, saying, "Mr. Lowell feels, and I agree with him, that in view of the use you made of your invitation to come here this last year, we cannot renew the invitation. Mr. Cook then wrote to President Lowell to find out what was the matter, and was told that he had violated academic ethics by giving to the press an abstract of his lectures. In answering President Lowell, Mr. Cook pointed out that 6 weeks prior to giving the lectures he had written on 3 separate occasions to the graduate school, giving notice of his intention to publish an abstract of his remarks, because officials in other cities wished the information on public utilities which he had accumulated. Trusting that if this is not entirely satisfactory to you, you will so advise me at your convenience, etc. The reply from the business school had been, I note that you intend to publish these 2 lectures later, which will be perfectly satisfactory to us. President Lowell now condescended to explain to Mr. Cook wherein he had offended, he had violated academic customs. Not in the least peculiar to Harvard, but true in all universities. Mr. Cook thereupon wrote to universities all over the United States. He obtained statements from a score or 2 of university professors, deans, and presidents, showing that not only was there no such custom, but that it was a quite common custom for lecturers at universities to make abstracts of their lectures and furnish these to the press. The authorities quoted include the president of the University of Wisconsin, and a dean who is now president, Professor Dewey of Columbia, Hoxie of Chicago and Frankfurter of President Lowell's own university. Theodore Roosevelt wrote. Interference 79. Until I received your letter, I knew nothing whatever of any rule prohibiting the remarks of academic lecturers from being published in the periodical press or in other ways being quoted as material used in the lecture room. If you really want to test the sincerity of President Lowell's statement, here is the way to do it. Imagine Theodore Roosevelt, distinguished Harvard alumnus, coming to his alma mater to deliver a lecture on the duties of the college man as a citizen, and preparing a summary of his lecture and giving it to the press, and then imagine him receiving from President Lowell a letter rebuking him for his action, and informing him that because of it he would not again be invited to speak at Harvard. No, we shall have to examine Mr. Cook's lectures, for some other reason why his career as a Harvard lecturer was so suddenly cut short. Mr. Cook has printed the lectures in pamphlet form under the title Snapping Chords. On page 9 I find a statement of the overvaluation of public utilities in Philadelphia, and note that the Philadelphia Electric Company has securities to the amount of over $50 million upon an actual valuation of less than $25 million. And this is an Edison concern, allied with Boston Edison and Lee Higginson. I turn to page 12, and learn how the National Electric Light Association, the Society of Electrical Engineers, is being used as a dummy by the electric light interests. I turn to page 14, and find the American Electric Railway Association shown up as planning to corrupt American education, creating a financed Bureau of Public Relations for the self-stated purpose of influencing the sources of public education, particularly by a. lectures on the Chautauqua Circuit and b. formation of a committee of prominent technical educators to promote the formation and teaching of correct principles on public service questions in technical and economic departments at American colleges, through courses of lectures and otherwise. The tactless Mr. Cook goes on to examine the activities of prominent technical educators who have lent themselves to this program. Among the names I find, can such a thing be possible? George F. Swain, Professor of Civil Engineering in the Graduate School of Applied Science of Harvard University. Professor 80. Swain, it appears, has done valuation work for Mr. Morgan's New Haven Railroad, our interlocking directorate, you perceive. You may not know what valuation work consists of. It is the job of determining how much money you shall pay for your water, light, gas, and transportation, and needless to say, the utility corporations want the valuation put as high as possible. Mr. Cook, since the incidents here narrated, put through a rate case whereby the Philadelphia Electric Company collects from the city and the people of that city $1 million less per year. So you see just what an ornery cuss Mr. Cook is. Professor Swain lays out principles for the doing of this ticklish valuation work. One of his principles is that when anything has increased in value, the increased valuation shall be allowed the corporations, but when anything has decreased in value there shall be no corresponding decrease in the valuation. We used to play this game when we were children, we called it heads I win and tails you lose. Another of Professor Swain's principles is that when states, counties, or cities have helped to pay the cost of grade crossings, the railroads shall be credited with the full value of these grade crossings. We used to play that game also when we were children, we called it findings is keepings. Needless to say, a man who is so clever as to get away with things like that regards himself as superior to the rest of us, who let him get away with it. So, as president of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Professor Swain voices his distrust of democratic ideals, and informs the engineers that present-day humanitarianism leads to race degeneracy. And then I turn on to page 35 of the pamphlet, and stumble on still more tactless conduct on the part of this dreadful Mr. Cook. He tells us about Dougald C. Jackson, professor of electrical engineering at Harvard University who also does this fancy valuation work. Asterisk. Asterisk see record of hearing, May 3, 1920, at State House, Trenton, NJ, before Governor Edwards, on motion of City of Jersey City for removal of Public Service Commission. Professor Jackson, in qualifying as an expert before the Pennsylvania Public Service Commission, introduced himself by the single statement that he v. as Professor of Engineering at Interference 81. Says Mr. Cook, Professor Jackson has never really been so much a university professor as a corporate employee giving courses in universities. While he probably receives $5,000 from his present teaching post, he must receive at least 4 times this amount from his corporate clients, charging as he does $100 a day for his own time and a percentage on the time of his assistants. Mr. Cook goes on to show that before taking up teaching, Professor Jackson was a chief engineer for the Edison General Electric Company. In 1910, while a professor at Harvard, he rendered a report showing that the Chicago Telephone Company was running behind over $800,000 per year, but 2 years later it was proven that the company could afford a reduction in rates of $700,000 per year. Again, Professor Jackson rendered a report showing that the Buffalo General Electric Company had a valuation of $4,966,000, but the State Commission subsequently fixed the valuation at $3,194,000. He valued 3,000 municipal arc lamps at $21.70 each, but the New York Commission showed that the actual cost of these lamps was $13.53. Says Mr. Cook. What constitutes being employed by a corporation? Professor Jackson is to all intents and purposes consulting engineer-in-chief as to rates and valuations to the entire electrical industry in the United States. He has made inventories of the Boston Edison Company and the New York Edison Company. He is now engaged in doing similar work for the Philadelphia Electric Company. These 3 companies have a combined gross annual income of $35 million. Do you see the nigger in the woodpile now? You are a mine guard or strike-breaking gunman, experienced in shooting up the tent colonies of striking miners. The corporations will pay you $5 a day and board for your services. If you are a prominent technical educator, with a string of university degrees and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and head of the Department of Electrical Engineering and professor of electrical engineering at Harvard University. It should be explained that he held the last 2 positions only ex officio, by virtue of the affiliation of the 2 institutions which existed for a few years. 82. Titles, who can enable the great corporations to swindle the public out of tens of millions of dollars every year, then you can command a salary of $100 a day, with a percentage on the time of your assistants. That is what a college education is for, and if you think that an over-cynical statement, I ask you to read the whole of this book before you decide. And what is a college president for? A college president is paid by the interlocking directorate to take their consulting engineers and valuation experts and cover them with a mantle of respectability, enabling them to do their dirty work in the name of education and public service. And if any freak individual comes along, trying to break in and spoil the game. The function of a college president is to furnish what the college football player knows as interference, tripping the fellow up, slugging him, maiming him. In football there are strict rules against fouls, but in this game of plutocratic education everything goes. Chapter 18. The Lasky Lampoon. A more recent test of Harvard University v/as made by Harold J. Lasky, a brilliant young writer whom President Lowell in an unguarded moment admitted to teach political science. Lasky holds unorthodox ideas concerning the modern capitalist state. He thinks it may not be the divinely appointed instrument which it considers itself. Lasky raised this question in his Harvard classes, which caused tremendous excitement in State Street. The Harvard drive for 16 millions was on, and a number of people wrote that they would give no money to Harvard while Lasky was on its teaching staff. On the other hand, a Chicago lawyer wrote that his son had never taken any interest in his studies previously, but that since he had come under Lasky's influence he had become a serious student. This lawyer sent $50,000 to make up the losses. The controversy got into the Boston newspapers, and President Lowell stood by Lasky. No Harvard professor should be driven out because of his opinions. Thank God we are not as Columbia. 83. I asked a Cambridge friend about President Lowell's heroism, and he took a cynical view of it. Lowell is the author of a book interpreting the British Constitution, and has a reputation in England based on this book. He has received an Oxford degree, and hopes someday to be ambassador. In England people really believe in free speech, and practice their beliefs, and Lasky, it happens, is a Manchester Jew, his family associated with the present ruling group in England. Also, Lasky himself wields a capable pen, and is not the sort of man one chooses for an enemy. If Lasky were to go home and state that he had been expelled from President Lowell's university because of disbelief in the modern state, what would become of Lowell's English reputation? Said my friend, if Lasky had been a German Jew, or a Russian Jew, and he smiled. As to the overseers and their handling of the case, Professor Lasky writes me that they were very nice to him. I was simply invited to a dinner at which we exchanged opinions in a friendly fashion. My only doubt there was a doubt whether the committee realized how very conservative my opinions really were in this changing social world. Like most businessmen, they had little or no knowledge of the results of modern social science. The climax came with the Boston police strike in the fall of 1919. This was a very curious illustration of the part which the Harvard plutocracy plays in the public life of Boston, so pardon me if I tell the story in some detail. You know how the cost of living doubled all over the country, while the wages of public servants increased very little. The policemen of Boston were not able to live on their wages, they begged for an increase, and the police commissioner promised them the increase if they would wait until after the war. They waited, and then the police commissioner tried to keep his promise, and the mayor and the Democratic administration worked out a settlement. But the Harvard plutocracy, which runs the government of the state, decided not to permit that settlement, but to force a strike of the policemen, so they could smash the policemen's union. The late Murray Crane, senator and millionaire, holder of a Harvard LLD, planned the job in the Union Club of Boston. 84. Together with Kidder, Peabody & Co., the bankers. Governor Coolidge, the tool of Crane, upset the arrangements made by the mayor of Boston, and the mayor was so furious that he pasted the governor one in the eye. The inside reason why Coolidge disappeared so mysteriously during the strike. But the newspapers of the interlocking directorate celebrated him as the hero of the affair, and he became Vice President of the United States on a wave of glory. The strike came, and according to the standard American technique of strike breaking, hoodlums were turned loose at the right moment, to throw stones and terrify the public. The whole affair was obviously stage managed. Nothing was stolen, and no real harm was done. Insiders assured me that all the time the riots were going on, there was a safe reserve of police locked up in the police station, waiting in case things should go too far. The Boston policemen were represented as traitors to society, and a wave of fury swept the country, including Harvard, which holds hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Boston City bonds, also securities of Boston Public Service corporations. These properties must be protected, so a Harvard Emergency Committee was formed, headed by the professor who had first reported to the overseers, Professor Lasky's too great zeal in outside activities. Needless to say, no one complained about the outside activities of this anti-strike professor. On the contrary, President Lowell issued a resounding call to Harvard men to help smash the policemen's strike. Incidentally, Harvard men smashed Harold J. Lasky, who had the temerity to interject himself into this class war. Lasky went to Boston and made a speech to the strikers' wives, expressing sympathy with their cause, whereat all Boston raged. "I would like to ask you something, Mr. Lasky," said President Lowell, at a dinner party. "Why did you make that speech?" "Why, Mr. Lowell," said Lasky, smiling, "I made it because there is a general impression throughout the labor world that Harvard is a capitalistic institution, and I wanted to show that it is not true." Lasky was only 26 years old at the time, and it took some nerve, you must admit. How to get this young incendiary out of Harvard was the next job of the interlocking directorate. 85. Meet Mr. James Thomas Williams, Jr., of Boston. Mr. Williams was graduated from Columbia University in the same year that I quit it. He then joined the Associated Press, and now serves the interlocking directorate as editor of the Boston Evening Transcript, the paper which is read by every Tory in New England. You may learn more about this paper by consulting pages 284, 306, 307 and 379 of the Brass Check. Also, perhaps I should tell you a little incident which happened after the Brass Check came out. Desiring to test the capitalist newspapers, I made up a dignified advertisement of the book, nothing abusive or sensational, merely opinions from leading journals of Europe. I sent this advertisement, with a perfectly good check, to the Boston Evening Transcript, and the check was returned to me, with the statement that the Transcript thought it best not to publish the advertisement, because of the possibility of being sued for libel. I was puzzled at first, wondering what paper might sue the Boston Evening Transcript for publishing an advertisement of the Brass Check. Then I remembered that in the book I had accused a Boston newspaper of having shared in the slush funds of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad, also of having suppressed reports of Justice Brandeis' exposures of the Boston Gas Company, at the same time publishing page advertisements from this gas company, also of having published advertisements of Harvard beer, 1000 pure, at the same time suppressing news of the fact that the federal government was prosecuting the manufacturers of Harvard beer for violation of the pure food laws. So I understood that the Boston Evening Transcript was afraid of being sued by the Boston Evening Transcript. Now behold the editor of this fine old Tory newspaper rushing to the defense of his interlocking directorate. Mr. Lasky must be driven from Harvard, and Mr. Williams knows exactly how to do it. He interviews the editors of the Harvard Crimson and Advocate, finally in the editors of the Lampoon, he finds a group who will carry out his ideas. The result is an issue of that paper, January 16, 1920, known to history as the Lasky Lampoon. If ever there was a fouler product of class venom, it has not yet come under my eye. 86. I have never had the pleasure of meeting Harold J. Lasky, but I form an idea of him from a score of pictures in this publication. From a painting on the cover I gather he is a short, thin, naked young skeleton with a paunch. He wears large glasses, and has a fringe of whiskers, or long hair, and a red don behind him, serving as a halo. From another picture, a piece of clay modeling, I am puzzled about the whiskers, or hairs, because I do not know whether they are little worms or pieces of spaghetti. From other cartoons I gather that Professor Lasky sometimes wears clothes, and does not wear them entirely in the Harvard manner, that is, his clothes do not fit him, and his hat has too broad a brim, and is not worn entirely straight on his head. I gather that he sometimes smokes cigarettes, a vice entirely unknown in refined undergraduate circles. Also Mr. Lasky is described to me in 100 or so sketches, verses, and witticisms. He is the great indoor agitator, he is a member of the firm of Lenin, Trotsky, and Lasky. This evil young man, you must understand, holds the idea that the people of Russia should be permitted to work out their own revolution in their own way, and that American troops should not be sent in to attack them in Archangel and Siberia without a declaration of war. This makes him a Bolshevik, this makes him Lasky de Lenin, and Ivan Ichikov, and the author of the Constitution of the Russian Ichocracy, and of the Autobiographia Laskivia. Love had to go. One love was bad enough, but 30 or 40 were insupportable. I had tried it and I knew. He is invited to sing a song of Bolsheviks, and he tells us that Comrade Lenin has 148 motor cars, and Comrade Trotsky has 52. He is Catalan, and again he is Professor Moses Smartlikov, the Moses meaning that he is a Jew, and the rest that he thinks differently from Harvard. Such thinking must not be allowed to get a start, say our cautious young undergraduates. The moral, oh yeah masters, is, without a doubt, stop infection early, kick the first one out. And here are more verses, addressed to our unpopular professor. 87. As you sit there, growing prouder, with your skillful tongue a wag, as your piping voice grows louder, preaching socialistic gag. Stop a moment, let us warn you, nature's freak, that we loathe you and we scorn you, Bolshevik. Harold Lasky was scheduled to give a lecture at Yale, and when he got there he found this copy of the Lampoon on sale all over town, together with a reprint of an editorial in the transcript denouncing him. He was young, and rather sensitive, and naturally it occurred to him that he was wasting his talents upon Harvard. He would be allowed to stay there, he told a friend of mine, but he would never be promoted, he would have no career. On the other hand, the University of London offered him a full professorship at a higher salary, in a part of the world where men may think what they please about the capitalist state. Lasky resigned, and so cleverly the job had been managed he had quit of his own free will, and the great university could go on boasting that its professors are not forced out because of their opinions. One as a commentary on this story, I am sure you will be interested in an extract from a letter from Lasky, dated August 16, 1922, the results of the American atmosphere are quite clear. 1. Many men deliberately adopt reactionary views to secure promotion. 2. Many more never express opinions lest the penalty be exacted. 3. Those who do are penalized when the chance of promotion comes. I am very much impressed by the contrast between the general freedom of the English academic atmosphere and the illiberalism of America. 3 of my colleagues at the London School of Economics are Labour candidates, businessmen predominate on the governing body, but interference is never dreamed of. At Oxford and Cambridge the widest range of view prevails. But alumni do not protest, and if they do, they are told to mind their own business. In America, one always feels hampered by the sense of a control outside. In England you never feel that it is necessary to watch your tongue. No ox treads upon it. 88. Chapter 19. Raking the dust heaps. We have studied the Lasky Lampoon to see what we can learn about Professor Lasky. Let us now examine it to see what we can learn about Harvard. You remember the student who was compelled to button his collar, so you would expect to find Harvard objecting to a radical professor who did not wear the right kind of tie, and did not get his clothes from the right tailor. The Lampoon refers again and again to this, both in verse and drawings. It speaks of Lasky's creed of charming untidiness, and if you want to know about Harvard's creed of charming tidiness, turn to the advertising portions of this paper. One cannot publish an American magazine without advertisements, and the Lasky Lampoon is almost up to the standard of the Saturday Evening Post. It has 15 pages of reading matter and 39 of advertisements. Some of this matter we may assume was contributed as a means of helping to save our alma mater from Bolshevism, for example, the page of the Baldwin Locomotive Works, and the page of the United Shoe Machinery Company, and the quarter page of the Boston Evening Transcript, telling us, this paper stands unflinchingly at home and abroad for straight Americanism, for the cultivation of an American character, which the first American called the cement that binds the Union. But the rest are the advertisements of concerns which expect to sell things, and as they spend enormous sums in this way, they make it their business to get the returns, and know how to appeal to each group. So here we learn what Harvard men like, and why they did not like Professor Lasky. Follow the arrow and you follow the style in collars, we are told, and on another page, correctness dominates the style policies of these stores. Here are the usual handsome, haughty young men in the Kuppenheimer clothes, and here is the specially proper brogue boot. Wishing to see just what Harvard men spend their money for, I take the trouble to classify this advertising. There are 7½ pages devoted to raking the dust heaps 89. Clothing, 3¾ devoted to luxurious hotels, 3½ devoted to automobiles, and 3½ to investments of the interlocking directorate, including an invitation to gamble in German marks. 1½ pages are given to tobacco, 1¼ to candy, 1¼ to games and sporting goods, 1 to jewels, 1 to movies, 3/4 to music, 1/4 to the transcript, 1/4 to art, and 1/4 to books. From the above we may reckon that Harvard students spend 30 times as much on clothes as they spend on books, and 14 times as much on motor cars as on art. Such is the state of culture when teaching is dominated by a vested class, which fears ideas, and forbids all thinking save what is certified to be harmless. It is a truism in the affairs of the mind, that when you bar one truth, you bar all, and when you refuse to permit students to use their minds, when you withdraw from them the vital stimulus of intellectual conflict, then they go afiff and get drunk. The last senior picnic at Harvard was a glorified booze party, so I was told by several who attended. There was a ball game, and certain prominent residents of the Gold Coast amused themselves by circulating among the crowd, making filthy remarks to girls. Some of the students became indignant, and wished to take the matter up, knowing that the remedy for such evils lies in publicity. But Mr. Frederick J. Allen, secretary to the corporation, the same gentleman who made the tactful inquiry about the Wilfred Humphreys lecture, pleaded with them to spare the good name of the university. So of course there will be another glorified booze party next year, and, needless to say, there will be the useful efforts to make certain that Harvard men do not think any new or vital thought about the issues which are shaping the mind of the world. Class ignorance, class fear, and class repression are written over the modern curricula at Harvard, as at all other American universities. It proclaims that it opens its doors to all classes of the community, and sets forth statistics to prove that it is not a rich man's affair, yet it has among its 30 overseers only 3 or 4 educators, not one woman, not one representative of agriculture, and 90. Not one of labor. The modern revolutionary movement is not explained to the students, and so they go out, ready to believe the grotesque falsehoods which are served tip to them in the Boston Evening Transcript and the Providence Journal, ready to be led into any sort of lynching bee by the 100% profiteers. There was one young graduate of Harvard who managed to chop his WA carrot out of this glacier of cultured prejudice, and went over to Russia and gave his life for the revolution. His generous spirit will wipe out in Russian history the infamies committed by American capitalist government against the workers of Russia. He is in every way as beautiful and inspiring a figure as Lafayette, and he will live in the imaginations of the Russian people, precisely as Lafayette lives in ours. 100 years from now he will be Harvard's proudest product, but what has Harvard snobbery to say about him today? During the endowment drive for $16 million, carried on 3 years ago, Harvard boasted of its 100% record for patriotism, but adding 3 words, for which it will blush to the end of history. Except John Reed. No, the modern revolutionary movement is not interpreted at the University of Lee Higginson. What is interpreted? I have a list of some of the titles of theses in English, accepted for the PhD degree by Harvard University in the last 10 years, and representing Harvard's view of general culture. Slaves in Boston's great department store, in which Harvard University owns 2,500 shares of stock, be reconciled to your long hours and low wages and sentenced to die of tuberculosis because upon the wealth which you produce some learned person has prepared for mankind full data on the strong verb in Chaucer. Policemen who have had your strike smashed by Harvard students, rest content with your starvation wages because one of these students has enlightened mankind on the syntax of the infinitive in Shakespeare. Girls who work in the textile mills, who walk the streets of the she-towns of New England and part with your virtue for the price of a sandwich, be rejoiced because you have made it posse. Blee for humanity to be informed concerning the subjunctive in layman's * brood. Men who slave 12. The uniacarat air city of UGI 91 hours a day in front of blazing white furnaces of Bethlehem, Midvale, and Illinois Steel. Cheer up and take a fresh grip on your shovels. You are making it possible for mankind to acquire exact knowledge concerning the beginnings of the epistolary novel in the Romance languages. Miners, who toil in the bowels of the earth in hourly danger of maiming and suffocation, be reconciled to the failure of a great university to install safety devices to protect your lives because that money has gone to the collecting and editing of political ballads issued during the administration of Sir Robert Walpole. Peons, who quiver under the lash of the master's whip beneath tropic suns in Central America, be docile because your labors help to pay off the bonds of the United Fruit Company, so that a Harvard scholar might win a teaching position by compiling chapters in the history of literary patronage from Chaucer to Caxton. Chapter XX. The University of UGI. Having visited the city in which they ask you what you are worth, and the city in which they ask you what you know, we have next to visit the city in which they ask you who your grandfather was. We shall find that in these modern days the purpose of the inquiry is to find out if your grandfather was rich. If your grandfather was poor, it will be necessary for you to become richer before you get what you want in that city. In order to reach Philadelphia from Boston we take the New York, New Haven and Hartford Railroad, which is a Morgan Road with a recent Harvard overseer for chairman, a Brown trustee for vice president, a recent Yale president for director, and a member of the Yale Advisory Board, a Washburn College trustee, a Wellesley trustee, a Pratt Institute trustee, and 2 Tiervard visitors for directors. The second part of our journey is on the Pennsylvania Railroad, which is a Morgan Road and is interlocked with the Guarantee Trust Company, Massachusetts Tech, Johns Hopkins, Princeton, Yale, the University of Pittsburgh, the United States Steel Corporation, Bryn Mawr College, Wilson College, Carnegie Tech, the 92. Girard Trust Company of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. Or, if we prefer, we can take the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, which has a Johns Hopkins trustee for president, and another Johns Hopkins trustee for director, a Pittsburgh trustee, a Princeton trustee, a Lafayette trustee, a Rutgers trustee, a Teachers College and a Lehigh trustee for directors, also a Morgan partner and a First National Bank director and 2 Guarantee Trust Company directors and a trustee of the University of Pennsylvania. Or we can take the Reading Railroad, which is Morgan and University of Pennsylvania, University of Pittsburgh, Swarthmore and Pennsylvania State, or the Philadelphia, Baltimore and Washington, which is University of Pennsylvania, Equitable Life, and Johns Hopkins. We arrive in Philadelphia, which means the city of brotherly love, and observe in every downtown city block its ideals embodied in especially large men in blue uniform, riding on especially large horses and carrying especially large clubs, also revolvers scarcely concealed. Philadelphia is located in the state of Pennsylvania, which means Penn's woodland, and was named after a radical pacifist. All over these woodlands now ride the state constabulary, and club the heads of persons such as William Penn whenever they show themselves in action. In the New York branch of our plutocratic empire of education we found the emperor, and in the Boston branch we found his son. In Philadelphia we find the eldest of the Grand Dukes. The office of J.P. Morgan and Company in that city is known as Drexel and Company, and Philadelphia's great university is presided over by Mr. Edward T. Stotesbury, head of Drexel and Company, and partner in J.P. Morgan and Company of New York. Mr. Stotesbury is the chief investment banker of that part of the country. He is president of 3 railroads and director in about 20, also in about 20 coal companies, and as many financial institutions, banks, trust companies, safe deposit and insurance companies, also the Baldwin Locomotive Works and the Cambria Steel Company. The laws of the United States strictly forbid railroads to own coal companies, and vice versa, but the interlocking directorate has defied this law for a generation, and Mr. Stotesbury is one of the principal defiers. This eldest of the Grand Dukes is active in their Grand Ducal party, having taken the job of raising the money to buy the presidency of the United States in 1904 and 1908. He is also a patron of the graces of life. He spent $14,000 for a trotting horse in a city in Vicarage. Tens of thousands of little children go to school hungry every day. He is so little ashamed of this performance that he caused it to be embodied in his biography in Who's Who. As second Grand Duke of his university, Mr. Stotesbury has the son of old Pete Widener, Philadelphia's traction king. As assistants on the board of this university he has a partner in his banking firm, and a choice assortment of plutocrats, totaling as follows: 5 bankers, 3 lawyers, 2 public utility officials, 2 corporation officials, 3 manufacturers, an insurance and coal mining man, a publisher, an architect, an engineer, 2 doctors, 2 judges, and a senator. It is difficult to classify these trustees exactly, because the functions of the various members overlap. Most of the bankers are in the coal business, the lawyers are directors in banks, the architect is an ex-banker, the engineer is director of a power company and a trolley company, while the publisher is president of a steel company and a railroad, and director of a national bank. One of the public utility officials is the brother of Senator Penrose, one of the most aristocratic political corruptionists America ever had. One of the lawyers, Wickersham, was Taft's Attorney General. The senator is George Wharton Pepper, chief lackey to the plutocracy of Pennsylvania. Another lawyer is General Counsel and active Vice President of the United Gas Improvement Company. 2 of the bankers are directors in that company. Another of the bankers is a sugar smuggler, and one of the manufacturers helped in the effort to buy a presidential nomination for General Wood. One could not get a more plutocratic board than this. And the significant thing about it is that they are nearly all of them active, hard-fighting plutocrats, no retired bandits fattening on their accumulated loot, but hard campaigners, living in the saddle, riding day by day to combat. They are the banking men, the coal men, the gas men, the railroad men, who are robbing the public and crushing labor hour by hour, and the control they exercise. 94. Over their educational system is of the instant, vigilant, smashing kind which you would expect from military men on hard service. It is a little difficult to find a satisfactory name for a university in which so many plutocratic interests are so completely represented. I might call it the University of Morgan Drexel, or I might call it the University of the Pennsylvania Railroad, and be entirely just and exact. After studying its management and history, I realize that its most active single interest is the United Gas Improvement Company of Philadelphia, known as UGI. You must not think of this as a local gas company. It is a great chain of corporations, ruling over 300 cities and towns, and with a total investment of $500 million. Of the 7 directors of this concern, Mr. Stotesbury and 2 others are on the board of the university, and a 4th left only last year, also an attorney for the UGI, is on the board. Mr. Randall Morgan, vice president of the UGI, is chairman of the Finance Committee of the university, the all-powerful position. Some 18 years ago Lincoln Steffens described the city of brotherly love in an article entitled Philadelphia Corrupt and Contented. He told how the political ring voted dead dogs and Negro babies at elections, and how they played poker in hotel rooms for the franchises and public privileges of the city. Philadelphia was corrupt in those days, but it was not really contented, for the people had assembled with ropes in their hands, to mob their city councilmen who were giving away a franchise to the UGI. But since those days the war has come, and taught our rulers how to handle social discontent. There was a general strike in the city of brotherly love, and it was smashed, the little socialist bookstore was raided, the books burned and everybody who sold them jailed, and now Philadelphia is truly contented, and where the interlocking directorate used to plunder in tens of millions it now plunders in hundreds. In April, 1922, all the officers and directors of the United Gas Improvement Company, and its subsidiaries, were indicted by the federal grand jury in New York for criminal activities. This grand jury took testimony for over 4 weeks, hearing city officials from all over the eastern and central states. The charges listed in the indictment were that the UGI 1. Insti. The UNMERSITY of UGI 95. From the beginning the UGI has been vigilant in holding down the professors in its university. As early as 1886 Professor Edmund J. James prepared a paper in which he showed the excessive cost of gas furnished by private companies. For this he was severely mishandled. Later on, when a syndicate was formed to steal the waterworks from the city of Philadelphia, they offered Professor James $20,000 to keep still on the subject of municipal waterworks, and when he declined this most generous proposition, they let him go to the University of Chicago. Next, in 1898, Professor Leo S. Rowe, now director of the Pan American Union, published a paper on Philadelphia's experiences with its gas supply. Mr. Clark, one of the vice presidents of the UGL, took great offense at these statements and made desperate efforts to compel Mr. Rowe to change them. Professor E. W. Bemis of the University of Chicago has stated over his tooth and cause to be instituted unwarranted, vexatious, and tortuous litigation against competitors for the purpose of injuring and intimidating them and preventing them from continuing to engage in the industry. 2. Instigating the false arrest of competitors and falsely charged said competitors with counterfeiting trademarks. 3. Acquired control of competing companies wherever possible and operated said companies as Ausin*Cybele but not real competitors of the United Gas Improvement Company. 4. Secretly and fraudulently acquired stock control of competing companies and eliminated competition on the part of said companies. 5. Entered or caused to be entered collusive bids for contracts for furnishing and maintaining incandescent gas street lamps by 2 or more companies belonging to the United Gas Improvement Company. Each company falsely representing itself to be independent and not connected with any other company bidding for the same contract. 6. Concealed and denied ownership of various subsidiary companies, and operated said companies ostensibly as competitors but in fact as unlawful instruments in accomplishing the objects of the combination and monopoly. 7. Circulated or caused to be circulated false and misleading reports concerning competitors for the purpose of preventing competition. 8. Molested, injured, and interfered with competitors for the purpose of intimidating and discouraging them and preventing them from continuing as competitors in the industry. 9. Entered into contracts with competitors whereby said competitors agreed to refrain from competition. The prosecutions were called a FIF by Attorney General Dougherty, the particular government official whom President Harding has appointed for the protecting of big business criminals in the United States. 96. Own signature as follows: failing in this endeavor, he, Clark, became much excited, and declared to me that if Professor Rowe did not change or withdraw the account, he would lose all social and scientific standing in Philadelphia and at the University of Pennsylvania. Mr. Clark added that he was positive of this, because he was in close touch with both the city and the university. Bear in mind, if you can, the name of this injudicious Professor Bemis, because we shall hear about him and his adventures at the University of Chicago. A friend of mine in Philadelphia, who was in touch with this controversy, told me the curious experience of a young instructor, who is now connected with the State Department at Washington. This instructor dug out information concerning certain defects in the charter of the UGI. And when the directors of the company learned what he had got, they treated him to the finest dinner on earth. One thing we want to suggest that you change, etc. Well, said the young instructor, I got this out of an ordinance. He went to his dean with the facts, and the dean found he was right and told him to stick by it. This dean was Lewis, another man who got into trouble in the university, and had a 10 years campaign to hold his job, because he persisted in taking part in the activities of the Progressive Party. The young instructor turned his material over to Professor Rowe, and Rowe made use of it, and as a result his salary was held down for years. None of his young instructors could get promoted, and he was handicapped at every turn. Finally, when he was doing war work for the government, and Secretary Mikado asked for further leave of absence, an ugly answer was returned by the university, and Professor Rowe was forced to withdraw. Next came the adventure of Professor Clyde King, who in 1912 made the discovery that the UGI was robbing the government of the city of $500,000 a year, by delivering gas of less than 22 candle power, the quality specified in its lease. They worked this little scheme through the chief of the Bureau of Gas, and the exposure made a terrific scandal in Philadelphia. This chief had $10,000 a year for his department, and he himself drew $5,500 of this, and had 5 assistants, and only one. Stealing a T-Cust Fund 97. Doing any work. Professor King took records as to the gas tests, and proved that the UGI had notice in advance, by a secret telephone code, and they pumped in benzol vapor to improve the quality of the gas. The president of the gas company, of course, denied that he knew anything about it. The vice president and active head of the gas company, a trustee of the university, made desperate efforts to suppress the scandal, but he failed. And as a result of the exposure, the chief of the gas bureau was fired and 3 months afterwards was given an honorary degree by Muhlenberg College, at Allentown, Pa. You may have been puzzled as you read this book to understand why the plutocracy should be so anxious to own universities and colleges, but now you can understand. If you own a university or college, neither you nor your friends can ever be sent to jail, and no matter what crimes you may commit, you can always be made respectable again. This was proven in the case of the gas chief, for shortly afterwards the UGI came back into control of the city, and the gas chief was reappointed to his office. It is interesting to note that the Grand Duke of Muhlenberg College who arranged this honor for the gas chief is Colonel Trexler, president of a lumber company, a cement company, a trolley company and a telephone company, and author of the wittiest remark now current in the educational world: I believe that colleges should grow by degrees. Chapter XXI. Stealing a Trust Fund. Before we go on with this story, we should make the acquaintance of the executive head of the University of UGI, who bears the title of provost instead of president. From 1911 to 1921 he was Edgar Smith, a former professor of chemistry, who had been all his life an active henchman of the interlocking directorate and its political machine. He attended the Chicago Convention in 1912 as a delegate from Pennsylvania, and voted for Taft as *See Files of Public Service Commission, City of Philadelphia. 98. A candidate. He was intimate with the contractor politician who ran the political machine of Philadelphia. He defended this man in public, and freely defended other political crooks, while denying his deans and professors the right to take part in politics in opposition to such crooks. When he took office, the trustees promised they would finance the university, but this promise was not kept, so he had to go to the politicians every year and spend weeks begging for a subsidy, and being scolded for the improper activities of his faculty. In his attitude to his trustees, this provost was the ideal of subservience. He publicly declared that he himself had no policy. He placed the responsibility of action on those who asserted the right and had the power to act, that is to say, the trustees. He referred to them always as the administration, and in all public matters he took to them an attitude of touching deference. Thus, speaking at a banquet of the Pennsylvania alumni in New York, he said, "Tonight you will not expect me to occupy much of your time, for our trustees are your real guests, and you desire to hear from them. Needless to say, such a type of mind is religious, and wedded to all things dull. Provost Smith never wearied of telling his audiences that he was a believer in an old-fashioned education with 4 years each of Latin, Greek, and mathematics, and from 4 to 3 years of English, French and German. In administering the university, this aged-minded provost made it his function to carry to the trustees all manner of scandal concerning his radical professors. Such as the fact that one of them was accustomed to dig in his garden on Sunday. Also he would bring back to the professors pitiful accounts of the embarrassments to which he was exposed. His attitude is illustrated by a statement he made to 3 professors whom he summoned to his office at the time the UGI was under attack. "Gentlemen, what business have academic people to be meddling in political questions? Suppose, for illustration, that I, as a chemist, should discover that some big slaughtering company was putting formalin in its sausage. Now, surely, that would be none of my business." Said one of the professors, "My answer would be that stealing a trust fund 99. If I were to find such a condition, I should have no right to go to sleep until something was done about it." As a result of this attitude, the dean who had charge of these professors was allowed no funds at all. He would have to go to the provost if he wanted to have a cupboard built in some storeroom, and whenever he went, he would find his boss with newspaper clippings on his desk. Now, young, how can we get any results with this kind of thing going on? It so happened that fate had played upon poor Provost Smith a cruel prank. Some 40 years ago there lived in Philadelphia a truly liberal capitalist. V/Ho in his will left $600,000 to found the Wharton School of Finance at the university. He laid down what the school was to teach as follows: the immorality and practical inexpediency of seeking to acquire wealth by winning it from another rather than earning it through some sort of service to one's fellow men. The deep comfort and healthfulness of pecuniary independence, whether the scale of affairs be small or great. The necessity of rigorously punishing by legal penalties and by social exclusion those persons who commit frauds, betray trusts or steal public funds, directly or indirectly. The fatal consequence to a community of any weak toleration of such offences must be most distinctly pointed out and enforced. And then the shrewd old rascal, evidently knowing his business associates thoroughly, added this amazing provision: the grantees covenant that these things shall be done, and that the failure to comply with these stipulations shall be deemed such a default as to cause reversion in the manner hereinafter provided. Now, you understand that the first principle of the interlocking directorate is never to let go of money on which it gets its hands. It is accustomed to misappropriating funds, and turning public funds to its own uses. A little thing like a deed of trust would not stand in its way. What it failed to realize in the case of this Wharton Trust was the uncomfortable amount of agitation and publicity which would be involved. If the trustees of the University of UGI had realized what was coming to them, they would have made up that $600,000 by raising the price of gas in Philadelphia. For the effect of the deed of trust was to bring in a 100 number of ardent young teachers who took seriously the words of the dead founder, and behaved they had rights in the place. They shamelessly attacked the UGI, as I have narrated. They attacked other interests of the interlocking trustees in the same reckless way. For example, Professor Thomas Conway proved how the street railways were being plundered and ruined. He was unanimously recommended by his faculty for promotion, but this recommendation was held up for 3 years by the trustees. During these 3 years the trustees were engaged in selling a street railway at an inflated valuation to the New Haven, and were putting through another deal of the same sort in Indiana. Or take the case of Dr. Ward W. Pearson, who showed before the Public Service Commission how the coal companies were charging $1.70 per ton transportation charges on coal, whereas the actual cost was only 55 cents, and here was our university, with 2/3 of its trustees interested in the mining and transporting of coal. Here was a coal operator about to give a large sum of money to the university, and withdrawing it. Dr. Pearson also was recommended for promotion, and waited 3 years, and meantime the Scandal Bureau of the Interlocking Directorate was put to work on him, and he was charged with a grave offense. His colleagues investigated the charge, and proved it to be absolutely without foundation. Next came the case of Scott Nearing, who had begun his career as secretary to the Pennsylvania Child Labor Committee. At this time Pennsylvania had more working children than any other state in the Union. For example, there was Helen Sisak, a girl of 12 working in a silk mill, walking 3 miles from her home to start work at 6 o'clock at night, finishing work at 6 in the morning, and walking 3 miles back. Nearing became an instructor at the Wharton School, but went on opposing child labor, and the president of the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association attacked him, and the dean of the Wharton School was instructed by the provost of the university to instruct Nearing to stop his child labor talks. The university was scolded by a newspaper belonging to Joseph R. Grundy, woolen manufacturer and political boss, and this sent the provost into another panic. Stealing a trust fund 101. After several years of strife, Nearing promised to be good for a year, and he was good for 2 years, that is, he made no outside speeches, but it didn't help him, because what he said in his classrooms was reported by the students, and reached the ears of the interlocking trustees. The standard time for promotion in the Wharton School is 5 years, but Nearing waited 8 years, and along with his promotion he got a notice from the provost that the period of his appointment was for 1 year at a time. Randall I. Morgan, vice president of the UGI, and trustee of the University of UGL, remarked to a friend of mine, "He may stay until he's bald-headed, but he'll never get promoted." Another trustee said to Nearing, "We'll give you young fellows rope and you'll hang yourselves. There'll be no dismissals." This was E. B. Morris, president of the Girard Trust Company, a Morgan concern, with Mr. Stotesbury, the Grand Duke, for a director, also chairman of the Cambria Steel Company, of which Mr. Stotesbury is a director, also director of the Pennsylvania Steel Company. The provost thought he knew how to handle this matter. He said to one of his henchmen, "Load him with administrative work, so that he can't lecture. Squeeze him." This is a term which they understand at plutocratic universities. To squeeze you is to make changes in your curriculum, so as to make your courses less important, to take them out of the required HST, or to give required French at the same hour, so that nobody will be free to come to your courses, or to put them at inconvenient hours, say at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when nobody likes to come. If you are a professor, they will squeeze your young men, you will be unable to get promotions and proper salaries for your subordinates, or equipment, or proper supplies for your department. You may find the adventures of Scott Nearing set forth in a book called The Nearing Case, by Leitner Whitmer, a professor at the university. It is interesting to note that Professor Whitmer paid for the publication of this book by being squeezed himself, and by having his young men squeezed. Scott Nearing, ringleader of the agitation, they kept on a salary of $1,502 and at the same time they delicately called his attention to an opening which presented itself at another university, where he might get $3,000. "What a shame about that nice young Nearing fellow," said Professor Lingelback of the Department of History. "He might have been getting $7,000 or $8,000 now, if he had held his tongue." But on another occasion this venerable professor argued in a faculty discussion that there was no suppression of free speech at the University of Pennsylvania. Somebody put to him the question, suppose he wanted to join in municipal research v/org, to take up gas or street railways. Yes, everybody present admitted, that might make a difference. Chapter XXII. Professor Billy Sunday. No study of the University of Pennsylvania would be complete which failed to mention that it was founded by Benjamin Franklin, and gave an honorary degree to Thomas Paine. Franklin's doctrines, political and religious, could not be taught in any university in America today, while as for Paine, he could not keep out of jail in any state of the Union. Theodore Roosevelt described Paine as a filthy little atheist, which makes one think of Agassiz' student, who defined a lobster as a red fish that swims backwards. There were only 3 things wrong with the definition, said Agassiz: a lobster is not red, it is not a fish, and it does not swim backwards. Thomas Paine was not filthy, he was not little, and he wrote, *T believe in one God and no more. Paine first proposed the Declaration of Independence, he saved the American Revolution by his eloquence, and he will come into his own when Americans are free men. Meantime, the great university which honored him would not dare to mention his name, and his place in the academic sunshine is taken by the Rev. William A. Sunday, D.D. For the benefit of posterity, I explain that Sunday was an incredibly vulgar and blatant religious revivalist, who abused the labor movement and extolled the rich, and was used by the interlocking directorate to keep the eyes of the masses fixed on heaven. They carried him from one Professor Billy Sunday 103 city to another all over the United States, and in Philadelphia they financed for him a 4 weeks campaign. Sunday had already received the degree of Doctor of Divinity from one American college. He was now welcomed with open arms by the University of Pennsylvania, which had barred Samuel Gompers from speaking, and more recently has barred James Morer, president of the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor. About the reception of the Rev. Billy, you may read in his biography, a chapter headed A Wonderful Day in a Great University. The greatest day of his crowded life, the biographer comments, and quotes a few samples of the eloquence whereby the great evangelist promoted the cause of culture and scholarship. Oh, Jesus, isn't this a fine bunch? He began his closing prayer. Hotcakes off the griddle was the title of his address, and he portrayed the wife of Pilate, one of those miserable, pliable, plastic, two-faced, 2x4, lick-spittle, toot-me-own-horn sort of women, and then Pilate himself one of those rat-hole, pin-headed, pliable, stand-pat, free-lunch, pie-counter politicians. Speaking in the largest auditorium of the university, before the assembled students and instructors, Billy Sunday declared that Jesus Christ is either the Son of God or the natural offspring of a Jewish harlot. You will appreciate this even more when you learn that one of the underground charges laid against Scott Nearing was that he, when asked privately by a student for his opinion of the Episcopal Academy, had said that he would rather send a son of his to hell than to the Academy. This shocked a trustee, Mr. Bell, Republican machine politician and ex-attorney general, who had never heard such language used in political life. But Mr. Bell did not object to the Rev. Sunday stating that ex-President Eliot of Harvard University was a man so low down he would need an aeroplane to get into hell. Poor President Eliot, it should be explained, is a Unitarian. That is the reason he gets cussed, ***. Ordinarily a man's domestic misfortunes are not proper basis for attack upon his ideas, but when a man sets himself up as a teacher of the young, when he claims that he has the one true and valid moral system, and pours out virulent abuse upon all who differ with his ideas, then it seems reasonable to call attention to the fact that the son of the evangelist, William A. 104. Mr. Bell is not the only pious politician on this pious board. Senator George Wharton Pepper is a devout Episcopalian, leader of the Church of J.P. Morgan and Company in the city of brotherly love. Mr. Pepper is so pious that he does not believe in education, he believes only in religion. In his book, A Voice from the Crowd, he says, subtract God and you get not secular education, but no education at all. Again he says, the teacher who interprets all of life in terms of brotherhood is responsible for leading the students to forget God. So, needless to say, Mr. Pepper was annoyed when Scott Nearing caused to be published in the Philadelphia North American a letter addressed to Billy Sunday, advocating the godless idea of brotherhood. Read Nearing's evil words. You have declared your interest in the salvation of Philadelphia. Look around you and ask yourself what salvation means here. The city is filled with unemployment and poverty, multitudes are literally starving, thousands of little children toil in the city's factories and stores, its workers, 1/3 strong, have no workmen's compensation law for their protection. Meanwhile the railroad interests which control the hard coal fields are reaping exorbitant profits, the traction company exacts the highest fares paid by the people of any American city, the manufacturers, entrenched at Harrisburg, are fighting tooth and claw to prevent the passage of up-to-date labor laws, and the vested interests are placing property rights above men's souls. These monstrous offenses against humanity, this defiance of the spirit of Christ's gospel, exist today in the city which hears your message. And further, the well-fed people, whose ease and luxury are built upon this poverty, child labor, and exploitation, sit in your congregation, contribute to your campaign funds, entertain you socially, and invite you to hold prayer meetings in their homes. These are they that bind grievous burdens on men's shoulders, that make clean the outside of the cup and the platter, the devourers of widows' houses, against whom Christ hurled his curses. Here is Dives, yonder is Lazarus. And it is Dives who has made your campaign financially possible. Sunday, Jr., has been arrested in the city of Los Angeles twice within the past fortnight. The first time he was fined $200 for reckless driving of an automobile, the second time his home was raided, and he and 7 of his guests were arrested upon complaint of the neighborhood that they have been conducting drunken debauches for many weeks. Professor Billy Sunday 105. Make no mistake. The chief priests, scribes, and Pharisees of Philadelphia will never crucify you while you deal in theological pleasantries. Has it occurred to you that their kindness is a return for your services in helping them to divert attention from real, pressing worldly injustice to heavenly bliss? Turn your oratorical brilliancy for a moment against low wages, overwork, unemployment, monopoly and special privilege. Before you leave Philadelphia, will you speak these truths? We pray thy kingdom come on earth. While men are underpaid, while women are overworked, while children grow up in squalor, while exploitation and social injustice remain, the kingdom of God never can come on earth and never will. It was after the publication of this blasphemy that our interlocking trustees decided that Scott Nearing must go. They knew that the young professor's colleagues were solidly behind him, and they also knew that there had been no room in Logan Hall big enough to hold the crowds of students who thronged to his lectures. So they must be cunning, and wait until both instructors and students had scattered to the country, and there was no longer a chance of organized action. On June 14 they voted not to reappoint Nearing, and the provost wrote him a brief note advising him of this action. At the same time the trustees voted privately that they would make no statement on the subject, regular gumshoe work, such as they were accustomed to use when they put a bill through their city council, stealing the socks off the feet of William Penn's statue. But some of the alumni got together and formed a committee, and wrote letters to all the trustees, and also wrote letters to the press, and before long the newspaper reporters were dogging the trustees, trying to smoke them out. Why should we make an explanation of what we choose to do as trustees? Demanded Mr. J. Levering Jones, Trust Company and Street Railway Company and Insurance Company Director and Republican machine politician. The University of Pennsylvania is not a public institution. And then the reporters got after the pious Senator Pepper, who also denied that the university was a public institution. The people of the state were putting up $1 million a year for it. They are now putting up $1.5 million, but they have no say as to how this $1 million is spent. The professors of the university were in the same position as Senator Pepper's secretary, so this pious man declared, he had the same right. 106. To discharge them, and they had no more right to demand an explanation. Nor were the trustees obliged to pay attention to the provisions of the Wharton Trust deed. In spite of the indignant protests of Mr. Morris, one of the trustees of the Wharton estate, the agitation continued, and little by little these trustees were smoked out and forced to reveal themselves. Terrible rumors were spread as to what Scott Nearing had done. He had questioned a student, the son of a Philadelphia judge, and not liking the student's answers, had sneered, "That is the kind of ignorance you would expect to find in judicial circles." The above statement being widely quoted by the trustees, Nearing's colleagues produced a signed statement from the student, that he had never met Professor Nearing or spoken to him, he had sat in Nearing's classes, but had never been asked any oral questions by him. The real reason behind the whole proceeding was revealed by a legislator up in Harrisburg, who got drunk at the Majestic Hotel and told how Joe Grundy, woolen manufacturer of Bristol, and president of the State Manufacturers Association, had fixed it up with Senator Buckman, his political boss, that the university should not get its annual appropriation until Nearing was fired. So Nearing was fired, and stayed fired, and that was the end of it. Several of his colleagues quit the university, the rest of them raised a fund to pay Nearing a year's salary, as tribute of their admiration, but they themselves stayed on and behaved themselves, and there has been no more disturbance at the Wharton School. The University of Pennsylvania professors no longer go out and lecture against child labor, they no longer serve on public commissions, or if they do, their findings are what the interlocking directorate wishes found. There are no longer graft exposures in Philadelphia, as one professor remarked to me, it's all inside the heads of people who don't tell. And this same professor reported an exclamation which came from the lips of his dean, "Oh, how I hate reformers." The Triumph of Death 107. Chapter XXIII. The Triumph of Death. What is the intellectual state of the University of UGI at the present moment? I questioned 4 different professors about it, taking the precaution to meet each one secretly, not letting even the others know about it. Always I got the same report, frequently backed by the same anecdotes. Someone had gone to the head of a department in the Wharton School to say that the Young Democracy group of students wanted to arrange a debate, to have one of their professors answer the socialist arguments of Scott Nearing. "I should like to do it," replied the department head. "It's just what I believe in, but I am very busy, and have plans to have my department expanded. I don't believe in pussyfooting, but there's no use throwing away a chance to get some good work done." In other words, this man did not even dare to debate against Scott Nearing, for fear of offending his trustees. In the Greek department, a young instructor did not dare join the Young Democracy group, though this was an open forum, strictly non-political. He would give his money, he said, but not his name, it was too dangerous. "They never interfere with my teaching Greek," he added. "Keep hidden, that is the wise policy, keep your head down. Anything you say may get into the newspapers, and get in wrong." A leader of the striking longshoremen was arrested and clubbed, and a student tried to raise bail. Penn/Ian defends radical, ran the scare headlines. And someone told me a mournful story, one that I heard over and over again in the colleges and universities I visited. You know, in country settlements they have the traditional village idiot, likewise in every college and university they have some unhappy, beaten man. W4IO made a mistake once in his youth, and has never been able to atone for it. At the University of UGI there is a young professor, whose students wished to debate the J. McNamara case. They asked him for advice on each side of the debate, and he made suggestions, and tried to explain how the use of violence would appear to a labor leader. For this he was hauled up b. 108. For the trustees and browbeaten. He has never got beyond the rank of assistant professor, and is a broken man. He was an active party socialist, but now does nothing, and if he writes a letter to a newspaper on a public question, he dares not sign his own name to it. The trustees not pay much attention to the teaching of Greek, but they watch the economics and history departments like hawks. A friend of mine, not a professor, told of taking a motor ride with one of these trustees, who referred to a Wharton School professor as that pizen pup. "What ideas of his do you object to?" asked my friend. "Oh, all kinds of ideas, that Ireland should be free, for example. As near as I can get it, he believes just what my cook believes." Said my friend, "You are mistaken about the man. He's really a lovable fellow, if you knew him you would like him. But, naturally, you don't meet him. You have an unwritten law he would have to ask permission of his dean or of the provost before he met you, otherwise he would commit an unthinkable offense." "Well," replied the trustee, "he's unscientific, and anyhow, he doesn't get along with the boys." My friend said, "But that's because his curriculum was changed so that he can't get any boys." "Well, anyhow," said the trustee, he's not the caliber of man we want for full professor. A woman friend of mine was present at a tea party where the head of a department in the University of UG told about a proposed appointment in the political science department. The man under discussion was connected with the State Department in Washington. He was wealthy, said this dean, and had a good social position. His wife's mother had especially important social connections. He was right on Russia, he was right on Japan, he was right on reparations. He had written the recent note of Secretary Hughes to the Bolshevist delegation at Genoa, and Hughes had passed this note with only 2 or 3 emendations. Such is the atmosphere in the high-up circles of our plutocratic education, such are the standards of eminence. I am informed on the best authority that this sturdy opponent of the Soviet, the triumph of Death 109 government in our State Department received 3 flattering offers from leading Eastern universities, as soon as it became known that he was the author of that Hughes note. Such is the way the game is played. As one professor remarked to me, knowing the ropes as I do, I could get any sort of promotion, any sort of honors. And that not by worthy work, not by any true contribution to science, but simply by knowing the interests, and being unscrupulous enough. It is a situation which destroys the morals of every man who knows about it. And another said, there is not a man in the Wharton School today who truly respects himself. Such are the instructors, and the students are what you would expect. One professor said to me, not 5% of my men are thinking about public questions. They take what I teach them as cows in the pasture take rain, something to be endured but not thought about. They come from high schools where they have heard no discussions of vital questions. I have talked with thousands of them. Ask anybody in the university and you will get the same answer: their mental life is as dead as the tomb. Another professor told how one of his colleagues had brought into his class a former lecturer of the YMCA in Siberia, who described to the students the behavior of Semenov, the Cossack bandit, one of the pets of our State Department. The lecturer had traveled in Semenov's train, and had been invited to tea, and Semenov came in with his tunic spotted with blood, explaining that he had just dispatched a carload of prisoners. He had shot them, one by one, with his own revolver, and left the dead for the American troops to bury. There had been some discussion of the incident in the class, and not a man there thought there was anything wrong about it. They never batted an eye, said my informant. Such are the triumphs of plutocratic education, and lest you doubt this, I mention that the students proved their convictions by action. They kidnapped a Russian student, a quiet and unobtrusive fellow, a socialist, not a communist. They carried him in an automobile some 15 miles outside the city, beat him until he was helpless, and left him to get back as best he could. This 110 was punishment for expressing the opinion that the Russian people should be permitted to work out their own destiny in their own way. For things such as this, the state of Pennsylvania contributes a subsidy of $1.5 million a year. The interlocking trustees are so sure of their power that they ventured recently to give to all the world a demonstration of it. The old provost retired, and they cast about for a new one, and offered to the American academic world the gravest insult it has yet sustained. You might spend much time searching through the names of prominent people in America, before you found one less fitted to be head of a great university than Leonard Wood, a second-rate regimental surgeon at the Presidio in San Francisco, who had the fortune to become the favorite of Theodore Roosevelt, and was by him rushed to a high command in the Army, against the unanimous protest of Army men. In 1920 he was picked out by a group of millionaire adventurers as their candidate for president. These men were shown by the New York World to have spent millions to buy him the nomination. They failed, and perhaps to soothe the general's wounded feelings, the trustees of UGI selected him for the highest honor in their gift. Also, Harvard has just made him an overseer the interlocking process in a new form. At the University of Pennsylvania the general receives $25,000 per year. He has not yet condescended to honor the university with his presence, but his duties are performed by an assistant provost, at $6,000 or $8,000. As faculty men explained to me, the one thing which makes it possible to tolerate the indignities of management by businessmen, is the fact that the president is always a professional educator, a man who has been one of them and understands their problems. But here is a man who has never been an educator, and is not even a graduate of a university, a military autocrat, utterly out of sympathy with true ideals of education. So the professor is pushed one step lower in the social scale, his status of inferiority is fixed, and at the University of UGI everybody sits still and holds his breath, waiting for the Grand Duke of Drexel Morgan to die, and leave his millions to his dead university. P.S. As this goes to press, General Wood resigns. The Tiger's Lair 111. Chapter XXIV. The Tiger's Lair. For 4 years during my early life as a writer I lived first in a tent, then in a little cabin which I built, then in an old farmhouse in the wooded hills about 5 miles north of Princeton. I wrote Manassas there, and the jungle. For Manassas I used the Princeton Library, so I spent a great deal of time about the place, and got to know it very well. I dwell on those days, and visions rise of elegant country gentlemen's estates, deep shade trees and smooth cool lawns with peacocks and lyrebirds strutting about, and the campus, with elegant young gentlemen lounging, garbed with costly simplicity and elaborately studied carelessness. I remember the warm perfumed evenings of spring, with the singing on the steps of Old North, the bonfires and parades and rejoicings over athletic victories, the grave ceremonials of commencement, and the speeches full of exalted sentiments. I remember a tall black-coated figure I never saw it without a shining silk hat striding about the grounds, or standing on the steps of Prexy's house, responding to a serenade, and reminding the students how they were destined to go out and be leaders in the battle for all things noble and true and grand. Then I would go into the library and work for a couple of hours, and come out late at night, and see these same young leaders of the future come staggering out of their clubhouses to vomit in the gutter. The public was told that drinking was forbidden in these clubs, but I saw what I saw. I suspected that the tall gentleman in the black coat and silk hat must also know what was going on, and that therefore he did not mean his golden words to be taken with entire literalness. If only there had been some way by which I could have warned the world concerning this eloquent college president who did not mean his golden words, what a tragedy to mankind might have been averted. I did not meet Woodrow Wilson at Princeton, but I met a good many of his professors. I called on his professor of literature, Henry Van Dyke, poet and scholar. 112. A dear amiable gentleman who had about as much idea of the realities of modern capitalism as had the roses in H's garden. I met some of his students. I took walks over the hills with one who had literary aspirations, and considered Tennyson's poems to Queen Victoria the highest imaginative flight of our age. This earnest young man discovered that I admired a disreputable English free lover by the name of Shelley, and so our acquaintance died. Another time my family was away, and I lived in town in a student boarding house. I turn weak even now when I think of those solemn, pale, black-clad young men from the theological seminary, eating their thin and watery meals, and living in a state of mind precisely as if the last 150 years had never happened to anybody. The manners and traditions of Princeton are English, the architecture, the ivy, and the elaborate carelessness of the men's attire. Strolling about the campus you might be in the midst of one of those interminable English novels, in which the hero goes first through the public school and eats at tuck shops, and then meanders up to Cambridge or Oxford, and gracefully loiters for 200 pages, punting on the river, reading a few random books of poetry, and seducing a girl or two. Princeton is the home of the Graces, the most perfect school of snobbery in America. It is meant for gentlemen's sons, and no nonsense about it, no Negroes, few Jews, or Catholics if they are known. The society clubs run, not merely the campus, but the faculty, and the endowment is presided over by the prettiest bunch of plutocrats yet assembled in our empire of education. The Grand Duke of Princeton was, until he died last year, Mr. Taylor Pyne, numbered among a score of the wealthiest men in the wealthiest country in the world. Mr. Pyne was a director in the National City Bank, one of the three great institutions of the money trust, He was also a director of the Delaware and Lackawanna Railroad, and of the Prudential Life Insurance Company, one of the great honeypots of Wall Street. It was on Mr. Pine's cool green lawns that I watched the peacocks and lyrebirds, in the days when I had come back from the Chicago stockyards, white and sick with the horror of what I had seen. The Tiger's Lair 113. The second Grand Duke of Princeton is Cyrus H. M. C. Cormack, head of the International Harvester Company, also a director in the National City Bank. The third Grand Duke is William Cooper Proctor, the ivory soap magnate, who tried to buy the presidency of the United States for General Wood. Mr. Proctor is also a director in the National City Bank. Quite a smell of Standard Oil on the Tiger's coat, you notice. The fourth Grand Duke is Robert Garrett, the biggest banker of Baltimore, whose brownstone mansion was one of the wonders of my childhood. All the above are life trustees of Princeton, and to assist them they have two more bankers, and a Philadelphia lawyer who is a director in the Pennsylvania Railroad, and in the Lehigh Railroad and the Lehigh Coal Company, a cotton manufacturer who is a member of the Republican Campaign Committee, a Pittsburgh merchant who is director in a national bank, the Secretary-Treasurer of the United Railroads of New Jersey, the President of the United States Trust Company, a publisher who is a director of two banks, a lawyer who is director of two insurance companies, and another who is chairman of a railroad, and another who is attorney for the Prudential Life. No unsound or subversive ideas need apply at Princeton. And the just reward of all this respectability was reaped when H. C. Frick, the Steel King, died, and left a great part of his fortune to the university. Woodrow Wilson made a lot of trouble for these super-plutocratic trustees. He saw that the club system was destroying the intellectual life of the university, and he tried to break it up and introduce a system under which the rich students would at least know the names of the less rich ones. He was bitterly fought at every point by the society group, led by Andrew West, head of the Latin department, and dean of the graduate school, a college politician who is genial to people he can use, but is a bitter partisan of reaction. This Dean West had a vision of a hyper-exclusive school for graduate students, an ivory tower of classical culture, and he got Mr. Proctor, who owns a tower of ivory soap, to offer $500,000 for this purpose. But Woodrow Carrot v. Wilson objected to the plan and delayed it, and Mr. Proctor became angry and withdrew his money, which caused 114. A furious hullabaloo among the Princeton plutocracy, led by Mr. Taylor Pine, the first Grand Duke. For some time the conflict raged, and it was settled in a peculiar way. Dean West got somebody to offer $3 million for the proposed school, and that licked Woodrow, and Woodrow bowed his head in submission. It had been possible to hesitate over $500,000, but $3 million's flesh and blood couldn't bear it. I am quoting from the delightful scene in Thackeray's Yellow Plush Papers, where Charles, who is in the service of the Honorable Algernon Dussier, is being tempted to do some rascality for His Excellency the Right Honorable Earl of Crabs. At first he resists the temptation, but then His Excellency lugs out a crisp, fluttering, snove 100-pun note. Carrot, you shall have this, and I will, moreover, take you into my service and give you double your present wages. Flesh and blood couldn't bear it. My lord, says I, laying my hand upon my bosom, only give me security, and FM yours forever. The old nobleman grinned, and patted me on the shoulder. Right, my lad, says he, right, you're a nice promising youth. Here is the best security. And he pulls out his pocketbook, returns the 100-pun bill, and takes out one for 50. Here is half today, tomorrow you shall have the remainder. And so Dean West became the master of the Graduate School of Princeton. According to the terms of the gift, he and another man hold the purse strings. Up with the aristocratic tradition, and goodbye to elegant and studied carelessness. Everybody in the Graduate School of Princeton must wear an academic gown for dinner. They kicked Woodrow Wilson upstairs, and put in his place a Presbyterian clergyman by the name of John Grier Hibben, snob to his fingertips, a timid little man who compensates for his own sheltered life by being in his imaginings a ferocious militarist, clamoring for all kinds of slaughter. He is an active director in half a dozen organizations for the purpose of getting us ready for every war in sight, and only the other day he was calling at commencement for us to bring down our fist on the council table of Europe and to take Russia by the throat using, by an unfortunate coincidence, the Peacocks and Slums 115. Very same words that we heard a few years ago from Wilhelm Hohenzollern. President Hibben was educated at the University of Berlin. A curious fact which I note about one after another of these academic drill sergeants: Butler of Columbia, Berlin Lowell of Harvard, Berlin Smith of Pennsylvania, Goettingen. These we have met so far, and next we shall meet Angel of Yale, Berlin Wheeler of California, Heidelberg Wilbur of Stanford, Frankfurt, and Munich. Every one of them learned the goose step under the Kaiser. Chapter XXV. Peacocks and Slums. Evans Clark, now of the Labor Bureau in New York, was for 3 years a preceptor at Princeton, and tried to interest the young men in what was going on in the outside world. Among other things, he assigned them Walter Lippmann's Preface to Politics as a book to read. I remember that I made a diligent go at this book, to find out what Lippmann meant and what he wanted, but I never could, and I doubt if any Princeton undergraduate could do more. However, Professor Wilhelm Starr Myers of the Department of History, a popular orator at ladies' clubs, thought it was a terrible book, and pleaded with Clark that he was taking an unfair advantage of immature minds. A professor at another university, who knows Professor Myers well, tells me that he is, next to Cal Coolidge and Ole Hansen, the most consummate ass on radicalism in the country. He is the lion of the afternoon pink teas. As always, where you have smooth cool lawns with peacocks and lyrebirds on them, you also have vile and filthy slums, in which babies die of typhoid and dysentery, and little children grow up crooked and poisoned for life. In this elegant aristocratic university town are some of the worst slums in the world. The Rev. Edward A. Steiner, author of The Trail of the Immigrant, was brought to Princeton to preach, and he inspected them, and writes me, "The housing conditions at Princeton were about as I have found in the most congested district of New York. Under the shadow of $3 million dormitories. 116 were tenements of the worst type. They were occupied by colored and white help. There was a young social worker, Nell Vincent by name, who was called to act as secretary to the charity organization society of the town. Some common laborers, working on the college buildings, went on strike and began picketing. It was a spontaneous strike, by Italians and other foreigners, and Miss Vincent, who knew their wives and children, tried to organize them, and spoke to them at a meeting, urging them to refrain from violence and abide by the law. The news of this came to the charity organization trustees, and there was a terrible fuss. Some of the prominent members of the faculty summoned Miss Vincent to appear before the board, and challenged her for stirring up trouble in the town. One charge they brought against her was that she had never been to church, another was that while living on a good street, she had invited the poor to visit her, and the wives and families of Italian laborers trailing up to her door had lowered the social tone of the street. She had brought into Princeton a critical sentiment, which was most distressing to the authorities of a fashionable university. One professor's wife reported that the attitude of the Italians had entirely changed. She no longer had any pleasure in distributing charity to them, they did not love her anymore. President Hibben finally succeeded in patching up the trouble, but he told Miss Vincent, referring to some of the university trustees who are members of the charity board, "You have no idea how I had to argue with them." In a letter to me, Miss Vincent uses the phrase, "the exquisite lie that is Princeton." In connection with this strike, Evans Clark tells an anecdote which throws a bright light on Princeton education. He was invited by a student to lunch on Prospect Avenue, where all the rich clubs are. The strikers had quit work on a club building, and were picketing this. Some Unsolved Social Problems of a University Town, by Arthur Evans Wood, assistant professor of sociology at the University of Michigan, a thesis of the University of Pennsylvania, published by C. W. Graham, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 1920. This document gives a detailed study of Princeton slums. On page 32 it appears that the infant mortality rate of Princeton in 1916 was 150 per thousand, as against 96 per thousand in New York City. Peacocks and slums 117. Building, riding up and down on bicycles. What are those men doing? Asked the student, and Clark explained they were pickets. What are pickets? Was the next question. They went inside, continuing their conversation at the club dining table. Here were a score of college men, and all asked questions, and hardly one knew what the word picket means, and hardly one knew there was a strike of the laborers working on Princeton's exclusive new club. 6 or 7 years ago we had a chance to make war on Mexico, and the former president of Princeton took us part way in, while the then president of Princeton tried furiously to get us all the way in. It happened that Norman Angell, the English writer and pacifist, was invited to Princeton to lecture, and made some casual reference to the militarist propaganda against Mexico and so got himself into a bewildering experience. Picture him, a foreigner from a land of politeness, an invited guest at a university supposed to represent culture and urbanity, and the president of this university, a clergyman of Jesus Christ, springs up in the audience and challenges him. Do you believe in murder? Do you believe in allowing American citizens to be murdered in Alexico? The lecturer tries politely to answer, but is not allowed to finish. Answer me, yes or no. Cries the president of Princeton. Do you believe in murder? And when the Englishman still fails to answer yes or no, the shepherd of Jesus shakes his finger at him, trembling with rage and screaming again and again, answer me, yes or no. Do you believe in murder? Both Evans Clark and his wife were witnesses of this extraordinary scene, and described it to me in detail, not resenting my incredulity, but patiently assuring me that they were not exaggerating, it happened just so. And a letter from Mr. Angell substantiates it. In the year 1916 arrangements had been made to have President David Starr Jordan of Stanford speak in a hall on the campus, but President Hibben, a lifelong friend of Jordan's, refused him the use of the building, and he had to speak in the Presbyterian Church. 2 or 3 students had organized an anti-war society, and they invited Professor Henry Mussey of Columbia, but could 118. Not get either a college hall or a Church of Jesus Christ. They rented an obscure room in the labor quarters of the town, and here the lecture took place. It had not gone very far before Frank Jewett Mather, professor of art, 60 years of age, and old enough to know better, you would think stuck in his head, and then slammed the door with a loud noise. Apparently he went off for reinforcements, for 10 minutes later he flung the door open, and entered with a professor of French and another professor. These 3 stamped over the hall, up one aisle and down another, shouting comments on the lecturer's remarks, and not stopping at personal insults. In order to appreciate the scene you would have to know Henry I. Mussey, so gentle and charming, rosy-faced, smiling like a cherub just arrived from heaven. And here was Evans Clark, a young preceptor, presiding, and he had to get up several times and ask 3 full professors of his university to behave themselves like gentlemen. Finally, they marched out, shouting Vive la France. Was this before we went into the war? I asked, and the answer was, it was after Princeton went into the war, but before the rest of the United States did. Also Mr. Clark's wife told me some of her adventures. She is Frida Kirchway, daughter of a former dean of the Columbia University Law School. She is one of the editors of The Nation, and as lovely a person as you will find. But you know how it is with these proper society people, their imaginations always run to foulness concerning people who differ with them. They cannot see how anybody who refuses to believe in class privilege and wage slavery can lead a decent life. Before the Clarks had been at Princeton a few months, a head of one of the departments asked if it was true, as reported, that their marriage was a trial one. Then, in a railroad train, sitting behind 2 socially exclusive professors' wives, Frida Kirchway became acquainted with Princeton ideas about herself. At this time she had a job in New York and commuted every day. The trip takes an hour and a half each way, and you must admit that a woman who stands that all the year round must love her husband a good deal. But here sat the two ladies, gossiping about pacifism, and the moral obloquy attendant thereon. "My dear," said one, "they say he's married. But nobody ever sees her, she doesn't live with him. Except maybe on vacations, of course. Nobody knows here he picked her up." To balance this, you should have a glimpse of the morals of Princeton's chosen ones. Let me remind you that President Hibben is a clergyman, and that Dean West of the graduate school, who makes the students wear academic gowns at dinner, is a clergyman's son. Now read the following paragraph from a letter of Miss Vincent. You of course are familiar with the time-honored custom of college commencements, class tents in and around which old grads let loose and get messed up generally, with booze and women. Well, in Princeton these tents are set up on vacant lots around in the town, and the townspeople feel that it is a most degrading influence upon their children, who hear the ribald songs and see sights that even grown people stay within doors to avoid if possible, during this grand and glorious reunion of the sons of Princeton. A protest as to this condition came up at a civic meeting. A committee of which I was chairman was appointed to meet Dean McClenahan of Princeton and the dean of the graduate school. We met. The genial dean of the graduate school, after a few innocent questions, said, "Why yes, Miss Vincent, you see we can't very well have the reunion tents on the campus, because it would reflect upon the university's good name, and would influence parents against it. But we do need to foster the reunions, because we need the support of the old graduates to keep up the college spirit. You see, they are not really concerned about morality. Like all the rest of the bourgeois world, they are merely concerned not to be found out, and to protect property. Above all things else, there must be no taint of social protest at Princeton." I have a rather pathetic letter from a young man who was a preceptor at Princeton for a year. He admits that he was dropped from the university because of his radical point of view, but he asks me not to mention his name or to tell his story. He still holds to his socialist philosophy, but he believes that his best work can be done as a research worker rather than as a propagandist. He was only 24 at that time, and he was lacking in tact and circumspection. He adds, "Of course I do not think that in justice I should have been dropped. Robert McElroy of Princeton has been guilty of more propaganda in recent years than I could put forth in a lifetime. He stayed 120. Because his propaganda was for 100% Americanism. In order to make the significance of this clear to you, I mention that Professor McElroy is head of the Department of History and Politics at Princeton University, and at the same time was for 3 years educational director of the National Security League. In the teaching of the social sciences, Princeton is a perfect illustration of intellectual dry rot. One who has been through the mill tells me that it is a combination of conventional history anecdotes and dynasties, metaphysical economics, legalistic and scholastic political science, and no sociology worthy of the name. How much they respect the facts in history you may judge from a remark made by a Princeton professor to a friend of mine that Charles Beard is no gentleman to speak of the founders of the Constitution as he does. Also from the fact that the professor of economic history is George B. McClellan, former mayor of New York City. Mr. McClellan bears a name honored in our history, and he was invited to lend this name to serve as a screen for the thugs of Tammany Hall while they plundered the people of the metropolis. He loaned it, and for 7 years protected the keepers of brothels and dives, also the public service corporations which had put up the campaign funds to elect him, a form of public activity so much appreciated by Princeton that they gave him an Doctor of Laws, and made him a trustee as well as a professor. I talked with the wife of a Princeton instructor, who was performing some clerical duties for her husband, and thereby had opportunities to listen in on Princeton education. She tells me of juniors and seniors in the great fashionable university, who would ask naive and childish questions about things that were going on in the world, revealing ignorance of which grammar school children would be ashamed. These elegant young idlers had been to college for 3 years, some of them 4 years, and had not learned to read a newspaper. Yet they were all eager to go to war, for a cause of which they understood nothing, and of which their leaders understood no more. As they proved to us before they got us out of the mess. 2 years later there came as it were a colossal volcanic eruption, whereby Princeton culture, Princeton ideals, and Princeton pieties were exploded over the entire The Bulldog's Den 121 globe. At present writing it appears that it will take mankind 100 years to recover from the disasters that resulted. You, plain working men or businessmen who glance at this book, and think that college stupidity and corruption does not concern you, take this one fact and ponder it: millions of German and Austrian babies are hopelessly deformed by rickets, tens of millions of Russian peasants have perished of starvation, 300 billions of human treasure and 30 million human lives were thrown away to no purpose because, 45 years ago, one student of Princeton College, Thomas Woodrow Wilson, by name, was studying Hebrew, Greek, and imbecile theology, when he should have been studying economics, geography, and social engineering. Chapter XXVI. The Bulldog's Den. A short journey on Mr. Morgan's Pennsylvania Railroad, with its Johns Hopkins, Princeton, Yale, Bryn Mawr, Wilson, Lafayette, Rutgers, Teachers College, Lehigh, Pittsburgh, Massachusetts Tech, and University of Pennsylvania directors, and another short journey on Mr. Morgan's New Haven Railroad, with its recent Harvard overseer for chairman, a Brown trustee for vice president, a recent Yale president for director, and a member of the Yale Advisory Board, a Washburn trustee, a Wellesley trustee, a Pratt Institute trustee, and 2 Harvard visitors for directors, and we find ourselves at the home of Princeton's age-long rival, Old Eli, another carefully guarded fortress of the plutocracy, a ruling class munition factory, turning out mental bombs and poison gas for use in the class war. There was a time when Yale was called democratic. This did not mean, of course, that the students had any use for the muckers of the town of New Haven, but merely that all the students knew one another, they were all bound for the top, and all stood together. But the secret societies came in, and now Yale is just what Princeton is, a place where the sons of millionaires draw apart and live exclusive lives. These secret societies run not merely the student life, they run the institution, through. 122. The alumni who belonged to the societies when they were undergraduates, and are now getting their sons and their friends' sons in, and doing everything to hold up the power of Skull and Bones. For this new imitation piracy the young fellows begin their training long before they see the college. There are 8 or 10 fashionable preparatory schools, which also have their fraternities, so that the lads are intriguing and wire-pulling and imitating one another's imbecilities before they get out of short trousers. It is a rigid caste system, a set of artificial ideals and standards: clothes, accent, athletic prestige, money spending, all the arcana of snobbery. The older fellows are watching, criticizing, patronizing. You make the proper effort at your prep school, and then go to the great university, knowing that you are watched every moment by sharply critical eyes. For a year or 2 you bend every thought and effort to being just exactly what the great social leaders dictate, and then comes the day of anguish, when the tapping is done, and you are swept onto a lifetime of triumph, or cast down into everlasting humiliation. The standards of these fashionable societies permit you to get drunk and to acquire your due share of venereal disease, but they do not permit you to wear the wrong color tie, or to use the wrong kind of slang, or to smoke the wrong tobacco. Needless to say, they permit no smallest trace of eccentricity in ideas, and here we have a mob sentiment which supplants all academic discipline. 15 or 20 years ago Alexander Irvine was pastor of a church at New Haven, and thrilled some students with visions of social reform. Jack London came in 1905, and gave his famous lecture, Revolution, and prominent society students sat up all night to wrangle with him. But the war has swept all this away. There is no longer any trace of liberalism at Yale that I could find. Instead, there is discipline and herd sentiment. This is the way we do it at Yale, and woe to the youngster who tries to do it differently. One of its products of which Yale does not boast is Sinclair Lewis. He ran away, and came to Helicon Hall to learn about socialism. He told me how the men in his class hated compulsory chapel, and proposed to organize and protest. They would get up early in the morn. The Bulldog's Den 123. And march through the gateway, and defy the authorities. To a man they cussed the chapel, yet, so completely did the spirit of Yale conquer them, when they came to be seniors, and had to vote on college customs, they voted for compulsory chapel. After all, it's a good thing, it helps to get the men together and make college spirit. Yale was founded on the Bible, rum and niggers. That is to say, the slave trade, and it stands today foursquare on wage slavery. It has an endowment of $32 million, and needless to say, the interlocking directorate is in full charge. The board includes, the president of the New York Trust Company, who is a director in a trolley company, a fire insurance company, and a securities company, the president of the Merchants National Bank of Boston, the president of the Title Guarantee and Trust Company of New York, the president of the Westinghouse Company of Pittsburgh, a Chicago dry goods merchant, who is a director of a great railroad system and a national bank, a silk manufacturer who is a bank trustee, the publisher of a leading newspaper, also a director of the Associated Press and two insurance corporations, another newspaper publisher who is a director in the Erie Railroad, the chief counsel of the Connecticut Trolley Company, and, to make the group entirely safe and conservative, 4 ministers of the Gospel of Jesus Christ. Quite recently I saw a document which was sent out to the Yale alumni, asking their opinions on a group of candidates for the new elections, and at the top of the list stood the name of America's prize Tory, ex-president and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court William Howard Taft. Taft is a Yale man, and is proud to boast himself a pupil of the late William Graham Sumner, professor of political economy, and a prime minister in the M.Peer of plutocratic education. I doubt if there has ever been a more capitalistic economist than Sumner, a man who took a ghoulish delight in the glorifying of commercialism. He is the author of a book What Social Classes Owe to Each Other. Reading this book you discover that what the rich owe is to enjoy their riches, while what the poor owe is to keep out of the way. Never that I know of has stark brutal selfishness been so deified, and covered by 124. The mantle of science. Every man and woman in society has one big duty. That is to take care of his or her own self. Such was the first commandment according to Sumner, and the second was like unto it, mind your own business. Of course, to such a man there was no person so irritating as a reformer of any sort, and he never wearied of pouring out ridicule upon the man who imagined he could do anything to make society better. Society does not need any care or supervision, decreed the all-wise professor, and that settled it. The hard young Roman rulers thronged to his classes, and absorbed his gospel of the wolf pack, and went out with their minds encased in a triple-plated Harveyized steel armor of prejudice, ready to commit any crimes that might be necessary to the preserving of their privileges. Today the pupils of Professor Sumner are walking upon the faces of labor and stamping out the hopes of mankind in hundreds of the leading industries of the country, and in the highest posts of the government, from the United States Supreme Court down. Such a man is worth many billions of dollars to the plutocrats. They pay him a few thousand a year, and tickle his vanity with solemnly conferred degrees and an academic robe to wear, and at the end of his 30 years of service the editors of the Yale Review celebrate him in a series of articles as pioneer, teacher, inspirer, idealist, man and veteran. Professor Sumner's place is now ably taken by one of his pupils. Professor Albert G. Keller, author of Societal Evolution, which a well-known American sociologist describes to me as a lengthy example of secondary rationalization to prove the immorality of social reform. In case you do not understand these scientific technicalities, let me explain that Professor Keller is employed by the New England plutocracy to act as intellectual night watchman for their property, and that having got his orders what to teach, he then invents an elaborate set of reasons to convince himself and the world that this is the right thing to teach, and that in so teaching he is protecting society. Meantime, What of the men at Yale who happen to have some vision of social service and human sympathy? The Bulldog's Den 125. I managed to find one who had been there, and for a while thought he was going to make a success in the great university. He invented during the war a device to destroy submarines, and the United States government took it up. Word came to the interlocking trustees, and the secretary of the corporation, Mr. Anson Phelps Stokes, sent for the professor in haste. There was a story in this, some advertising for old Eli. Simon Lake, a Yale man, had invented the submarine, and now another Yale man was to wipe it out. For God, for country, and for Yale. Mr. Stokes with eager fingers began turning the pages of an encyclopedia, to find out the date of Simon Lake's invention, and the date of his sojourn in the university. But this bit of favor was quickly lost, when the professor took up the troubles of his colleagues, who found it impossible to exist upon their salaries, with the cost of living going up day by day. My friend had spent 10 years preparing himself for university teaching. He had spent 8 years teaching at Clark, at Harvard, and at Yale, and now he was getting $1,400. He insisted that he and his colleagues should get M.Or, and the secretary was irritated by this agitation. Mr. Stokes comes from a wealthy family himself, but believes that other people should wait for their rewards in heaven. He wrote my friend that college professors should not interfere with matters which are not their own business. Also that he had never advised Yale instructors to get married. What this means is that such universities as Yale, Harvard, and Johns Hopkins rely upon their prestige to get them teachers, paying starvation wages, and tacitly establishing a celibate order in the service of the plutocracy. I note in my morning newspaper that Northwestern University, a great religious institution at Evanston, 111, has come out into the open, and has refused to engage married men as professors, explaining that it cannot afford to pay a salary for two. So you see, we are literally realizing the sarcastic observation of Professor Spingarn, that there are 3 sexes in America: men, women, and professors. There is only one step more to be taken, and I expect some morning to pick up my paper and read that the president of some great uni. 126. Versity has announced that, inasmuch as college professors who cannot afford to marry sometimes set bad moral examples for the students, it is now ordained that none but eunuchs need apply for jobs. If this arrangement has proved useful to the ruling classes of Turkey, and for the choir boys of the Vatican, why should it not be given a trial in our plutocratic empire? Chapter XXVII. The University of the Black Hand. We have completed a survey of our 5 largest Eastern universities, Columbia, Harvard, Pennsylvania, Princeton, and Yale. We shall now cross the continent, to the western domains of our interlocking directorate. We may begin our journey on the New York Central, which is a Vanderbilt Morgan Road, and has a Columbia and a Cornell and a Rochester University trustee for directors, a recent Yale and New York University trustee for director, a Lake Erie College trustee for vice president, and a Cornell trustee for vice president, also a Guarantee Trust and 2 National City Bank directors, and continue it on the Michigan Central under the same auspices. Then, on the Illinois Central, which has a Columbia trustee and an Armour Institute trustee and a recent University of Chicago trustee, and a Knox and a Rockford College trustee for directors, and 1 First National, 1 Guarantee Trust, and 2 National City Bank directors. Then on the Missouri Pacific, with a Brown University and a Vassar College and a Middlebury College trustee for directors, and a New York University Council member for director and a Massachusetts Tech trustee for vice president, and 1 Equitable Trust and 2 Guarantee Trust directors. Finishing on the Union Pacific, which has a Columbia trustee for chairman, also a Rutgers College trustee and 2 Massachusetts Tech trustees and a Hebrew Tech trustee for directors, also 2 Equitable Trust, 2 Guarantee Trust, and 3 National City Bank directors. We may announce our coming by the Western Union, which has a Columbia trustee for president, and on its directorate 2 Columbia trustees, a Princeton trustee, a Massachusetts Tech and Hebrew Tech trustee, and University of the Black Hand 127. A recent Hofvard overseer. Arriving in San Francisco, we shall be welcomed by the interlocking directorate in charge of railroads, telegraphs, telephones, electricity, land, water, gas and education. Across the bay from San Francisco, high up above the city of Berkeley, stands the University of California, a medieval fortress from which the intellectual life of the state is dominated, and here also we find one of the Grand Dukes of the plutocracy in charge, Mr. William H. Crocker, whose father looted the Southern Pacific Railroads, covering all California. Mr. Crocker is a social leader, an active head of the Republican political machine, which runs the government and is run by the finance of the state. We shall feel at home with Mr. Crocker, when we discover that he is a director of the Equitable Trust Company of New York, one of the 5 great banking institutions of the Money Trust, and that he sits on this board with Mr. Coudert, attorney for the plutocracy and trustee of Columbia University, also when we learn that he was a director of the Parkside Land Company, all of whose officers were indicted in the San Francisco graft scandal. Associated with Mr. Crocker in the running of the University of California is Mortimer Fleischhacker, the biggest banker in San Francisco, president of the Anglo-California Trust Company, and first vice president of the Anglo and London National Bank. I can give you a glimpse of this gentleman's activities, for the other day I met a young newspaper man who had shipped on one of the fishing vessels which constitute the Hell Fleet of the Pacific. Mr. Fleischhacker is vice president of the Union Fish Company, which is paying men $5 a ton for catching and salting cod, which are sold in San Francisco for $160 a ton, the incidental costs being practically nothing. Mr. Fleischhacker is also vice president of the Alaska Canning Company, whose workers are hired by a Chinese contractor for $34 a month and board, which consists of 2 meals a day of scurvy diet, and only 1 cup of water a day. In the canning factories they work from 3 a.m. to 9 p.m., and they sleep in ramshackle bunk houses, with no heat, no light, and tide water wetting the floor. 8 of them died of smallpox while my friend was there. 128. As aide on his university board, Mr. Fleischhacker has his attorney, Mr. Guy C. Earle, vice president of 2 power companies and 2 electric companies, and a very crude and subservient newspaper, the Los Angeles Express, also Mr. Dixon, proprietor of this same Express. Also we find the president of San Francisco's gas company, Mr. Britton, an active enemy of every public ownership movement, Mr. Moffat, vice president of the First National Bank, an honest believer in capitalism at its worst, and a furious reactionary, also Mr. Bowles, president of the First National Bank of Oakland, and director in a railway, a water company, and a timber company, also Mr. Cochran, vice president of the Southern California Edison Company, president of a life insurance company, a director in Mr. Fleischhacker's bank, and a director in half a dozen large financial institutions. Also Mr. Foster, another director in Mr. Fleischhacker's bank. Mr. Foster lives in Marin County, just north of the university, and is known as the Duke of Marin, so you see these medieval titles are not entirely the product of my muckraking imagination. In addition to these 7, there are 2 wealthy corporation attorneys, one of them counsel for the Catholic Church, and for the grafters who were put on trial in 1910, a Catholic priest who is a close advisor of the Archbishop who runs the San Francisco school system, and the wife of Sartori, one of the largest bankers in Los Angeles, who, as I happen to know, helped to finance the concession hunting expedition of Vanderlip in Kamchatka. These are the appointed regents, and in addition there are some who hold ex officio the governor of the state, the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the Assembly, etc. These do not matter, being merely machine politicians, selected by Mr. Crocker and Mr. Fleischhacker and 2 or 3 others in private conference, nominated by these gentlemen's newspapers, and elected by these gentlemen's checks. Besides the state government and the Maiver City, and their own banks and railroads, Mr. Crocker and Mr. Fleischhacker control for the interlocking directorate a vast network of gas and electric companies, street railways, land companies, and power companies. The recent development of water power has made this the dominant university or the Black Hand 129 industry of the state, and the means whereby the other industries are subordinated. Mr. Fleischhacker is president of the Great Western Power Company, and of the California Electric Generating Company, and a director in the Northwestern Electric Company, while his attorney, Mr. Earl, also a trustee of the university, is vice president of 2 of these concerns. 8 other regents are active directors of such power companies, and we shall see shortly how they use their university as a propaganda department against power development by the state. Mr. Foster, the Duke of Marin, is president of the Ferry Company, and a director of the United Railroads of San Francisco, which has been a leading agency in corrupting the city for the past 20 years. Mr. Crocker is a director in the committee which is now trying to reorganize these United Railroads, after the looters have got through with them. We shall see how these gentlemen use their university as a strike-breaking agency for the benefit of their street railways, their ferries, and their gas and electric companies. One might think that the plutocracy of California ought to be content to leave its educational business in the hands of such a board. Nevertheless, they have felt it necessary to organize an independent vigilance committee, to supplement Mr. Crocker and Mr. Fleischhacker. The prime mover in this action was Mr. Harry Haldeman, president of the Pacific Pipe and Supply Company of Los Angeles, a gentleman whose qualifications to direct the higher education of California were acquired while driving a stage. Mr. Haldeman founded what he called the Commercial Federation of California. Later, learning from the war the advantages of camouflage, he changed the name to the Better America Federation. He went out among the interlocking directorate and raised the sum of $800,000, to be expended for the purpose of keeping California capitalist. The Better America Federation is a kind of Black Hand Society of the Rich, a terrorist organization which does not stop short of crime, as I know from personal experience. It works in league with several depraved newspapers, the Los Angeles Times, owned by Harry Chandler, speculator in Mexican revolutions, and co-partner with Mrs. Sartori's husband in the Vanderlip-Kamchatka adventure, the Los 130. Angeles Express, with 2 university regents in charge. The San Francisco Chronicle, owned by Mike DeYoung, whom Ambrose Bierce pictured hanging on all the gibbets of the world, the San Francisco Bulletin, whose bottomless venality has been revealed in Fremont Older's book. I have told in the Brass Check, chapter LXVI, the story of how the Dugout, a returned soldier's paper in Los Angeles, was smashed because its publisher would not have it used as a strike-breaking agency. The Secret Service branch of the Better America Federation committed a dozen separate crimes in the doing of this job, and much of this was proved at the publisher's trial. The Better America Federation investigates every person who runs for office in California, and blacklists him unless he is 100% capitalist. It browbeats public officials and slanders them in its newspapers. It causes the raiding of labor offices, and the jailing without trial of labor organizers, and among its other activities it runs the educational system of California, including the state university. The spirit in which it works is revealed in a bill which it came near to pushing through the last California legislature, providing for canceling the license of any school teacher who, discussing the Constitution of the United States with a pupil, shall express to such pupil any opinion or argument in favor of making any change in any provision. How this organization puts pressure on university professors is a matter about which you do not have to take my word. You may have the word of Mr. Harry Haldeman, president of the Better America Federation. In the San Francisco Call for January 20, 1922, I find an article occupying the top of 7 columns, Aims of Better America Body told businessmen of San Francisco. This is a report of a luncheon at the St. Francis Hotel, in which Mr. Haldeman explained his work to the president and vice president of the Southern Pacific Railroad, and a group of such leading interlocking directors. Said Mr. Haldeman, through the children of the best business families throughout the land, who are attending universities, we are having students of radical tendencies watched. We are receiving reports of what is going on, both as to students and teachers that uphold radical doctrines and views. University of the Black Hand 131. So here is the spy system in our universities, college boys and girls set to tale-bearing on their fellows and on their teachers. On such ignorant and garbled reports, professors in the University of California are blacklisted for promotion, or they are quietly let out without explanation or with just a lie or two. When they apply for jobs in other places, letters are written to keep them from getting those jobs. School teachers are blacklisted over the entire state. Students in the university who graduate with honors are unable to get teaching positions, because the employment system maintained by the university is under the control of this kid-gloved Black Hand. The active manager of this organization until a few months ago was Mr. Woodworth Klum, a lawyer, author of a pamphlet, America is Calling, the substance of which is that America is calling her school children to mob their fellow students with whose opinions they do not agree. Mr. Klum was formerly secretary of the Greater Iowa Association, at a salary of $10,000 a year, also secretary to the Iowa Commission to the Panama Pacific Exposition. He left the state after a 3 years controversy over the fact that this commission had failed to file a proper statement of its expenditure of public funds with the state accountant, $20,000 being missing, also after a typewriter belonging to the commission had been traced to the office of the Greater Iowa Association, also after Mr. Klum had walked across the street and brutally struck in the face a Civil War veteran, wearing a Grand Army button, because this old man was deaf and did not hear a band playing the Star-Spangled Banner some distance away, and therefore had failed to remove his hat. Now, here is Mr. Klum's new organization, the kid-loved Black Hand of California, working in close alliance with the open shoppers and labor union smashers of the state, and holding over school teachers and college professors the lash, not merely of blacklist, slander, and starvation, but of sentence to 14 years in prison. For you must understand that we have a criminal syndicalism law in California, and this is applied to you, not merely if you belong to a radical labor union, but if you take any action on behalf of the victims of the Black Hand. This organization has a private army of sluggers. 132. Called the Citizens Police, which maintains a standing offer of $50 for every arrest of a radical, and $300 for every conviction. As I write this book, one J.P. McDonald is arrested at Long Beach, California, for asking signatures to a petition to President Harding for the release of political prisoners, this petition being one which was signed by 300,000 American citizens and presented to the President by a delegation of some 30 leaders of liberal thought. Holding over this working man's head the threat of prosecution for criminal syndicalism, the police persuaded him to plead guilty to vagrancy though he had money in his pocket and a job. They promised him he would get 30 days, and the judge gave him 6 months, and grinned at him. Such is California, described by Romain Rolland as land of orange groves and jails, and such is the atmosphere of espionage and terrorism in which is conducted the University of the Black Hand. Chapter 3. The Fortress of Medievalism. My first visit to Berkeley was in the winter of 1909-10. I had come to see a professor, I shall not name him, since he does not welcome publicity. Suffice it to say that he is one of the world's leading scientists, and in any country in Europe would be named among a dozen greatest contributors to advanced knowledge. He was educated in Europe, and had come to the great California University, thinking he would be welcomed as at home. Shortly after his arrival came Charter Day, and he was invited to a grand academic banquet, a function which he described to me with infinite amusement. There was a table of honor across the front of the room, raised above the others, and at this table sat the president of the university, and on his right hand the Grand Duke of the interlocking regents, and on his left hand the second Grand Duke, and all the robber lords and barons of the state, carefully ranged according to their financial standing, looked up in the latest Moody's Manual, or Dunn, or Bradstreet, or wherever it is that you find these things. At the other, the Fortress of Medievalism 133. Tables, tapering away from the royal presence, were placed the deans and heads of departments, the professors, the assistant professors, the instructors, all graded according to the amount of their salaries, and any slightest variation in the order of precedence jealously looked out for and resented. My friend the scientist was put in his pecuniary proper place. The fact that he was a mastermind who would have occupied the seat of honor at any function of any university faculty in Europe, made no slightest difference. He was not even asked to meet the interlocking regents, nor were they aware of his existence. The president met such great ones, and shook hands with them, for he was a $15,000 a year man, but my scientist friend was only a $4,000 or $5,000 a year man, and was expected to stay with his own kind. Also, while on this visit to Berkeley, I talked with the wife of a professor. The ladies, you know, have an especially acute sense for social matters, and often have a pungent way of expressing what they feel. This lady had been walking on the beach at Del Monte, the exclusive resort of the California plutocracy. Perhaps she wasn't meant to be there. Anyhow, there came strolling toward her the president of the university, with 2 or 3 of the wives of his wealthiest regents. They were coquettishly and elaborately got up, and he was indulging in elephantine playfulness, talking to them about getting their tootsies wet, crude efforts of a man of majesty, and learning to descend to social dalliance. He stopped in front of the wife of his professor and spoke to her, but did not introduce her to the other ladies, a grave and intentional discourtesy. Instead of that, he looked at her sternly and said, "I wish you to know that I have no use whatever for science." This, you must understand, to the wife of a man who was supposed to be discovering some of nature's most vital secrets. I asked in bewilderment just what could have been the motive for such a remark, and the explanation was that scientists sometimes think themselves of importance, and it is necessary to academic discipline that they should be put in their place. This same scientist was instrumental in bringing to the university half a dozen of the greatest men of Europe as lecturers: Arrhenius, De Vries, Sir William Ramsay. They were paid inadequately for 134 their long journey, and my friend suggested that it might be a good idea to reward them with an honorary degree. Said President Wheeler, with instant decision, "I give no degrees to scientists." "Whom do you give them to?" asked my friend, and the answer was, "I give them to people of importance, to statesmen, public men, college presidents." This was Benjamin Ide Wheeler, ex-professor to the German Kaiser, and tireless singer of the Kaiser's praises, holder of a Heidelberg degree, and of honorary degrees from all the great Eastern centers of the interlocking directorate: Princeton, Harvard, Brown, Yale, Johns Hopkins, Dartmouth, and Columbia. He called himself a liberal, but never enough to offend Mrs. Hearst, who gave the university a Greek theater, with her son's name carved across the front of the stage. While I was in Berkeley, there was a scandal at the university, because of the sudden appointment of a new professor to be dean of the graduate school. This was David P. Barrows, now president of the university, and a person whose career is of interest to us. He is a product of the University of California, and was finished in Nicholas Murray Butler's educational enameling machine. Thence he went to be superintendent of schools of the city of Manila, and later on director of education for the Philippine Islands. Having received a thorough training in imperialism, he came home to proclaim the gospel of the mailed fist in our empire of raisins and prunes. Dean Barrows was a fighting man, and became immediately active in university politics. You may be startled to hear that anything so dubious as politics exists in a university, but if you believe in applied imperialism, and start to apply it to those about you, you are apt to find some of them resisting, and you will have to put them down, and put up others who are willing to obey you and promote your interests. So Barrows became a tireless university politician, and he and his subordinates also became active in the outside politics of their city and state. As it happens, Berkeley had a large working-class population, and a strong socialist sentiment, and naturally there is no higher duty that an imperialist college dean can perform than to crush socialism in his hometown. I have described the university as a medieval fortress on a hill. You thought, no doubt, I was just slinging language, but consider the situation. The university has nothing to do with Berkeley. It is not a part of the city. It pays no taxes, either to city or state. Nevertheless, it lays claim to run the affairs of the city, and does so. If there are any charters or city contracts to be drawn, the university professors do it, and they do it in the interests of the university, and of the university's interlocking regents. If there is a school superintendent or a mayor to be selected, the university machine is ready with a university man. It is the established custom that one member of the school board of Berkeley shall be a university professor, and you always find this professor voting on the side of reaction and special privilege. For example, the law provides that insurance on school buildings be placed with the companies which make the lowest bids. The school board wished to violate this law, and a socialist member of the school board fought for a whole day to prevent the violation, and was beaten by the vote of the university professor. When election time comes round, the university goes into the campaign as one man to smash the socialists. The university machine circulates slanders against the socialist administration, and university students are registered and voted wholesale for the plutocracy. The university machine selects the local judges, and the key route, a street railroad, puts up the money to elect them, this money being voted by directors who are university regents. In one campaign, Stid Wilson, socialist mayor of Berkeley, read from the platform the affidavit of a student to the effect that the president of the student body had stated that he had received $5,000 from the key route, to be used on the campus to beat the socialist ticket. Of course the key route expects to be paid back for this, and presents its bill whenever there is a strike of its workers. It would be too much to expect that the interlocking directorate should own and run a university, and then, in an emergency like a strike, should see 8 or 10,000 young men sitting by entirely idle, except for fool studies. When strikes occur, the interlocking newspapers paint terrifying pictures of the public emergency, and the interlocking deans organize the students and give them special credits for the time they spend as great American heroes. In 1913 came a gas and electric 136 strike, and the president of the gas company, a member of the board of regents, called on his university for help, and the boys from the engineering department were given credit for a full semester's work for their services as scabs. After that, when the socialists proposed a measure to have the regents elected by the people, the labor leaders of California said they weren't interested. Working men didn't go to college, so why should they bother about such matters? And just as this university of the Black Hand seeks to run the city, so also it seeks to run the state. Just now there is a bitter struggle underway, over a bill to enable cities and towns to combine and develop water power for their own use. The special interests of California are fighting this measure tooth and nail, and prominent among them are the 10 university regents who are interested in power companies. Do these gentlemen fail to make use of their university in the struggle? If you expect such a thing, you do not know our empire of raisins and prunes. The farmers of this empire are organized into farm bureaus at state expense. These bureaus are supposed to be run by the farmers themselves, but the university appoints experts, and the state pays them to act as advisors and guiding lights to the farm bureaus. During this campaign it was observed that resolutions against the hydroelectric power bill kept coming in from the farm bureaus, which seemed unaccountable, because in the state legislature the farmers' bloc was unanimous for the bill. The mystery was traced down, and in every case it was discovered that the treacherous resolution had come from the experts' university men, appointed by university regents in the interest of their privately owned power plants. And at the same time in San Francisco, Mr. Crocker, Grand Duke of the Regents, is starting a campaign to get Rudolph Spreckels, a liberal capitalist, out of control of the First National Bank, because Mr. Spreckels has committed the crime of supporting this power bill. The Dean of Imperialism 137. Chapter XXIX. The Dean of Imperialism. We return to David P. Barrows to follow his career as he rises to the heights of academic prominence and power. For 7 years he stumped the state of California, proclaiming the destiny of the stars and stripes to float from the North Pole to the South. The world was to be divided up, it was our business to get our share, we should win because we were better organized, more efficient, the world would not tolerate small nations, strong men must rule. And presently came a chance for strong men to rule in Mexico, but the strong men had at their head a weakling by the name of Woodrow Wilson, who refused to act. You might think there would be some impropriety, some violation of military precedents, in a university dean's attacking a former university president, who had become President of the United States, but when Woodrow Wilson took Veracruz, and then refused to take the rest of Mexico, Dean Barrows rushed to the front, denouncing him before chambers of commerce, and being reported in the interlocking newspapers. We shall note in the course of this book many cases of college professors forbidden to take part in outside activities, and especially to get themselves into the newspapers. The professor's place is the classroom, we are told, and to this there is only one exception when the professor is advocating more loot for the exploiters who pay him his salary. Shortly after this Veracruz affair, the San Francisco Star published some revelations concerning our imperialist dean, stating that at the very time he was campaigning for intervention, he was vice president of the Veracruz Land and Cattle Company. A friend who knows Dean Barrows well, defended him to me by the statement that his holdings in this company were not valuable. When I asked how valuable they might have become if the United States had conquered Mexico, my friend changed the subject. The next part of the world to be divided up was Siberia, and our imperialist dean was made a colonel, and put in charge of the Army Intelligence Service. So far as I know, he has not told the full story of his adventures in 138. Siberia, but we may glean hints in the press of China and Japan, which charged that Colonel Barrows was an accomplice of Semenov, the Cossack bandit, in a plot to separate Mongolia from the Chinese Empire and place it under the rule of Semenov and the American concession hunters. The situation in Siberia at this time was a complicated one. Kolchak was the official representative of the Allies, fighting the Bolsheviki with American money and supplies. Semenov revolted against Kolchak, and set himself up as an independent bandit, controlling a part of Mongolia. He was intimate with Colonel Barrows at this time, and a leading Chinese journalist wrote an article in *Millard's Review, in which he referred to Barrows as an unscrupulous and unprincipled American adventurer. It was rumored at this time, and has since been thoroughly proven, that Semenov entered the pay of the Japanese, and was used by them in their Siberian intrigues. Colonel Barrows himself admitted this in an interview published in the San Francisco Chronicle, April 15, 1922. Semenov was in America at this time, backed by the Japanese intriguers, but supposed to represent the anti-Bolshevik cause. Naturally he was welcomed by his friend Colonel Barrows, and ardently defended in the interlocking newspapers. Certain Bolshevik agitators pointed out that Semenov had fired upon and murdered a number of American soldiers, and just what does our academic colonel think about the murdering of American soldiers by a Cossack bandit in Japanese pay? Our colonel declares that he investigated the matter, and that it was merely owing to a misunderstanding. General Semenov wanted to move a train across a sector at Chita, where the Americans refused to let him go, and so he shot and killed a few American soldiers. That is all. The colonel describes Semenov as a man of iron, both in courage and military leadership. He was brave. Semenov did not think, evidently a misprint in the newspaper, of which I disapproved. He accepted the help of the Japanese. But even in this he was helpless. When the Allies refused their aid, he was compelled to accept Japanese assistance. Whatever he did, it was with the sole aim of beating the Bolsheviki, whom he hated. This was at the time that Senator Borah was exposing Semenov's infamies. Borah read extracts from a speech by an American Railway Commission officer, who stated that Semenov carried with him on his so-called summer car a harem of 30 of the most beautiful women I ever saw. Mr. Borah offered to show a picture of the car, and we wonder if this was one of the things which Colonel Barrows saw, when he saw nothing of which he disapproved. Colonel Morrow, in command of the American troops at Chita, stated that Semenov's own Cossacks had estimated that Semenov had slaughtered 100,000 non-combatants in Siberia. Colonel Morrow testified to the extreme cruelty and wholesale murders of Semenov, this on April 12, 3 days before the Barrow's interview. Also General Graves, commander of the American Siberian expedition, used the phrase wholesale murderer, and described grim murder trains, which took men out to be shot along the side track and buried in common graves, American soldiers ruthlessly murdered, an ex-American lieutenant held virtual prisoner 40 hours, etc. All this was fully reported in the press, and was in President Barrow's newspapers several days before he made his statement that Semenov had done nothing of which he, Barrows, disapproved. To quote from the San Francisco Examiner, April 13, 1922. It is part of the testimony that prisoners captured by Semenov's army in their raids upon villages were taken by trainloads to places which Colonel Morrow designated as Semenov's slaughterhouses and there shot down by the wholesale. All this Colonel Barrows had every opportunity to see, and in it he saw nothing that he disapproved, so you see that our Dean of Political Science is no fragile mollycoddle, no bespectacled professor living a closet life, but a real, red-blooded, two-fisted man of action. Coming back to California, fresh from Semenov's slaughterhouses, Colonel Barrows proceeded to advocate the setting up similar establishments on the campus of his university. Speaking before a convention of the State High School Association, Lai advocated that the Bolsheviki should be stood against the wall and shot. There is only one way to deal with Bolshevism: fight it. Force is the only way. The time has come to treat them with militarism. I believe in killing the Bolsheviki. Then Captain 140. Schuyler, one of the intelligence officers whom Barrows brought back with him, spoke his sentiments: if a man stood before me and declared himself a Bolshevist, I would shoot him on the spot, like a mad dog. Naturally, that made considerable fuss in Berkeley, for the city had a socialist mayor and school board only a couple of years previously, and the chambers of commerce and the professional patriots were doing their best to establish the term Bolsheviki as including, not merely all socialists, but everybody who behaved in the initiative and referendum, or in government ownership of railroads. So the socialists of Berkeley challenged Barrows to a debate. He accepted, and the socialists tried first to get the University Hall, and then the high school auditorium, but the president of the Berkeley Board of Education, a dentist, described to me by another school board member as rarely attending a session without the smell of liquor on his breath, opposed the use of the building, and advocated that all socialists should be driven into the bay. Finally, however, the use of the auditorium was obtained. It would only seat 1,200 people, whereas between 8 and 10,000 came. This was July 30, 1919, at the time when Bolsheviki by thousands were being clubbed over the heads and thrown into jail all over the United States. The mayor and the chief of police of Berkeley sat on the platform, and 2 auto loads of Secret Service men attended. An effort was made to start a riot and raid the socialists, a scheme which was averted by the quickness of Mrs. Elvina Beals, who presided at the meeting. Mrs. Beals was for many years a socialist member of the school board, and the people of Berkeley know her. In the course of the debate, Dean Barrows advocated that the American government should conquer Siberia and Russia for Kalkuk, and he asked whether the socialists of Berkeley would support a strike to prevent the shipment of ammunition to Siberia. They answered with a roar that they would. And so Dean Barrows retired, and did no more debating with these Berkeley Bolsheviki. 141. Chapter XXX. The Mob of Little Haters. President Wheeler, having been intimate with the German Kaiser, and ardent in his defense, the interlocking regents wanted somebody else to attend to their interests in wartime. What more natural than to turn to their dean of imperialism? They made him president, and he put ginger into the system of military training. 12,000 students get a free education, but must pay for it by taking 2 years of military training, 55 hours a year. A part of this training consists in learning to plunge a bayonet into an imitation human body, and you must growl savagely while you do this, and one student found it so realistic that he fainted and was dismissed from the university. Under President Barrow's administration, the best land of the university has been taken for an artillery field, and Strawberry Canyon, the one beauty spot available for nature lovers, has been taken for $1 million stadium, to be used for athletic tourneys. One professor resigned in protest against this vandalism. But President Barrows behaves ardently in athletics, because it trains those strong young men who are to carry the flag from the North Pole to the South. He publicly stated that one advantage of having a big university is that you have abundant material from which to select athletic teams. In other parts of the world, when you hear of the classics, you think of Homer and Virgil, but in California the classics are the annual Stanford California football game, and the intercollegiate track meet, and the Pacific Coast tennis doubles. I visited the university this spring, and was invited to a fraternity house. These well-groomed young gladiators did not know quite how to talk to a socialist author, so between courses of the dinner they relieved their embarrassment by singing, or rather shouting in very loud tones, and I observed that their songs invariably dealt with fighting somebody. I asked a student about to graduate what he thought of his 142 classmates, and his answer was, "They are a mob of little haters. They hate the Germans, they hate the Russians, they hate the socialists, they hate the Japs. They are ready to hate the French or the English any time they are told to, and always they hate Stanford." Stanford, you understand, is a rival university, and they carry in triumph a battle axe which they captured from this enemy many years ago. Their military president and professors encourage this kind of play ferocity, as training for the setting up of slaughterhouses later on. These future world conquerors are pleased to portray themselves under the terrifying symbol of the golden bear. Almost every college is some kind of wild animal, you know. Princeton is a tiger, and Yale is a bulldog, and they all sing songs about eating somebody up. At Harvard they tell you that the motto Veritas means to hell with Yale, and at New Haven they pledge their devotion in a carefully ordered climax, for God, for country, and for Yale. Needless to say, the university authorities see to it that no modern ideas get access to these young barbarians all at play. President Barrow's first act as president was to forbid Raymond Robbins to speak at the university. He knew that Robbins had been in Russia, and learned some things which President Barrows also learned, but did not tell. The kind of speaker Barrows ants for his students he found in General Joffre, whom he welcomed with open arms, making a grandiloquent speech about a soldier president welcoming a soldier hero. The students thronged to hear the marshal, though they could not understand him. And they mobbed young Herman Mailing for offering socialist literature for sale. Intolerance is a virtue in wartime, says President Barrows, and, of course, all time is wartime to an imperialist. The keen young commercialists of this school of hate are thoroughly imbued with the psychology of the dominant classes. Even the boys who come from the working class are on the way to the top, and the quicker they learn to feel like gentlemen, the better fraternity they will make. "I think organized labor should be killed," said one undergraduate to a friend of mine. So they are eager for strike-breaking expedi. The mob of little hates 143 Trlans, and their soldier president has kept alive this university tradition. When the electric workers went on strike, the mayor of Berkeley smashed the strike with university boys. And then came the seamen's strike, which proved a more serious matter. It is a lark to run a dynamo or a trolley car for a few days, but to ship on a steamer is something you can't get out of, and some unfortunate boys who were trapped by the knavish university machine into shipping as seamen on the Matson line and the Dollar line paid for their blunder with their lives. Others of them came home thoroughly trained radicals, having learned more in a few months below deck on a steamship than they would have learned in 100 years in the lap of their alma mater. Some of the steamships broke down at sea, and the capitalist newspapers were filled with scare stories about sabotage, but of course the real reason was inexperienced labor. On the steamship Ohio the chief engineer was a Washington athlete, the second engineer was a Boston dental student, and the third engineer an undergraduate student of the University of California. All the time, you understand, the secret agents of the Better America Federation are watching the university. When they find the least trace of an unorthodox idea they report it, and the unorthodox person, if he be a student, fails to pass his examination, or if he be an instructor, he is let out upon any handy pretext. All appointments in the university are for 1 year only, even the full professors have no tenure. Take, for example, the case of 3 young instructors of English, whose conscience prompted them to sign a petition to the president for revision of the sentences of political prisoners. They were summoned before the acting heads of the university, and implored to withdraw their signatures. There was a bill before the legislature to increase the salaries of all professors, and loyalty to their colleagues should prompt them not to jeopardize this bill. One of them, Winter, the poet, asked if he might announce that the deans requested that he place the interests of the university above the interests of the country. Later, after bar 144 Rose had come in, it was intimated to these evil 3 that their contracts with the university would not be renewed. But this, of course, was not because of their unorthodox ideas. Oh, no, they were not wanted because they had failed to qualify themselves for higher degrees by doing research work. Just what is meant by research work in the University of California? It means the digging out of absurd details about far-off and long-dead writings, such as the use of tit and voyous in Molière. This is the kind of thing 3 you must do if you want to rise to prominence in a university of the interlocking directorate. With what desperate seriousness they take such work you may learn from a program submitted to the Department of English by the Dean of the summer session. This program quotes the president of Northwestern University as follows: "When you consider the value of your personal research, you will without any doubt regret that you have not paid more attention to this phase of your activities. You will discover that distinction in a professor is usually founded on successful research. That men for our faculty positions are selected largely on the basis of research ability, that the most essential credential is a research degree, that promotions within the faculty are based very largely on research accomplishments, that the only official record made by the university of the members of this faculty is the record of the publications of each member of the faculty, that the administration officers scan this list from year to year to see which men are engaged in production research, that research is looked upon with favor by every one of your associates." So on through a long chant in praise of research, research, research. And the dean who quotes this adds, "All this is absolutely true of the University of California. We may deplore this emphasis upon research, but it is a fact which must be reckoned with in our plans for ourselves, for one another, and for the department." What the poor dean means when he says it is a fact, is simply that it is the administration policy, and no one has the courage to oppose it. The authorities of the university know no vital thing for scholars to do, and are in terror of all genuine activities of the spirit, therefore they sentence men to spend their lives rooting in the garbage heaps of man's past history. Kill Siki and ox the campus 145 while their students go to hell with canned jazz and bootleg whiskey and petting parties. Apparently some of the faculty are likewise not puritanical, for an undergraduate publication, The Laughing Horse, remarked last spring that the professors of Latin and Greek would much rather see a leg show than the asterisk media of Euripides. There was one instructor at the university who made a real and successful effort to lift the thoughts of students above leg shows. That was Winter, one of our distinguished poets, and incidentally a most lovable and delightful human being. He was invited to the university as a special lecturer on poetry, and made an extraordinary success. But, alas, he was one of the men who signed the petition for the political prisoners. Also he wrote 12 lines of rather stunning poetry, which you may find as a frontispiece to the volume, Debs and the Poets. As Benner says, certain eminent citizens demanded my dismissal and brought upon me attacks of every imaginable kind, personal, social and professional. Benner's year at the university expired, and the authorities did not ask him to stay on. The students organized a class of their own, and begged him to meet them, outside the campus. Also they issued a volume of verse in his honor. Come back to the University of California 100 years from now and you will find that Witterbinner has become an object of research. 1. Chapter XXXI. The Drill Sergeant on the Campus. These great military universities come to be run more and more on the lines of an army, everything rigid, precise, and formal, all emergencies provided for, all policies fixed. The passion of the military mind for uniformity and regimentation is comically exhibited in an article published by President Barrows in the University of California Chronicle, April, 1922, entitled "What Are the Prospects of the University Professor?" It was read before the Board of Alumni. Visitors, who must have been edified, to note how 146. Completely the professor's life had been laid out for him by his thoughtful superiors. Colonel Barrows has a vision of the American college professor, taking in this country the place of the ruling classes of Britain, who govern by reason of rank, breeding and traditional influence. With the idea of attracting that kind of man, President Barrows submits a schedule of his life, showing how much he will receive every year, when he will marry and have a family, when he will travel, what degrees he will get. The president does not specify what he is to eat, but he will assuredly not eat much, with a wife and one or more children on a salary starting at $150 a month. One detail in this article intrigued me, so I wrote President Barrows a letter, as follows. You state the salary of the young instructor, and say, it has permitted him to marry and to provide for the birth of one or more children. The question which this suggests to me, and which you do not answer, is how many more children? Manifestly, the salary suggested would not make possible the raising of more than 2 or 3 at the outside, but the young professor is 29 or 30 years of age, and he might have 8 or 10 children. What I should like to know is, what would happen to him if he did so? It is a fact that most of your professors don't, and there seems to be in your article the implicit understanding that they mustn't, so I am forced to assume that you favor what is known as birth control, and tacitly recommend it. I am one of those who believe that the methods of birth control ought to be made known, not merely to the cultured classes, but to the working classes, and I should like to know the stand of the President of the University of California on this subject. Will you answer for publication these 2 specific questions? First, do you recognize that your article implies the prevention of conception by the married instructors of your university? Second, would you advocate legislation to permit working-class families to obtain a knowledge of these same methods? President Barrows is usually rather free about taking up controversies, but on this occasion he for some reason thought it best to lie low. When this chapter was published serially, President Barrows was interviewed by a reporter for the San Francisco Daily News. He said, as for Upton Sinclair, I received a lengthy letter from him not long ago asking me to debate on some very stupid subjects. As there seemed to be no sense in the letter, one paid no attention to him. The reader will be able to judge for himself whether there was any sense in my letter, also of the Drill Sergeant on the Campus 147. Being devoted to the training of young aristocrats, this school of imperialism has no great fondness for the vulgar modern activities known as extension work. University extension, be it explained, consists in traveling about, giving education to tiresome common people, who had no leisure to get it when they were young, and so lacked those British qualifications of rank, breeding, and traditional influence. At the University of California was a regular professor by the name of Ira Howarth. W. Ho was engaged in extension W.Org, and took this work with plebeian seriousness. All over the state women's clubs and labor unions clamored for his lectures, and his efforts to comply with their demands led to endless conflict with the university authorities. The consulting committee did everything to handicap him. He was forbidden to address clubs in the city of Berkeley, and was refused the use of university rooms, and of the library. He could get no appropriations, and when finally the pressure of the people forced the legislature to grant funds, the authorities resented this, and blamed Howarth as the cause of money being forced upon them. In the year 1917, during the Charter Day exercises, Professor Howarth asked that some part of the time be given to the extension work. They gave him Friday night, the end of the week's activities, and on that night they arranged a big banquet in San Francisco, expecting to take all the people away. But Howarth invited President Van Hise of Wisconsin and Oswald Garrison Villard, and had the biggest meeting of the week. Of course, the university authorities were furious. I can testify to Professor Howarth's competence as a teacher, for I had the pleasure of attending some of his lectures in Pasadena. They were given in the Board of Trade rooms, where to a large audience of mature men and women the professor gave intelligent explanations of the sociology of Lester Ward. Here. Likelihood that President Barrows really thought there was no sense in it. For my part, I think the above statement puts President Barrows in the classification of those college presidents who do not always tell the truth. 148. We were on the home ground of the Black Hand, and it seemed to me inconceivable that the regents would permit this kind of thing to go on, and they did not. In bringing an end to it, they chose the most insulting and humiliating method possible. Professor Howarth had his sabbatical year, and while he was in Paris, 11 days before the end of his leave of absence, he received a letter from the president of the university, telling him that he was fired. He made so bold as to return, and discovered that a report which he had prepared before leaving, describing the development of the extension work, had been taken over by another professor, and signed by that professor's name, and issued by the university, with no credit given to Professor Howarth. He made every effort to find out what were the charges against him, but could not get one word. He appeared before the Finance Committee of the Regents 5 of our interlocking directors, with Mr. Earle, attorney to banker Fleischhacker, as chairman. Professor Howarth stated his case, asking what wrong he had done. Said Chairman Earle, "Has anybody anything to say on that?" No one had anything to say, and the committee went on with the order of business, leaving Professor Howarth standing there like a whipped schoolboy. Such is the dignity of the teaching profession in the University of the Black Hand. And what is the standing of scholarship? On that point hear the weird experience of Professor Qiang, an eminent Chinese scholar, formerly of the University of Pekin, who was invited to teach his native language and literature to Californians for the munificent salary of $80 a month. Professor Qiang presented to the university an extremely valuable library of Chinese books, which collection the university casually accepted. It happened that Winterbinner was once asked by President Wheeler and Colonel Barrows whom he had found the most interesting man in the place. "Undoubtedly Qiang," responded Binner, and the two gentlemen looked disconcerted. "Qiang!" exclaimed Wheeler, "why he only gets $80 a month." Within a few days the Oriental professor's salary was raised to $100 a month. 149. Returning to China on a visit, Professor Qiang had an uncomfortable experience. On the steamer an American borrowed $100 from him, promising to return it at the journey's end. Later, in China, when Professor Qiang needed his money, the man turned on him with angry threats, saying that he was known to be living with a woman not his wife, and that the man would report him to the university and cause him to lose his job. Now, the situation regarding Professor Qiang's wife was that for 8 years his first wife had been hopelessly insane. In many parts of America you can divorce a wife who is insane, but in China you do not do this, because to divorce a woman is to inflict both upon her and her relatives a most dreadful disgrace. Insanity not being the woman's fault, nor the fault of her relatives, it is unthinkable in China to seek a divorce for such a reason. What you do is to avail yourself of the privilege of having a second wife. As a rule the westernized Chinese have but one wife, but in a case such as this they would have two, and the second wife would be treated with a special consideration because of the particular circumstances. When Professor Qiang married again, the relatives of his first wife attended the ceremony, and this same attitude to the matter was manifested by everyone. Winterbinner went to China with Qiang, to collaborate with him in translating Chinese poetry into English, and Binner writes, "I can testify that the second wife has been signally honored. She was the first woman, for instance, to address a body similar to our chambers of commerce in the capital of Qiang's native province, and she broke another precedent by addressing, together with her husband, the officers of Wu Peifu's army. Wu Peifu is now, as you know, the dictator of Pekin and more or less of China. It will interest you to know that he and his leading generals, being Christians, were concerned to know whether there might be any conflict between socialism and Christianity, and found them upon investigation to be expressions of the same thing. If there were any objections to Qiang's second wife, Wu Peifu, as a Christian, might have been expected to feel it. Perhaps his being a socialist, however, incapacitates him for true morality. It had been understood that Professor Qiang was to return to the University of California, but now the Black Hand got busy. Not merely was there a flaw in Qiang's 150 marriage certificate, also, he was a leading Chinese socialist, one of the founders of that movement in his own country. So he received from President Barrows a cruel and insolent letter, informing him that he was not to return. It was practically the same thing as the Gorky story, and both Gorky and Qiang were enemies of the interlocking directorate. But Semenov was their friend, so you do not find Colonel Barrows, in espousing his Cossack hero, mentioning the fact that Semenov was traveling in America with a lady not his wife. Still less do you find him mentioning those 30 most beautiful women in Semenov's summer car. One becoming aware of the Black Hand and its power in the institution, independent-minded men seek other occupations, the sycophants and the slug guards remain, and as a result, the quality of the teaching goes down. Every year the boys and girls pour in from the cities and ranches of California, and they are commanded to study dull subjects under dull instructors, and they prefer football and flirtation. In Berkeley there are 12,000, and in the southern branch in Los Angeles 4,000 or 5,000 more. Immorality is more common than scholarship, the conditions have become a scandal throughout the state, and our imperialist president finds himself with a peck of trouble on his hands, a board of quarreling regents who cannot agree what is to be done. There is a flaw, apparently, in Colonel Barrow's doctrine of the strong man. The strong man does not always rule, especially when he is a stupid man. So our soldier president has just asked to be excused from his job, and allowed to become once more a humble professor of political ignorance. P.S. After this book has been put into type, an interesting development occurs at Berkeley. The editors of an independent student publication, The Laughing Horse, asked my permission to quote extracts from these chapters, and they printed 6 or 8 pages in their issue of November, 1922. The publication created great excitement at the university, and a senior student by the name of Butler went to a magistrate and swore out a warrant for the arrest of Roy Chancellor, the Laughing Horse editor, upon the charge of publishing obscene matter. The pretext was another article in the magazine, a letter from D.H. Lawrence, the English drill sergeant on the campus 151. Novelist, reviewing and strongly condemning as immoral a novel by Ben Hecht. But the real reason was obviously the passages from The Daily Californian, the student paper, gave the thing away, denouncing the printing of disgusting articles by Upton, Sinclair and other perverted knockers. To jolt the university they hurled and blatted the most unprecedented compilations of lies that has, yet found expression in these parts. At first the students rose in righteous wrath to *tar and feather the perpetrators of such foul, insane blusterings. I am informed that the action against Chancellor was instigated by a high official of the university. The student, Butler, is a son of the president of the California State Bar Association. On the eve of the trial his father came to Berkeley and declared with indignation that his son was being made a tool of, and worse, was being made a fool of. The magistrate threw out the complaint, as it failed to contain the necessary legal technicalities. Chancellor was summoned before the Undergraduate Student Affairs Committee, he stood upon his rights, and a day or two later was summoned before President Barrows and expelled from the university. I quote an account of the matter, sent to me by one of the editors of The Laughing Horse. Barrows said he was doing so by a recommendation from the Student Affairs Committee, and gave as his reason not only the D.H. Lawrence letter but the poem by Winter, Little Fly. He did not mention the excerpts from the Goose Step. How Barrows can have the face to expel any student from the university for obscenity is quite beyond me. I, myself, saw Barrows sit through a smoker rally, the men's rally before the big game with Stanford, at which the football coaches and prominent alumni told the most vulgar and filthy stories that anyone ever heard. The speaker of the evening, an alumnus from Pasadena, told one story that I remember that one would hear only in the coarsest society. Moreover, the campus comic monthly, The Pelican, prints thinly disguised obscenities of all sorts that is countenanced without a murmur. Yet Barrows solemnly upbraided Chancellor for printing this frank, straightforward, and really highly moral letter. Apparently everyone has been cautioned not to let any indignation over your expose creep into the case again. I also quote one paragraph from a letter addressed to President Barrows, written by Roy Chancellor after his X. 152. Pulsion. I think it says about all there is to say on the subject. You have apparently confused the sincere and fine and beautiful expression of a great artist and a brilliant and original thinker with the crude vulgarities and obvious obscenities regularly on tap at smoker rallies, and with the corrupt literature which I have heard is sold to those who desire it by bellboys and train boys. At the smoker rally held late in November, the night before the annual California-Stanford football game, it did not strike my attention that you did anything to stop the bawdy stories and the frankly vulgar exhibition of dancing which a student in blackface gave with a dummy stuffed to represent a woman, but it did strike my attention that you sat through the spectacle in a seat in the front row, tacitly, by your silence, countenancing the whole affair. This spectacle, which was frankly vulgar and obscene, apparently did not arouse in you any of the moral indignation which the letter of Mr. Lawrence did, a letter which I repeat is not obscene or corrupt or degenerate, but fine and sincere and beautiful. Chapter XXXII. The Story of Stanford. 30 miles south of San Francisco, sheltered behind the Coast Range of mountains, lies the great institution with whose students the Golden Bear does its fighting. Stanford University was founded by one of the Big Four railroad kings, who for 40 years or more plundered the people of California. Like other railroad kings, Leon Stanford amused himself by purchasing race horses and state legislators, but he differed from the rest in that he had a respect for knowledge. He wanted to be a trustee of the University of California, and when he failed, he decided to start a rival institution. When his only son died in early youth, the heartbroken old man chose this means of perpetuating the boy's name, and he pledged to Leon Stanford, Jr., University his land, his race horses, and a part of his railroad stock, also a valuable asset in the form of David Starr Jordan, a scientist and teacher with some real interest in democracy. Senator Stanford died in the midst of the Panic of 1893, and his university was in a predicament. There was no money on hand, and it was impossible to sell any land, and parasites and blackmailers gathered in a swarm, relatives and friends, legislators whom the senator had kept on his payroll, newspaper editors and publishers he had. The Story of Stanford 153. Used. The editor of one San Jose newspaper sent in a bill for $2,500 advertising he had printed news about the opening of the university. Senator Stanford left $100,000 to every relative he could find, hoping thereby to buy them off, but within 24 hours of his death one of his relatives in New York forged his name to a check for $100,000, another relative, a woman, was shot by her husband, a gambler, because she did not get her money quickly enough. The only way to keep the university safe was to make it Mrs. Stanford's personal property. All the professors were listed as her private servants, a device which some other presidents of universities might be interested to make note of. For years the institution was supported from IRS. Stanford's income, eked out by the occasional selling of a racehorse. The job of running a university and a racing stable in combination offered a diversified task for the widow of a railroad king and a specialist in ichthyology. The senator had been offered $150,000 for Palo Alto, A prize stallion, the offer was refused and next year the stallion died. The university owned a fourth interest in the Central Pacific Railroad, now a portion of the Southern Pacific. The other fourths were owned by the Crocker Estate, the Hopkins Estate, and Collis P. Huntington, the prize grabber of them all, who resented the university as an insult to his lack of culture. He would stop that circus someday, he used to say, describing it as putting a $2,000 education into a $200 boy. Some years previously he had proposed that in order to determine the value of the Central Pacific stock, each of the four holders should put some of it on the market. This was done, and Huntington secretly bought it all, and then turned Stanford out and had himself made president of the road. Dr. Jordan described Huntington's motto as, "Anything is mine that is not nailed down, and nothing is nailed that I can pry loose." After Stanford's death he tried to buy the university holdings in the railroad for $3 million, but the university held on and had better luck than Johns Hopkins University, which was left a big block of Baltimore and Ohio stock by 154. Its founder, and was frozen out by the big fellows, and did not get a dollar. Ultimately the Stanford stock was sold to James Spire for $16 million. Many and curious were the efforts made to get Mrs. Stanford's money away from her university. A preacher came and delivered a sermon about her dead boy, in which he compared him to the youthful Jesus Christ, but he did not get her millions for Methodism. The Catholics came, and they deeply impressed the old lady's failing mind with their bells and incense and colored lights carried, but they did not persuade her to move the Stanford girl students to their school at Menlo Park. Bearing in mind these tragedies averted, we may forgive our ichthyological diplomat for some of the minor atrocities which he was unable to avert, for example, the great bronze statue of Senator Stanford, with his wife and son kneeling dutifully at his feet. This group is known to the irreverent students as the Holy Trinity, and it used to stand in the middle of the campus, but the elements were also irreverent, and so it has been moved indoors, and fills the rotunda of the museum. I do not know where in the world you can find a more curious and pathetic monument to human vanity than the family rooms of the Stanford Museum, rooms full of great glass cases, filled with the domestic implements and the clothes, the toys, and the trophies of the tribe of Stanford. Case No. 1. The senator's uniform, his military vest, gloves, sword, and pistols, which he never had occasion to use except on parade. Case No. 2. The crockery and lamps used by the Stanford family at all stages of its career. Case No. 3. The skirts and other wearing apparel of Mrs. Stanford's sisters, all these objects patiently classified and labeled in the old lady's handwriting. Case No. 4. The photographs of the senator's race horses, the cups they won, and the hoofs and ears of many of them. Case No. 5. 62 photographs of the Stanford family, this not counting the photographs in other cases. Case No. 6. The baby paintings, the chess set, and 8 of the canes of the only begotten son. Case No. 7. His baby shoes, toilet set, pens and cups. Case No. 8. His boxing gloves, fishing lines, rifles, magic lanterns. Case No. 9. His wood carvings and other apparatus. Case No. 10. His toy boats and trains. Case. The Story or Stanford 155. No. 11. His soldiers, cannon, drum. Poor, feeble lad, spoon-fed and coddled, he beat his huddle drum, but the drumsticks fell from his nerveless fingers. If he had grown up he would have wasted the Stanford fortune, as the Pullman boys, and the Goulds, and the Thaws, and the Crokers, and the Whitneys, and the McCormicks, and so many others. Instead, he died, and the world has a university. We continue our walk about the room. Case No. 12. The fans which Mrs. Stanford wielded in a lifetime of fascination. Case No. 13. Her souvenir spoons and necklaces. Case No. 14. The senator's chair, and the canes which he carried, all carefully labeled as to where he purchased them and carried them. A plain and humble author, I have been able to go through life so far without ever owning a cane, but it appears that a senator and railroad king must have 24 elaborate and expensive ones, and posterity must have a fireproof building in which to preserve them, and great steel doors, such as you find in the vaults of a bank, to keep them safe from thieves. If you have not seen enough, come downstairs, and inspect more of Leland's toys, including his old-fashioned bicycle. The students declare that somewhere in this museum is hidden a model of Leland's last breakfast of fried ham and eggs, but this, of course, may be just youthful waggery. We are told not to look a gift horse in the mouth, and the saying should perhaps apply to a university. We can hardly expect that a vain old lady, put in charge of an institution of learning for 10 or 15 years, would not busy herself to see that evil ideas were kept out of it. In the Bryan campaign of 1896, there rose up in the university a big bold fellow by the name of Ross, who actively favored free silver, which meant the cutting in half of the wealth of all the interlocking directors, except those who owned silver mines. Subsequently this bold bad man made speeches opposing Oriental immigration, whereas he knew that Senator Stanford had been an ardent advocate of cheap Chinese labor. Also he said to some of his a woman friend who has lived for 16 years in Palo Alto swears to me that she has been shown, in the secret rooms of the museum, a porcelain plate containing a porcelain bologna sausage and a porcelain fried QGGL. 156. Dents in the university that a railroad deal is a railroad steal. So Mrs. Stanford served notice on her president that Professor Ross must go, and this at the perilous time when the Catholic cohorts were gathering, with their bells and incense and colored lights and other magic spells. I could appreciate that President Jordan was speaking from the depths of his heart when he said to me, "The best thing that the founder of a university can do is to die and let others run it." The radical professor was let out, and there was a terrific uproar, and several others resigned. The controversy lasted all through the academic year. Professor G. E. Howard, head of the Department of History, ventured to make a sarcastic reference to the incident in a lecture to a class, and some weeks later received a letter from the president, asking for his resignation. This was followed by a number of other resignations, chiefly in Professor Howard's department. This series of events caused so much injury to Stanford's reputation that the authorities made a desperate effort to counteract the effects. The story of what they did is told me by Professor A. O. Lovejoy, now of the Department of Philosophy of Johns Hopkins, and at that time Professor of Philosophy at Stanford. I quote from his letter. Late in the academic year, near the beginning of which Professor Ross was dismissed, a statement addressed to the public and designed for signature by members of the Stanford faculty was drawn by whom I do not know, and an attempt was made to secure the signatures of all members, I believe, above the rank of instructor. Each teacher was invited to come separately to underscore the office of one of the senior professors. A close personal friend of President Jordan was there shown certain correspondence between Mrs. Stanford and President Jordan, which had not been made public, and was thereupon invited to sign the statement, which was to the effect that the signers, having seen certain unpublished documents, had arrived at the conclusion that President Jordan was justified in the dismissal of Professor Ross, and that there was no question of academic freedom involved in the case. It was perfectly well understood by me, and I think by all who were shown the letters, that we were desired by the university authorities to sign the round robin, and it was intimated that if any, after seeing the correspondence, should reach a conclusion contrary to that in the round robin, they were at least expected to keep silence. Because of this last intimation I myself for some time refused to have the letters shown me, and consented finally to examine them only after stipulating that I should retain calm. The Wikes of Freedom 157. Pled freedom to take such action afterwards as the circumstances might seem to me to require. When I read the letters, they appeared to me to prove precisely the opposite to the two propositions contained in the statement to the public. They showed clearly, a. that President Jordan, who under the existing constitution of the university was the official responsible in such matters, had been originally altogether unwilling to dismiss Ross, and had consented to do so only under pressure from Mrs. Stanford, b. that the express grounds of J/IRS. Stanford's objection to Ross were certain public utterances of his, and that, therefore, the question of academic freedom was distinctly involved. I drew up a short statement to this effect, and after the round robin was published, communicated it to the newspapers, at the same time declining the reappointment of which I had previously been notified. I was thereupon directed to discontinue my courses immediately. About the same time another man, one of the best scholars and the most effective teachers in his department, who had refused to sign, and was known to disapprove strongly of the administration's conduct, but who had given no public expression of his opinion, was notified that he would not be reappointed. And it was currently reported in the faculty that the vice president, then acting president, of the university, Dr. Branner, had announced a policy of, in his own phrase, shaking off the loose plaster. Professor Lovejoy goes on to tell how some years later, when he was visiting Palo Alto, one of the signers of the collective statement to the public told me that he had signed with great reluctance, and with a sense of humiliation, but, since he had a family of young children, he had not felt that he could afford to risk the loss of his position. I cannot, of course, give this man's name. Professor Lovejoy calls attention to the fact that practically all the men who resigned were either unmarried or were married men without children. It might seem as if Francis Bacon, a scholar himself, had foreseen the plutocratic empire of American education when he wrote, 300 years ago, "He that hath a wife and children hath given hostages to fortune." Chapter 30. The Wind of Freedom. The poor old lady died at last, but she did not leave her fortune to be administered by an eminent ichthyologist, badly tainted with democracy and pacifism. On the contrary, she left it to a board of 15 trustees, the usual 158. Interlocking Directorate. As first Grand Duke we find none other than Mr. Timothy Hopkins, son of Senator Stanford's colleague in the Big Four. Mr. Hopkins is president of a mining company, and director in a trust company, an ice company, and a telephone and telegraph company. As second Grand Duke there is Mr. Frank B. Anderson, president of the Bank of California, the great Standard Oil institution of the state. I am told that Mr. Anderson is there to represent the Morgan interests. He is vice president of another bank, and director in 3 gas and electric companies, and in numerous other great concerns, including the Spring Valley Water Company, celebrated in the San Francisco graft prosecutions. Mr. Bourne, the president of this company, is also on the board, and Mr. Grant, described to me by a friend who knows him as an idle millionaire, the son of an old money grubber, but he can't really be so idle, being vice president of a gas company and an oil company, chairman of a power company, director of the Bank of California, another bank, a trust company, another power company, a gas and electric company, another gas company, and a steel company. Also there is Mr. Nickel, who married $40 million, and is a director of the Bank of California, president of an irrigation company, a livestock company, and of the greatest land company in California. Also Mr. Newhall, the son of an old-time auctioneer, a dyed-in-the-wool reactionary, vice president of a great land company. In addition to these, there are 3 prominent corporation lawyers, 2 judges, both very conservative, a banker, an insurance man, and Mr. Herbert Hoover, than whom the plutocracy has no more faithful servant in these United States. One of the corporation lawyers, T.T.C. Gregory, is that Captain Gregory who was Mr. Hoover's representative in Hungary, and used his control of the distribution of the relief funds and supplies furnished by the American people, for the purpose of breaking the revolution of the workers of Hungary, and bringing into power the infamous Horthy, who drowned the hopes of the Hungarian workers in a sea of blood. Few blacker deeds have been committed by American class greed, but such is the state of our public opinion, that Captain Gregory came home and boasted of it in a series of articles in World's Work, and Mr. The Wind of Freedom 159. Hoover stood back of him, and the Stanford trustees elected him to their exclusive board, and made him their secretary. Such are the men in charge of the Stanford millions. David Starr Jordan has retired, and the great university is governed from the cozy armchairs of the Pacific Union Club of San Francisco. As president they have appointed a physician, Dr. Wilbur, who learned the goose step at 2 of the Kaiser's universities. He aspires to be, like Colonel Barrows, a man on horseback. In the days before America entered the war, some of the students of Stanford were taking military training, and I am informed by one who was present at the graduating ceremonies that President Wilbur shook hands with all those who were in uniform, and refused to shake hands with those who were not in uniform. More recently, at an alumni reunion, he gave a curious proof of the abject condition of spirit to which the lackeys of the plutocracy have come. He was describing how he went to the dock in New York to welcome Herbert Hoover home from abroad. Said President Wilbur, "One saw one of America's biggest bankers throw his arms around him, and I said to myself, at last Stanford has arrived." The gentleman who tells me of this incident, a scholar and a scientist, reports, he said it in sweet unconsciousness, and at least half a dozen of my friends turned in my direction and gave me appreciative glances. Stanford was founded for the purpose of giving the young people of California a free education. That was the basis of its democratic spirit, but the interlocking trustees have now decided to exclude all those common people who cannot pay $225 a year. So the tone of the place is rapidly altering, and on my recent visit one member of the senior class remarked to me, "I have seen such a change in my 4 years that I'm glad I'm through." 2 years ago a group of the students wished to start a liberal club for free discussion. A Chinese student writes me what happened, and I quote from his letter, leaving his quaint English as it stands, because the fine spirit of the writer shines through it so very clearly. Then we received discouraging advices from outsiders, principally from faculty members. None was willing to encourage us. 160. Of such study. Occasionally individuals received discourtesy from their society, because of being connected to this movement. For instance, I was dismissed from a position soon after I was found out that I was an ardent student of socialism. Another illustration, I was short in finance once. Went to see the Dean of Man to ask for a loan from the university. Was at first refused this request because I was reported to that of ICE being socialistic in belief. Shortly after, a great majority of us left Stanford on account of their graduation. The movement died down gradually. Now it is starting once more. I have a letter from another student, who is going to try again, in spite of warning from the older students that it may result in his not getting his diploma. The motto of Stanford used to be "the wind of freedom blows," but this sentiment was expressed in German, and so a few years ago the trustees dropped it. Of course we know that talk about freedom nowadays is German propaganda, or else Bolshevik. In the effort to introduce a little democracy into the faculty, President Jordan established an academic council, which was supposed to deal with questions suitable to the intelligence of professors. The educational affairs of the state were in a bad way, and some professors thought that was a proper subject for their attention. The progressive administration of Hiram Johnson had just come into power, and the Academic Council adopted a resolution, favoring a commission to reorganize the educational system of the state. But the interlocking trustees would not stand for any dealings between their professors and a state administration which was pledged to put them out of politics. Grand Duke Timothy Hopkins came hurrying down, and ordered the Academic Council to withdraw their resolution, which they did. To one of the professors Mr. Hopkins made the grim statement, "We are coming back," meaning thereby that the railroad and other big grafters were going to take over the government of California again, which they have done. In her decree concerning the Stanford Trust, Mrs. Stanford laid down the rule, phrased as a request, that no Stanford professor shall elect pioneer among or seek to dominate other professors or the students for the success of any political party or candidate in any political contest. This rule, like all other such rules, is interpreted to mean that Stanford professors renounce their rights as citizens when they do not happen to agree with the politics of the wind of freedom. 161. The plutocratic trustees. Thus I note that no one makes any objection when President Wilbur joins with President Barrows of California in issuing a manifesto to the people of the state, opposing some of the constitutional amendments now being submitted to the ballot. Neither do the Stanford authorities object that Professor Jimmy Hyde spends 2 months campaigning with Mr. Moore, candidate of the power interests and other reactionary business groups for the Republican nomination for senator. I have shown you the University of California regents dominating politics and finance through the great companies which turn water power into electricity and distribute it over the state. I have shown you the University of California helping these power companies to defeat the bill for the public development and operation of hydroelectric power. And now we come to Stanford and we find one trustee heavily interested in power companies, and several others in electric companies, and others acting as bankers, lawyers, and judges for such companies. And what does Stanford have to say officially on the campaign for this hydroelectric power bill? There is in California a League of Municipalities, *, an official organization of the communities of the state. They hold a convention once a year, the officials of cities and towns attend as delegates, and deal with all matters concerning the welfare of their community's sanitation, health, paving, taxes, public utilities, etc. This summer Stanford University extended the hospitality of its buildings for the sessions of the convention, and of its dormitories as lodgings for the delegates, but the faculty of the university and the citizens of Palo Alto learned to their surprise that one of the sessions of the convention was to be held at the community house in the town of Palo Alto, instead of being held in the University Hall. I have a letter from a gentleman who was present as an official guest at this session, and he explains the mysterious change of location. At its opening the president, Mayor Lewis Bartlett, of Berkeley, said that the delegates should be informed why this particular session was being held in a different place from the others, and then proceeded to read a letter from President Newhall of the Board of Trustees, asking them to omit the Water and Power Act from their program in the university buildings, as the university did not wish to be understood as taking sides. 162. And any action they might take might be interpreted, incorrectly, as being the action of the university. There appeared to be no objection to the danger of the universities being similarly misunderstood in regard to half a dozen other proposed constitutional amendments. The stupid officers of the League didn't take the hint, as gentlemen should, and dropped the offending subject from the program entirely. They merely called the session meeting in the community house in Palo Alto, which has nobly served as an open forum upon other critical occasions, and there we listened to a vigorous debate all afternoon, led by Rudolph Spreckles and Francis J. Henney on the one side and Allison Ware and Eustace Cullinan on the other, at the close of which a vote was taken which was unanimous for the Water and Power Act, with the exception of the vote of San Francisco, the most prominent figure in whose delegation was Supervisor, ex-mayor, Eugene Schmitz with some public corporation corruption record. Chapter 30. The Stanford Skeleton. I have referred to the dissatisfaction of Grand Duke Timothy Hopkins at the coming into POV-ER of a progressive government in California. This event was especially embarrassing to the Stanford trustees, because of a family skeleton which for many years they had been hiding in their academic closet. You understand that these high-up masters of finance have an elaborate system for plundering the railroads and public utility companies which they control. They have holding companies and investment companies and subsidiary concerns of various sorts, whereby they skim off the cream of the profits, without interference by public commissions. Nobody but a few insiders today can form any idea where the profits of an American railroad or public utility corporation are going, or what should be the income from any particular investment. And now, here are these same smooth gentlemen administering the investments of a university. What more natural than that it should occur to them to handle these funds in the same manner? Apparently old Senator Stanford foresaw this, for his trust deed provided that the governor of the state should receive a complete report each year upon the financial affairs of the trust. But the governor of the state never received that complete report. For many years the faculty of Stanford, who were living on short rations, could get 163. No statement whatever, the trustees allowed the university the lump sum of $800,000 a year, and no explanations. Finally, about 1908, after some years of agitation, a statement was prepared and circulated at a board meeting. It was the first financial statement which President Jordan had ever seen, and he badly wanted a copy of it, so he swiped it, at least so he told a member of the faculty, who told me. He called a meeting of the full professors, to whom he gave certain figures purporting to be the income of the university trust as communicated to him, but one of the professors who had made a detailed study of the court schedule of Mrs. Stanford's estate pointed out that the interest on the bonds there scheduled amounted to more than the purported total submitted by President Jordan, this not counting other sources of income. And Trustee Crothers, in a letter to me, admits that during the period he held the Pacific Improvement stock in trust, the income from this one item amounted to $2 million in 31 months, which is just about $800,000 a year. After that, nothing more appears to have been heard or seen of this financial statement. These facts are known to many who are interested in the university. They were known to Thorstein Veblen, who was a professor in Stanford for 3 years. In 1918 Veblen published a book entitled, The Higher Learning in America, in which he referred briefly to this scandal. But his sense of politeness toward the university caused him to withhold its name, which got him into trouble with Professor Brander Matthews. If I tell you the story, it will lead us off the trail of Stanford for a page or two, but it will teach us about the prestige of universities and how it is maintained, and we shall thus be better able to understand the Stanford skeleton, and how it has been kept hidden all these years. I am told by a person high up in Columbia University that it was Nicholas Murray Butler, sitting in his high watchtower and keeping guard over his empire of education, who first saw this dangerous book of Veblen's, and turned it over to his henchman, Brander Matthews, to be slated. Matthews wrote what was supposed to be a book review, but was really an assassination, and the New York Times, which exists to perform these little serve. 164. ISIS for the plutocracy, gave it prominence. Matthews found one trivial grammatical error in Veblen's book, and another printer's error which could be laid to Ven. On this basis he accused of illiteracy the most brilliant economic satirist in the world. Because of Veblen's politeness in failing to name Stanford, Brander Matthews described him as a creature who creeps up stealthily with a stiletto to deal a stab in the back. Says Matthews, on page 67 and on page 70, Mr. Veblen seems to suggest that there are boards of trustees whose members make a personal profit out of the funds entrusted to them. The insinuation is hedged about with weasel words, i.e., instances of the kind are not wholly unknown, though presumably exceptional. To appreciate this extreme piety of Professor Brander Matthews, you would have to see him, as I have, dangling a cigarette from his lower lip as he lectures to his students, and causing these prematurely wise young men to chuckle at his worldly wit. For Brander is a club man and cynic, one of the very shrewdest, and he knows what butters parsnips. If in the bosom of the Century Club he and his friend, Nicholas Miraculous, were to hear a story about a member of a school board getting advance information and buying up real estate, or about a college trustee handling the investment of trust funds in such a way as to make honest graft out of it, the two of them would tip each other a wink. But when they are talking for publication, when they set out to assassinate a dangerous radical, the two cronies take on an air of innocent trustfulness which has not been met with in the world since Moses Primrose came home from the fair with his gross of green spectacles with silver rims and shagreen cases. For my part, I don't want to take any chance of being called a creature who creeps up stealthily with a stiletto to deal a stab in the back. Whatever my old friend Professor Matthews may say about me when he comes to assassinate this book in the New York Times, let him at least put me under his other classification, that more respectable person who comes straight at us with a bowie knife in his hand. Before I finish this volume, I shall give Professor Matthews several cases of university and college trustees misusing funds. In a succeeding volume, I shall show him school board members getting commiss 165 Zions from book companies, and buying up land to sell to the public for school sites. If Professor Matthews will obtain a copy of a printed report made in 1908 to Mayor Taylor of San Francisco by a graft investigating committee, he will find it proven that one of the regents of the University of California invested university funds in a French restaurant building on the corner of Geary and Mason Streets, constructed by him with a view to its use as a house of assignation. And if that seems too far off for Professor Matthews, let him investigate the properties in New York City on which his own university holds its mortgages, and he will find that one of them at least was being used as a disorderly house last spring. Or let him run up to Rochester, where the university is moving out to a magnificent new site, furnished by Mr. Eastman, the Kodak King, and all around that site he will find that members of the Board of Trustees and their relatives and friends have been making money buying up real estate on advance information. Or let him visit the Connecticut College for Women, at New London, and hear the story of Frederick Sykes, the recent president, who discovered that the trustees were stealing the funds of the college, even to the coal, and tried to interfere with them and was fired from his job. One of the trustees was a high school principal, and the board furnished him an automobile to go out and collect funds. He never got any funds, but continued to use the car, and when the scandal was exposed, it was explained that he had arranged to have the price of the car returned to the college in his will. The Grand Duke who ran this board of trustees was a multimillionaire, who had set them a bad example by living a dissolute life. He wanted an innkeeper's wife, and paid the innkeeper $40,000 to get a divorce from her. Then the Grand Duke married the lady, and got an honorary degree from his college. With this much of preliminary, we return to Stanford, to see just what this super-plutocratic board of trustees has done. To begin with, let me explain that the holding concern devised by the Big Four plunderers of the Central Southern Pacific, for the purpose of skimming off the cream of the profits, was known as the Pacific Improvement Company. The affairs of this concern have been kept a dark secret, the holdings of Stanford in Pacific. 12. 166. Improvement stock were not made over to the Stanford Trust by Mrs. Stanford, but were placed in the hands of Judge Crothers, a trustee, and by him turned over to the Stanford Trust after Mrs. Stanford died. In the last annual report of the treasurer of the university, I find the value of this holding listed at $100 for 2,500 shares, with dividends from earnings for the year of $2,482.44, and liquidation dividends of $275,000. That is a pretty good earning capacity for $100 worth of stock, you must admit. You see how the big insiders operate. No one knows what the stock is really worth. In his letter to me, Trustee Crothers admits that there were a number of reasons why Mrs. Stanford did not wish the whole world, nor even all of the trustees of the university, to know the terms of the Pacific Improvement Trust. No probate courts, or inheritance tax appraisers, or other unfriendly investigators were ever to have a chance to stick their noses into Pacific Improvement. Next, these super-plutocratic trustees turned over to Stanford University the sum of $800,000 a year, without explanation, and this sum of money was deposited in the Union Trust Company of San Francisco without interest. Let Professor Brander Matthews inquire around among his banker friends in New York, and find out how much they would be willing to pay him in the way of interest on a deposit account, amounting at its maximum to $800,000 a year. I am informed that when Mr. Anderson came into the board, representing the Morgan interests in the Standard Oil Bank of California, he pointed out that that arrangement was not a profitable one for the university. Also, I am told by a Stanford professor, in whose rigid integrity I have many reasons for trusting, that he once heard one of these trustees state angrily that the board had that afternoon made a loan of $500,000 to one of their own members, at a ridiculously low rate of interest on the real estate security offered. Afterwards the trustee who had borrowed this money got into trouble, and no one knows how much money the university lost. In the last president's report I. 167. Find a capital decrease recorded of $17,320 on Sacramento Northern Railway bonds. I also find an item, stock not recorded on books, when acquired in 1919 at Northern Electric Company reorganization. This is only one sample. Nobody knows how many other items are not recorded on books. There are other matters of record which can be verified by anyone. These trustees are the high-up members of the California plutocracy, the shrewdest businessmen the state possesses. They work diligently for their own financial interests, and have vastly increased their personal fortunes during the last 30 years. But what have they done for Stanford? They have made failures of the most important business transactions they have managed for the university. The president of the board of trustees is one of the richest ranchers in California, and there are on the board officials and directors of several of the state's colossal land companies. How comes it that men like Mr. Newhall and Mr. Nickel have never been able to tell Stanford how to make a success of its big ranches? The Palo Alto, Vina, and Gridley ranches all failed, and the last two were finally sold at sacrifice prices. There were something like 100,000 acres, sold for about $4 million, which is $40 an acre. The Gridley Ranch was sold at a price so low that every piece of it was almost immediately saleable at an advance about 40%, without further subdivision. A great part of this land is now being held for $275 an acre. And these same first-class businessmen have carried on elaborate building programs at the peak of high prices. They have leased a wonderful building site for a long term of years, with the privilege of buying at any time during the life of the lease, at a price set at the beginning of the lease. They have killed Stanford as a democratic institution, and brought it close to the rocks of bankruptcy, by starting a medical school in San Francisco, against the judgment of the best experts, and allowing the expenses of that school to swallow up the funds of Stanford. That they had doubt as to the success of the medical school was 168. Shown by their resolution in 1908, to the effect that the school should never be allowed to take more than $25,000 a year out of Stanford's funds. But in the last president's report I find the medical school with a minus balance of $119,000, and this does not include the expenses of the instruction at Palo Alto, comprising the first 4 or 5 years of the course. For instance, the biological group alone shows a deficit of $130,000. So much for the handling of the Stanford Trust. If I had a lifetime in which to study universities, I should like to see what care has been taken with the funds of the University of the United Gas Improvement Company of Philadelphia, and with those of the University of the Steel Trust at Pittsburgh, and those of the University of Heaven at Syracuse, and with those of the Mining Camp University at Denver. I should like to settle down in New York and make a thorough financial study of the University of the House of Morgan, and tell Professor Moses Primrose the names of all those trustees and professors who got advance news of the moving of the university to Morningside Heights. I should like to raise a fund and have a search made of the title records, and give him a list of the various lots and parcels of land which now belong to Barnard College, and figure up the total of the fortunes cleared by the insiders who purchased the old insane asylum which stood on that site. But maybe Professor Moses Primrose would call that honest graft. Chapter XXXV. The University of the Lumber Trust. We take the Southern Pacific Railroad, which was plundered by the founder of Stanford, aided by the father of a Stanford trustee and the father of a California trustee, and which now has a Rutgers College trustee, an Equitable Trust, a Guarantee Trust, and a National City Bank director. We travel north for a day and a little more, and find ourselves in a country ruled 169 with iron hand by 3 great lumber companies, and the interlocking banks which finance them. The headquarters of this oligarchy of the Northwest are at Portland and Seattle, and we begin with the former city. You expect, perhaps, to find a lumber country crude and wild, but you will find in Portland an old city with a long-established aristocracy, as much concerned with its ancestors as Philadelphia. 15 years ago there was a strong movement for social justice in Oregon, led by reformers who fondly imagined that if you gave the people the powers of direct legislation they would have the intelligence to protect their own interests. We see now that the hope was delusive. The people have not the intelligence to help themselves, and the interlocking directorate is vigorously occupied to see that they do not get this intelligence. To this end they utilize two institutions: Reed College in Portland, which is privately endowed, and the University of Oregon, located in the neighboring town of Eugene. As we have seen with Eastern universities, it makes no particle of difference whether an institution is directly owned and controlled by the plutocracy, or indirectly controlled through the plutocracy's political machine. The Grand Duke who attends to the education of Oregon is Mr. A. L. Mills, President of the First National Bank of Portland, and Vice President of a trust company and an insurance company which handle the finances of the state. Mr. Mills is an active and efficient ruler. As his right-hand man he maintains a political boss, Gus Moser, and through him he beat the teachers' tenure law in Oregon, denouncing it as a move to establish a teachers' Soviet. He called in the Black Hand from California to his aid, and the pamphlets of Mr. Klum were distributed in Oregon, and a law was put through the legislature to compel teachers to take an oath of loyalty to the Constitution, the flag, and the state. There is as yet no law requiring any oath of loyalty to truth, to freedom, and to justice. In Reed College was a president, Foster, who had progressive ideas. He hired a liberal young professor who had just been fired from the University of Wash. 170. Inkton, Joseph K. Hart, now one of the editors of the survey, and for 3 years the interlocking trustees fought to get rid of Professor Hart, and of Foster, who stood by Hart. Under such circumstances the regular procedure is to starve out the college, but they could not very well do it in this case, because they owned all the real estate surrounding the college, and the college was the main source of the real estate's value. Nevertheless, the editor of the Portland Oregonian, the old Tory newspaper which manages the thinking of the people of Oregon, laid down the law that Reed College should get no publicity so long as Hart and Foster stayed. The interlocking trustee who runs Reed College is Mr. James B. Kerr, who studied law in the office of an ancient reactionary, Senator Spooner, and is general counsel for Mr. Morgan's Northern Pacific Railroad Company. Mr. Kerr evolved from his legal mind a scheme to have a larger board of regents, taking in the former trustees, and making them a minority, so President Foster retired, and Professor Hart, who was away doing war work, was authorized to stay away. A professor of history from the University of Washington was asked to become the new president, and when he was installed, Mr. Mills, in his role as general overseer of education, attended the ceremonies and made the principal address, in which he laid down the law to the new incumbent. The businessmen of Oregon wish the youth of the state to become this and not that, we wish them to be carrot-shaped in this way and one professor vigorously denies that this was the purpose of the enlarging of the board, but no one can deny that this was the effect. When I submit this comment to this gentleman, he tells me that it is misleading. At the same time he gives me an opportunity to test his accuracy. He says, "It is my recollection that Mr. Hart was not encouraged by the council to expect the increased salary, which he demanded as a condition of his return." I submitted this proposition to Professor Hart, who rep head. I hope Professor X's memory is usually more reliable than this. No question of salary was involved. Frankly, I do not know what was involved. I was on leave of absence, in the East. My leave of absence covered the academic year 1919 to 20. Toward the middle of the year, finding that I was anxious to remain in the East another year, I asked the college authorities for an 171. Not that way. Educators who were present described to me the insolence, not merely of the Grand Duke's words, but of his manner. The Board of Regents of Reed College now consists of Mr. Kerr, Mr. Ladd, chairman of the Ladd and Tilton Bank, an elderly department store proprietor, a reactionary judge, and a retired clergyman. Next for the State University. Here we have to deal with a war case. I do not plan to make use of war cases as such, for I realize that intolerance in wartime becomes what Barrows of California said it ought to be, a virtue. The only war cases to which I shall refer are those in which the war was a pretext, and the real motive was to get rid of an enemy of the plutocracy. My investigations indicate that this kind of war case constitutes 100% of the total. There may have been some professors in American universities and colleges who sympathized with the German Kaiser and desired to see him win. All I can say is that I have not come upon such a case. At the University of Oregon was Mr. Alan Eaton, one of the most public-spirited young teachers it has been my fortune to hear about. There was an epidemic of typhoid in the town of Eugene, and 80 of the students were ill, and more than 200 of the townspeople, 22 of them died within a fortnight. Mr. Eaton ascertained from the physicians of the town that the city water was contaminated, and so he published an article advising everyone to boil the water before drinking it. The water supply was controlled by a private water company, in which the banks were interested, also prominent members of the Eugene Commercial Club. Mr. Eaton's banker and others of these citizens undertook to persuade extension of my leave for another year. You can see that that request involved no financial obligation on the part of the college, as I was on leave without pay and merely asked for a continuance of that status for another year. That was the whole question. Moreover, the college authorities were never courteous enough to tell me what had happened in the case. However, a friend in the faculty who knew of the discussions wrote me that the council felt that in view of the general situation it was best for me not to come back to the college, and that therefore extending my leave would be an empty form. Those are the facts. 172. Him to keep quiet about the epidemic, so much talk is giving the town a black eye. They made threats which forced the young professor either to knuckle down or to fight in the open. He chose the latter course, and he forced municipal ownership of the waterworks. A modern filtration system was installed, and in 10 years there has not been a single case of typhoid traceable to the city water. We shall find in the course of this book many boards of trustees laying down the law that university professors are not allowed to take part in politics, but I think you must admit that in this case it might fairly be claimed that Mr. Eaton was forced into politics to protect his own self-respect. He was 6 times elected to the Oregon State Legislature, his chief local opponent being a hard-boiled politician in the hire of the Southern Pacific Railroad. Eaton made in the legislature an immaculate record. He exposed and abolished a wasteful type of road which the contractors were building in the state. He planned the Oregon building at the San Francisco Exposition, the most beautiful building on the grounds. He labored to introduce art into county fairs, and if you know what an American county fair is, you can understand what a job the young instructor had. All this time his pay stayed low and promotion was lacking. Nevertheless, he gave lectures for the people at the university and all over the state, and taught them what true art means, the people's own creation of beauty in their daily lives. People who have lived all their lives in Oregon assure me that there has never been a man, either in the university or in the state legislature, who has done as much for education as Alan Eaton did. He undertook a campaign to increase the appropriation for the university. The governor of the state opposed him. This gentleman, being wealthy, sent his children to a fashionable university in the East. Eaton put through a bill to raise the appropriation from $47,500 to $125,000, and when the governor vetoed the proposition, he directed a statewide referendum campaign and carried the measure. He worked equally hard for the public schools, but at the same time he committed the 173 crime of forcing the taxation of water power sites, and advocating the direct election of United States senators. Still worse, he committed the crime of carrying to the Supreme Court of the state a case which kept the Southern Pacific Railroad from stealing $66 million worth of timberlands from the people of Oregon. /IR. Eaton is not a lawyer, but he got lawyers to help him, and he won the case, so the special interests of Oregon were out to get him at any price. When the war came, it happened that Alan Eaton was in Chicago, and he attended the convention of the People's Council. He took no part in the affair, not being himself a pacifist, but he wrote an honest account of the proceedings for the Portland J**********Z****, and so the large-scale grafters got their chance. The Commercial Club of Eugene adopted a set of resolutions, bringing 7 separate charges of disloyalty. The Spanish War veterans endorsed the charges, and the regents of the university were summoned in solemn conclave, and Mr. Eaton appeared for trial, with the Portland Chamber of Commerce and the Commercial Club of Eugene as the prosecutors. Every one of the charges was disproven in every detail. The president of the university stood by Mr. Eaton, and the faculty of the university adopted a resolution in his support. The regents themselves admitted his innocence, for they stated that they did not intend to accuse him of intending disloyalty to his government. Nevertheless, they accepted his resignation, giving him less than 10 days' notice in which to shape his life plans. The Chamber of Commerce was in that much of a hurry. Mr. Eaton ran for the legislature again, and among the super-patriots who set out to compass his defeat was a leading banker, who shortly afterwards was arrested for setting fire to a building in which he had stored a quantity of potatoes, held as an unsuccessful war speculation, also 100% sheriff, whose boast was that he had broken up a public meeting in defense of Mr. Eaton. At the very time he did this he had in his pockets $4,500 which he had stolen from the county. A little later this was discovered and he was forced to leave overnight. 174. It might be worthwhile to mention that at the very time that Alan Eaton was fired from the University of Oregon, Professor Forster of the University of Munich, an ardent pacifist, was denouncing the German government and being widely quoted by the Allies. He was ostracized by the entire faculty of his university. Nevertheless, the Kaiser's government let him continue to teach, because in Germany they really understand what academic freedom is, and stand by the principle. In all Great Britain there was only one case during the war of interference with academic freedom, and that was the case of Bertrand Russell, who was prosecuted and sent to prison for his pacifist activities. But in America, which understands no kind of freedom except the freedom of mobs to suppress anybody they do not like, I know of just 2 great universities in which some man or group of men were not hounded from their positions, for pointing out this or that unwelcome truth to the public. Chapter 30. The University of the Chimes. We move a couple of 100 miles farther north to Seattle. It may be difficult to believe that there was ever a time when students in an American university took an active interest in the people's rights, and declined to receive favors from wholesale corruptors of public life, but such was actually the case 10 years ago, at the height of the progressive movement in the state of Washington. The Grand Duke who ran the higher education of that state was Colonel Blethyn, publisher of the Seattle Times, an exceptional old scoundrel who had manipulated street railways in Minnesota, and then brought his fortune to Seattle and bought a newspaper, which he used for the rawest kind of blackmailing, by a strong-arm advertising department. Colonel Blethyn had been made a member of the Board of Regents of the university, and in the effort to rehabilitate himself and his family name, he spent $12,000 for a set of chimes, which he presented to the University of the Chimes 175. The university with the stipulation that they were to be known by his name. The students of the university did not feel grateful. 51 of them composed and signed a letter of protest which was inserted in the Student Daily, and put on the presses, when the printer tipped off Colonel Blethyn's university president, and the presses were stopped. The students took the letter to the city and there printed it and distributed it. The editor of the college paper refused to publish again until he could publish the letter. When ordered by the authorities to issue the paper, he did so with a blank space where the letter had been. Colonel Blethyn's president was a gentleman named Kane. Bear his name in mind, if you can, as we shall have some adventures with him at the University of North Dakota. President Kane accepted the chimes, and a solemn ceremony of dedication was performed with the students distributing handbills of protest on the outskirts of the crowd. If you consider the coincidence of times, chimes and crimes, you will understand that the young men were literally driven to writing verses. The ones they made strike me as exceptionally good, so I quote 2 stanzas. All is well. Recommended to friends of the University of Washington as a suitable dedication ode for the Blethyn chimes. Clang the chimes, clang the chimes. Help to glorify the times. And the fame to which its heir all the sins that dailies dare. Swell aloud from college walls. Peal through all the college halls. Slanders pence and scandals dimes. here transformed to silver chimes, that shall tell, as they swell. All is well, all is well. Champion of the den and sty. Daily 40-page long lie. Yet, despite its 1,000 crimes, praise the times, clang its chimes. Let them charm the ear of youth. Let them swell its jeers at truth, and in truth's own court proclaim. 176. Gold is power, brass is fame. Watch the times go on and sell all the news that's fit for age. All is well, all is well. The protest had been orderly and dignified, the only violence being committed by one of the regents, who had dragged a student about, trying to tear his papers away from him and denouncing him for what he was doing. The student body was thoroughly roused, and more than 700 signed a letter endorsing the protest. Blethyn had come onto the campus to make a speech, and the students had heckled him and, as one of them told me, had him on the run. The university authorities now barred all save invited speakers, and the president ordained that the teaching of progressive ideas at the university must cease, and there was to be no student criticism of president or regents, or their acts. The whole controversy was reviewed by the regents, who endorsed what the president had done. We have spoken of Professor Hart, and how he was dropped from Reed. At this time Hart was at the University of Washington, and an incident will illustrate the feeling of all parties. Hart sat at luncheon in the faculty club, when President Kane entered and told of the action of the regents. Said Hart, "They think they can get away with it." To which the president answered, "Aren't they the authorities?" Said Hart, "Do you realize that there are 1,000 students in this university who have votes, and may hold the balance of power at the next election?" Evidently the regents thought the same thing. It was the year of the Roosevelt Revolt, and the progressives were certain of carrying the state. A few days before the election, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, owned by the transportation lines and the Seattle National Bank, dug up a story to the effect that the progressive candidate had divorced his wife. They mailed out 10,000 postcards to the women of the state. "Do you want a divorced man for governor?" As a result, the Democrats carried the election by 800 votes. They threw out 2 regents who had supported the students, and later on, as a result of the University of the Chimes 177 controversy, the governor turned out the entire board and put in 4 stand-pat businessmen, with a Catholic MD at the head. This gentleman made a desperate effort to have a Catholic chosen as president of the university, but finally compromised upon a high church Episcopalian of Catholic extraction, a product of Nicholas Murray Butler's finishing machine. Professor Hart was at this time one of the most popular members of the faculty with the students, a lecturer widely known throughout the state. He was now told that his inability to get along with his colleagues in his department was a reason for his dismissal. They gave him a year's leave of absence, though he did not want it. Then they set out to find a substitute, and he applied for the job of substitute. Finally, they let out all 3 professors in the department, including Hart. A little later they took back one of them, the dean. A great many people thought this was a trick, and Hart's students protested bitterly, but in vain. They paid Hart an unusual tribute of appreciation, organizing a publishing company to finance his book on social service. Old Colonel Blethyn of the Times is dead, and the University of the Chimes now has as its first Grand Duke a gentleman who is president of a bank, a commercial company, an investment company, an irrigating company, and a mortgage and a loan company. He is assisted by a politician and lobbyist, chairman of the Appropriations Committee of the state legislature. In 25 years, I am informed, there has never been a farmer or a labor representative on the board. The university remains a place of low standards, no academic achievements, and perpetual cheap advertising by the administration. 3 different men have written me to tell how they have been strangled, but always warning me not to use their names, not even to tell the details of their experiences. One writes about another professor, not in any sense a radical, but who tells the truth about public questions, and as a result has been an object of attack for 25 years, most of the time it has been undercover and has consisted in efforts to bring pressure to bear on the President and Board of Regents. But a number of times it has come out into the open. A. 178. Governor some years ago in his inaugural address announced his determination to bring about the removal of professor, and a few times an effort has been made in the legislature to make elimination of his department a condition of legislative support for the university. But while a good deal of publicity was given to these more spectacular assaults on academic freedom, they had little effect except perhaps to strengthen the administrative conviction that such departments were a good deal of a nuisance. Far more effective are the ever-active forces which are working silently without any publicity upon those in control, President and Regents. Nor does the failure to exercise power to remove indicate necessarily lack of real influence. There are many ways of disciplining an obstreperous faculty member without actual removal. A president in his control of salaries, distribution of library and other departmental funds may withhold from an offending faculty member opportunities accorded to those who have not incurred his displeasure. In the course of my experience as a faculty member I have seen a good deal of the sinister side of university control. And peace reigns in the country of the lumber trust. Last year the big lumber companies cut wages, and on an investment of $3 million they paid dividends of $7 million. At Port Angeles they are bringing in shiploads of Japanese labor, in defiance of the law. The lumberjacks and the blanket stiffs work in hourly peril of life and limb, they sleep in filthy bunks and eat rotten food, and if they attempt to organize and better their conditions, their organizations are destroyed and their meeting halls sacked by mobs of businessmen. If they appeal to the public authorities they are laughed at, if they appeal to the public their voices are unheard, if they exercise the elemental right of self-defense, as they did at Centralia, they are shot, or beaten to death, or castrated with pocket knives and hanged, or tried before a mob jury and sentenced to 10 or 20 years in jail. These things are done, not as acts of primitive barbarism, but as a business system. They are planned by the interlocking directorate, sitting in padded armchairs around tables in directors' rooms. They are carried out by efficient executives telephoning from mahogany desks. Such is the rule of the Lumber Trust, and at the University of the Lumber Trust the professors know all about it. They go to their classes and teach what their masters tell them to teach, and on behalf of justice and humanity they utter not one single peep. 179. Chapter XXXVII. The Universities of the Anaconda. We take the Northern Pacific Railroad, which has Mr. Morgan himself for a director, also 2 Morgan partners, one of them a recent Harvard overseer and a Massachusetts Tech trustee, and the other a Harvard overseer and Smith College trustee, also an Amherst trustee, a Hampton trustee, a Union Theological Seminary director, a Cornell trustee, and 3 First National Bank directors. We travel east until we come to the mining country. First, Montana, which has been swallowed whole by an enormous corporation, appropriately called the Anaconda. The people of the state maintain a university, scattered in 4 widely separated places, in order to please various real estate interests. The State Board of Education, which runs matters for the Anaconda, contains the following appointed members: the personal attorney of Senator Clark, sometimes called the richest man in the world, and certainly the worst corruptionist who ever broke into the United States Senate, another attorney for big business, a hard-fighting reactionary, who grilled a professor of the University Law School for the crime of not giving his son high marks, another corporation lawyer, and a 4th lawyer, who is a mild progressive. 2 merchants of the aggressive Chamber of Commerce type, 1 rich and conservative farmer, and 1 very subservient school principal. The chancellor of the university up to last year was Edward C. Elliott, and he had to handle not merely this board, but the politicians of the Anaconda who run the state legislature. He had to go to them every year to beg for appropriations, and he had the bright thought that he would try to have an annual tax provided for higher education in the state. He suggested to Louis Levine, his professor of economics, to make a study of the whole tax problem in Montana. Professor Levine set to work beginning with the subject of mining companies and their contributions, or lack of contributions, to the state taxes. In the course of the 180 year 1918 occurred a state tax conference, and Professor Levine addressed it, and was furiously attacked by a representative of the Anaconda Copper Company, which had packed the conference with its lawyers and lobbyists. Toward the end of the year, Professor Levine completed his report on mine taxation, in which he proved that the great corporations paid only a small percentage of the taxes they owed the state. He submitted this report to the Chancellor, who read it and had a desperate case of cold feet. His contract was about to come up for renewal, and he decided that he had better shift the responsibility to the State Board of Education, which governs the university. Professor Levine agreed to this, but on the stipulation that if the board declined to publish the document, he should be free to publish it himself. He took the position that if he submitted to pressure in this issue, he would lose the moral right to lecture to classes of young people. Now began a bitter struggle behind the scenes, with the governor of the state and a senator henchman of the Anaconda striving frantically to keep the report from appearing. Finally the poor chancellor wrote to Levine, forbidding him to publish the report. Levine answered that there had been a definite understanding, made in the presence of President Sisson of Montana State University, that Levine was to be free to publish the report if he so desired. Accordingly he published it *, and the chancellor, in a rage, immediately fired him. This was about as clear a case of the violation of academic freedom as had ever occurred in America. The matter created a great scandal, and this scandal caused pain to the faculty of the university. A committee of professors took the matter up, and reported, somewhat plaintively. It must have been foreseen that the enforcement of this order would lead to all of the undesirable publicity which has attended this whole affair, and which has brought down upon the University of Montana. Taxation of Mines in Montana, B.W. Huebsch, New York. The book won the commendation of Professor Seligman of Columbia, America's leading conservative authority on taxation. 181. The condemnation of some of the most widely read newspapers and periodicals of the country, and which has made the university stand in the minds of people throughout the United States as a horrible example of narrow-mindedness, bigotry, and intolerance. Not only have the members of the faculty of the state university been made to feel that they have lost all independence of thought and action, which are, absolutely essential to the maintenance of a university's morale, but the day is far distant when the University of Montana will be able to attract to its faculties broad-minded and eminent scholars of independence and initiative. Also, the American Association of University Professors took up the matter and sent out a representative to mediate. The State Board of Education could not face the public clamor. Doubtless, also, they reasoned that the report was out, and their mining companies had sustained all the harm possible. They tactfully voted that both sides were right. The Chancellor had acted properly in firing Professor Levine, but Levine should now be reinstated, and paid for the time he had been fired. The state legislature appointed a committee to investigate the university, and especially the teaching of socialism in its economics department. This committee met privately in the empty bar room of Helena's biggest hotel, and learned from Professor Levine that cooperative marketing by farmers is not the entire program of the Third International. After giving this information, Professor Levine resigned. In the University of Montana Law School was a young professor by the name of Arthur Fisher, son of the ex-Secretary of the Interior. He was a splendid teacher, popular with the students and with the faculty, but he associated himself with the farmer labor movement, an effort of the people of the northwestern states to take the control of their affairs away from the corporations. A former president of the university, who had been kicked out by the Anaconda, had started a liberal newspaper, the New Northwest, and Professor Fisher became interested in this and thereby stirred the fury of the Missoulian, a newspaper of the Anaconda, which discovered that 182. Fisher was a Bolshevist, and that he was financing the paper with the streetcar graft of his father. Fisher's father being a man who had spent a large part of his life opposing the streetcar graft in Chicago. In the spring of 1921 the Missoulian dug up the fact that Fisher had made a speech in Chicago during the war, urging that the United States should force the Allies to define their war aims. That, of course, was pro-German, and the American Legion, swallowed by the Anaconda, took up the issue, and demanded Fisher's scalp. A faculty committee of the university spent a good part of the summer on this problem, and vindicated the young professor on every point, but the chancellor, who still had to get his appropriations every year from an Anaconda legislature, mutilated the report of his faculty committee before he submitted it to the State Board of Education, and he and his board and the Attorney General of the state of Anaconda worked out a most ingenious solution. They gave the radical young professor a compulsory leave of absence at full pay. They forbid him to teach law at the university, but they pay him the state's money while he edits the New Northwest. And the interlocking directorate were so much pleased with this ingenuity of Chancellor Eliot that they called him to become president of Purdue University at a higher salary. We moved down to Moscow, Idaho, where we find another university of the Copper Trust. 5 years ago this university had a president named Brannan, described to me by a friend as a liberal conservative, an educator, and a scientist. The politicians who run the state are the Day brothers, mining kings. They starved the university, and their henchmen, who controlled the school funds, refused to pay the university's bills. They tried to reduce the president's salary, though he had a contract. He resigned, but there was such an uproar in the state that they had to recede. Senator Day's whole family, including the ladies, now took up the intrigue against President Brannan. They caused an investigation of the bursar, and when the accounts were reported all right, they sent back their investigators with instructions to find some 183 thing wrong. A prominent newspaper publisher served notice that Lie must have the university printing or he would make trouble, and it is reported on good authority that on this occasion President Brannan said a cuss word. Anyhow, he was forced to resign, though no charges had been brought against him. Dean Ayres, and another dean who had supported him, went at the same time. We shall meet President Brannan again before long at Beloit, and it will appear that he has learned his lesson, for this time, when the interlocking directorate gives him orders, he obeys. The educational affairs of Idaho, both school and university, are in the hands of Drive E. A. Bryan, Chief Administrative Officer of the State Board of Education. I have before me a very sumptuous pamphlet, printed by this board a few months ago at the expense of the people of Idaho. It contains an address by Dr. Bryan, entitled The Foes of Democracy, and has as a frontispiece the portrait of an exceedingly handsome but stern-looking 100% American. Dr. Bryan has discovered 4 dangerous foes of democracy: first, the Reds; second, the Radicals; third, the Profiteers; and fourth, the Robber Barons. Just what is the difference between a red and a radical I do not know, and Dr. Bryan does not enable me to find out. Apparently a radical is a person who advises labor unions to use strikes to injure the public. It is manifest that there can be no strike which does not injure the public. Dr. Bryan is a bit muddled, but it is clear what he means, that as strikes grow more big, they also grow more inconvenient. I find him equally muddled on the subject of the profiteer, because, while he tells us not to make an excess profit, he does not tell us what an excess profit is, nor how there can be such a thing in a competitive world. Apparently it is the same thing as in the case of strikes. Profiteering has got too big. But that big strikes might be a consequence of big profiteering has apparently not penetrated Dr. Bryan's handsome head. Also I seek in vain to find out the difference between the profiteers and the robber barons. All I can gather is that there are bad men in the world, and they abuse their power. It is Dr. Bryan's idea that 184. They will read his pamphlet and reform, and then all will be well. May I suggest that he send copies of his pamphlet to the Day brothers, and also to the Day wives, who run the mining and the education of Idaho. The significant thing about the pamphlet, aside from its feebleness of thought, is the amount of space which it gives to the various kinds of evil persons. The Reds get 11 pages, the Radicals get 4.5, the Profiteers get 1.25, and the Robber Barons get 2.5. I took the trouble to figure this out, and it appears that the head of Idaho's educational machine considers that 80% of the perils to present-day American life comes from the poor, and less than 20% from the rich. So I am not surprised to receive a letter from a university professor, telling me that in Idaho, when a successor to President Lindley of the State University at Muskowab was being sought, the State Commissioner of Education, Dr. Bryan, requested a Stanford professor to come and meet the regents. He did this and was not appointed, because of certain views in reference to the present economic order. Dr. Bryan told me this himself. I suggest that Dr. Bryan should issue a new edition of his pamphlet, listing a fifth variety of foes of democracy, in the shape of university authorities who train the youth of the country to be henchmen and lackeys of the profiteers and the robber barons. Chapter 38. The University of the Latter-day Saints. We next take the Union Pacific Railroad, with its Columbia trustee for chairman, and a Rutgers trustee and 2 Massachusetts Tech trustees and a Hebrew Tech trustee for directors, 2 Equitable Trust Company directors, 2 Guarantee Trust Company directors, and 3 National City Bank directors, and find ourselves in Salt Lake City, in the domain of another group of mining kings, working in alliance with one of the weirdest religious organizations that have ever sanctified America, the Church of the Latter-day. The University of the Saints 185. Saints. This is not a book on religion, so we shall merely say that the Mormons are hard-working people, who have heaped up enormous treasures, and have turned the control of these treasures over to the heads of their church. So here is a group of pious plutocrats, who run the financial, political, religious, and educational life of the state of Utah. Also, of course, they run the state university. Mr. Richard Young, the son of Joseph Young, was until quite recently chairman of the Board of Regents of the University of Utah, and also trustee of the Brigham Young University. He is a prominent stand-pat politician, and made it his business to see that the professors of his university said nothing impolite about the Copper Trust, or the Smelter Trust, or the Public Utility Trust, or the Latter-day Sanctity Trust. 3 years ago his activities culminated in a violent row. 2 professors were fired without warning, and the resentment of the faculty was so great that 16 others resigned, and the control of the university by the church and the corporations received a thorough ventilation. It appeared that professors had been admonished and punished for various strange reasons, such as mentioning the important part played by the English church in English literature, making a private criticism of a Mormon woman at a social gathering, or making an impolite remark concerning the cuspidor shown in a painting of Brigham Young, patriarch of the Mormon religion. The 2 professors who had been fired were accused of criticizing the university president. Also, it was charged that one of them had remarked in a private conversation, "Isn't it too bad that we have a man like Richard Young as chairman of the Board of Regents?" The witnesses who told of the criticism of the president of the university were never called, and the president was never required to name them. The regents, in an elaborate public statement on the controversy, brushed this demand aside by saying that whenever there was disagreement between the president and members of the faculty, they would settle the issue by deciding, not who was right, nor who told the truth, but who was the most useful to the university. 186. This affair was investigated by a committee of 7 professors, representing the American Association of University Professors, who issued an 82-page report, covering every detail of the controversy. From this evidence it appears that the charges against the professors were false, and it appears that the president was to be numbered among those many university heads who do not always tell the truth. A student at commencement had delivered an address, advocating a Public Utilities Commission, and investigation into the methods of mining and industrial corporations. The interlocking directors were furious over this, and the governor of the state set to work to find out what professors had approved it. The president of the university denied that the governor had engaged in any such activities, but the report produces a mass of evidence, making it perfectly clear that the president's statement was untrue. Also, it appears that the interlocking regents were not above evasion of the truth. They denied knowing that the faculty of the university had adopted a petition for redress of grievances, and this although full details about the faculty action had been published in the newspapers 9 or 10 days before the regents met. By keeping at it, the committee of professors extracted a few admissions from these saintly plutocrats. Thus, they got Chairman Young to admit over his own signature * that the president had warned a certain prominent professor that his activity in behalf of a public utilities bill might injure the university. That he advised an instructor against participating in a political campaign, and enjoined a partisan rally on the campus. It must be a difficult matter, running a university in the capital of the Latter-day Saints. You have to know that your wealthy regents are living in polygamous relationships, which differ from those maintained by wealthy regents in other parts of the country in that they are crimes under the United States law, but acts of holiness under the church law, and you have to know in just what ways to know about these semi-secret families, and in just what ways to be ignorant of them. Outside is all the world, laugh. The University of the Saints 187ing at you, and naturally you are sensitive to that laughter, and your professors are still more so. They cannot be entirely unaware of modern thought, and so you have to summon them to your office and plead with them, pointing out how certain regents object that they have been teaching against the experiences of Joseph Smith. You have to get them to bring into class discussions and explanations of the term God or deity. If they can conscientiously do so, you have to explain to them that unless they can conscientiously do so, the legislature will withhold appropriations, and they will not get their salaries. And then, when the Latter-day grafters put pressure upon you, you have to remove a competent professor from the head of your Department of English, and put in a bishop of the Mormon Church, the distinguished editor of the Juvenile Instructor, a monthly magazine devoted to the interests of the Sunday schools of the Mormon Church, also author of The Restoration of the Gospel, a volume of Mormon apologetics, consisting chiefly of lessons prepared for the Young Ladies Improvement Association. 1910 to 1911, with an introduction by Joseph F. Smith, Jr., of the Quorum of 12 Apostles, 1912. And when your professors object to things like this, your interlocking regents retire you, and put the brother of the Mormon bishop into your place. That is what happened at the University of Utah. Mr. Richard Young, Grand Saint of the Board of Regents, put in as president of his institution Mr. J. A. Widstu, M.A., author of Joseph Smith, the Scientist, in which he proves that the Mormon founder anticipated all modern science excepting only Darwinism, which is taboo by the Church. Now Mr. Richard Young has gone to his eternal reward as Grand Saint, and his place is taken by Mr. Waldemar Van Cott, attorney for the Rio Grande Railroad and the Utah Fuel Company, and the most active agent in the attack on the liberal professors. President Widstu has been promoted to Apostle * of the Church, and his place as head of the university has been taken by Dr. George Thomas, professor of economics. What kind of economics they now teach at the university is summed up for me by a lawyer of 18s. Salt Lake City, who was formerly on the faculty of the institution. He says, "Let it be noted that the Mormon Church is a business institution. It owns and controls properties, banks, commercial institutions, and industries. It is conservative. It is a foe of all doctrines and plans that might weaken property rights. Also, let it be noted that the organization of the Mormon Church is perfect and that those who hold power depend upon the doctrines of the Church for their tenure upon power and influence." And then I take up the catalog of the university, to see what they are teaching their 3,000 students, and I find that they are Catholic in their tastes. As courses leading to university degrees, they include commerce and finance, commercial art, business bookkeeping and stenography, auto mechanics, carpentering and plumbing. 3 professors at the university write me that conditions under the new administration are greatly improved. One professor asserts that there is now complete freedom. I trust he will not think me unduly skeptical if I say that I would attach more weight to his experiences if he were teaching, say economics, instead of ancient language and literature. Chapter 36. The Mining Camp University. We continue our journey on the Union Pacific. railroad, and come to the metropolis of the Rocky Mountains, a city entirely surrounded by gold mines, silver mines, coal mines, and copper mines, and entirely controlled by hard-fighting piratical gentlemen who have seized these hidden treasures. Denver is only a generation removed from the mining camp stage of civilization, and mining camp manners and morals still prevail in its financial, political, and educational life. In other portions of the United States you find the great captains of industry hiring politicians to run the state and city governments for them, but in Colorado up to quite recently they did their own dirty work. You would find the Grand Dukes of the interlocking did. 189. Rectorate, Evans of traction, Doherty of gas and electric, Field of telephones, Cheeseman of water, Guggenheim of copper, themselves the political bosses, hiring their thugs and repeaters and ballot box stuffers, and paying their own cash to their newspaper editors, clergymen, and college presidents. These mighty chieftains used to fall out and quarrel and turn their scandal bureaus loose on one another, so it was always easy to learn the insides of Denver finance, politics, and education. The leading prejudice factory of the state of Colorado has been the University of Denver, founded by the father of William G. Evans, traction magnate and Republican boss. Mr. Evans made himself president of the board of trustees of the university, and selected to run the institution an extremely venomous and abusive Methodist clergyman by the name of Buckle. In running the government of Denver, Mr. Evans worked in alliance with the gamblers and the keepers of brothels and wine rooms for the seducing of young girls. The violations of law became so flagrant that the political gang operating under Evans found its power threatened, and cast about for some candidate for governor to take the curse of them, and selected the Reverend Henry Augustus Buckle, D.D., Doctor of Laws, Chancellor of their university. As the Denver Post delicately phrased it, they reached up in the house of God and pulled down the poor old chancellor to cover up the rottenness of their machine. There was a meeting of the chancellor with Mr. Evans and his political henchmen. One of the purposes of his nomination was that his candidacy might aid Simon Guggenheim, head of the Smelter Trust, to buy his way into the United States Senate. The chancellor accepted the nomination, and invited all present to rise, join hands and sing, "Blessed be the tie that binds." You may find this anecdote in The Beast, by Ben B. Lindsay, Judge of the Children's Court of Denver. That is, you may find it if you can find a copy of the book, which its publishers mysteriously ceased to push. Essay 3 Lindsay. The tie that binds the beast and the church? Yes, and the beast and the college. During the Peabody campaign, Accord. 190. To the Rocky Mountain News, a young student named Reed had been practically driven from the Denver University because he criticized the corporation governor. Later a university professor was sent to Europe to gather data which was used in the campaign against municipal ownership in Denver, and the professor was exposed but not forced into retirement. Later still, Buckle reprimanded a student named Bell for volunteering as a worker in one of our juvenile court campaigns. Mr. Evans was president of the Board of Trustees of the university, and the Reverend Henry Augustus Buckle was his chancellor. The use of Buckle in the campaign that followed was a huge success. Everywhere people said to me, "Why, the chancellor will never stand for the sale of the senatorship to Guggenheim I," or "the dear chancellor will never permit this or that undesirable thing in politics." But Buckle had already admitted to a ministerial friend that he believed Guggenheim ought to be elected, though he said nothing of it from the platform, you may be sure. After he was governor, he not only endorsed Guggenheim but vigorously defended the legislature for electing Guggenheim, honored Evans with a place on the gubernatorial staff, and gave a public dinner to the corporation heads who had most profited by the rule of the system in the state. They reciprocated by sending the Denver University handsome donations. Evans led with $10,000, and Guggenheim, Hughes, and others followed with fat checks. The keeper of a gambling hell, whom I summoned to my court and forced to make restitution to one of his victims, said to me, "I have some respect for Mayor Speer. He tells these preachers that he believes in our policy of open gambling. But I have nothing but contempt for that old stiff up in the State House who talks about the Word of God, and gets his nomination from a boss who protects us, and gets elected on money that we contributed to the organization. It is one of the saddest aspects of this use of the church that the beast gains respectability thereby, and the church contempt Buchtel was elected. His candidacy proved a successful disguise for the Guggenheim deal, and the church element was used as well as the dive element. A corporation legislature was put in power. It only remained for the corporations to deliver the United States senatorship to Guggenheim for value received, and to betray the nation as they had betrayed the state. Simon Guggenheim had no more claim to represent Colorado in the Senate at Washington than John D. Rockefeller has or Baron Rothschild. He was the head of the Smelter Trust, and he had been financially interested, of course, in the election of Peabody in 1904, and the defeat of the 8-hour law and the suppression of the 8-hour strike. These things entitled him to the gratitude of the corporations only. He was unknown to the people of Colorado. He had never been heard of by them except in a newspaper interview. He had not, as far as I know, ever spoken or written a word publicly on politics. "I don't know much about the political game," he told one of his campaign managers, "but I have the money. I know that game." He does. 191. That was 15 years ago, and they did their bribery in the old-style way. Guggenheim paid the campaign expenses of a majority of the Colorado legislators. At present the state of Colorado is run by Phipps, the Steel King, and they do not have to buy the legislators, for it is the people who elect the United States senators, and they have bought up all the institutions upon which the people depend. They have bought the YMCA and the churches by donations, and they have bought the universities in Colorado by giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to them. Because Lindsay exposed this new style of bribery, the Phipps machine ordered all of Lindsay's child welfare bills killed by the state legislature. And of course in their university they watch incessantly to make sure that no dangerous ideas reach the students. Last summer there was a meeting of all the clerk men of Denver on the campus of the university to listen to Dr. Harry Ward, General Secretary of the Social Service Commission of the Federated Council Churches of America. The Chancellor intervened at the last minute and forbade Ward to speak, denouncing him as a menace to the present social order. Instead, he got copies of a report on the steel strike, which Judge Gary had prepared by one of his kept clergymen, as a reply to the attack by the Interchurch World Movement. Every member of the graduating class of 1921 received a copy of this report, being solemnly called in to receive it personally from the hands of the Chancellor. A professor at the university, who had been scheduled to speak at the church of a socialist clergyman in Denver, was called up and warned that if he wished to have a career at the university he must avoid that kind of thing. Shortly after this a representative of the Rockefeller Education Fund was invited to luncheon at the university, and the Chancellor made a public appeal to him for funds, on the ground of his services in barring Dr. Ward. This was a trifle too raw, and the Chancellor did not get his money. The old man has just been retired, but the same gang still rules the Board of Trustees, with Evans the infamous as Grand Duke. As assistant he has an Atter. 192. Knee for the Big Four corporations which run the city of Denver, who spends his spare time leading crusades against the Reds, also a prominent banker, a corporation lawyer, a real estate speculator, a capitalistic preacher, a corporation lawyer from Pueblo, a millionaire oilman and lawyer, a millionaire miner and banker, and finally, as Grand Duke Jr., Boss Evans' son, John. Chapter XL. The Colleges of the Smelter Trust. The Interlocking Directorate of Colorado maintains also a state university at Boulder, on the Colorado and Southern Railroad, which road has a trustee of Williams College for president, and a General Theological Seminary trustee for director. The standards of academic freedom prevailing at the University of Colorado are very interestingly revealed in a case which occurred 7 years ago. During the coal strike of 1914, the operators and their militia set aside the Constitution of the United States in the southern counties of the state, and one professor at the law school took a stand against their action. The operators had burned and suffocated 3 women and 11 children at Ludlow, and Professor James W. Brewster accepted the chairmanship of a public committee to investigate the strike situation. In peril, not merely of his job, but of his life, he spent several weeks in the coal fields, questioning witnesses and bringing out evidence. He was the means of forcing an investigation by Congress, and he appeared and testified before the Congressional Committee. His subsequent dismissal from the university was investigated by the American Association of University Professors, and their report lies before me. I will state briefly the facts admitted, and the contentions of both parties to the dispute, and leave it for the reader to form his own conclusions. Professor Brewster was nearly 59 years of age, and the president of the university claims that on this account his appointment to the university had been merely Colleges of the Smelter Trust 193 temporary, and that this was fully made clear to Professor Brewster. Professor Brewster denies that he had any such understanding. It was admitted by both the president and the dean of the law school that Brewster's teaching was entirely satisfactory. Says the report, the testimony of students in his law classes is that Professor Brewster in the classroom adhered strictly to the subjects he was teaching and made no allusions whatever to industrial questions. The courses that he was teaching did not in any way involve the issues that were then agitating Colorado. Immediately after Professor Brewster's testifying in December, he was attacked by several Colorado newspapers in unrestrained language and with the most unreasonable distortion and exaggeration of the tenor of his testimony. According to the testimony of President Farrand, E.M. Ammons, then governor of Colorado, called up President Farrand by telephone soon after Mr. Brewster's appearance before the commission in Denver, and urged the immediate dismissal of Professor Brewster because of his testimony. The president of the university asserts that he refused the governor's request. That was in December, 1914. In May, 1915, Professor Brewster was invited to come to Washington, to give his testimony before the United States Commission on Industrial Relations. Professor Brewster went to the president of the university, and stated that he had been able to arrange for a colleague to take his classes for the few days of his absence. As to what happened next, there is a disagreement. Professor Brewster claims that the president told him that if he went to Washington his connection with the university must cease at once. The president, in his statement to the committee of the association, gives his version of the interview as follows. I told him that I regarded the publicity which had attended his former testimony as detrimental in its effect upon the university. In the inflamed condition of public sentiment in Colorado at that time, it was exploited in a way which I regarded as unfortunate. His connection with the university was made prominent in the inaccurate publicity which resulted, and the institution was drawn thereby into a controversy, and an attitude attributed to the university as an institution which I regarded as unwarranted and unfortunate. In further discussion of this point and in illustrating the prejudice aroused by the testimony, I cited the feeling expressed by members of the legislature and reported to me during the legislative session of 1915. I used some expression to the effect that his public statements regarding the industrial situation had been an obstacle in the university's effort to obtain 194. Additional support from the legislature. I did not, as I recall it, lay any stress upon this and mentioned it incidentally as an illustration and matter of interest at the moment. I stated that in view of the inaccurate publicity and the involvement of the university at the time of his previous appearance before the Federal Commission, I thought it would be desirable, in case he decided to go to Washington, that a statement should be issued indicating the temporary nature of his connection with the university and that connection would naturally terminate at the end of the academic year. The outcome of the matter was that Professor Tkuster decided not to go to Washington. Nevertheless, he was dropped from the University of Colorado. It is interesting to note that among those who were retained at the university was Dr. John Chase, who will live in American history as the man responsible for the Ludlow massacre. He was Adjutant General of the Colorado Militia at the time, and an unscrupulous partisan of the coal operators. Among the regents at the time was Mr. C. C. Parks, politician, banker, coal company director, and furious opponent of the strikers. Among the law faculty who fought Professor Brewster was Professor A. A. Reed, whose law partner was engaged in prosecuting a number of the former strikers. Professor Reed, a former bank president, was at this time an official of a national bank in Denver, and a director of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, Mr. Rockefeller's concern which put through the Ludlow massacre. I am interested to note that another member of the faculty who is not objected to is Professor L. W. Cole, director of the School of Social Service, who last summer recommended to the students of his summer school Vice President Coolidge's magazine articles on the Red Menace, a farrago of foolishness gathered by the Lusk Committee and their secret agents. Also, we ought to have a glance at Colorado College, located at Colorado Springs, a co-educational institution started by the Congregational Church, and now conducted by the Interlocking Directorate. They had a first-class businessman for president, but there were brought against him serious charges of indiscreet and improper conduct toward 2 women employed in the college offices. Now, of course, the businessmen who run the government of Colorado, in conjunction with the brothels and wine rooms, understand that college presidents have 195 to have their little pleasures in off hours, but some of the faculty thought that college presidents ought to have these pleasures somewhere off the campus. They endeavored privately to force the resignation of the president, whereat the trustees became furious, and fired a dean who had been active in the matter. When the students organized and protested, they contemptuously rejected the students' demands. This matter likewise was investigated by the American Association of University Professors, and it happened that I studied their report before I knew anything about the trustees and their financial position. It was rather funny. I read what the trustees said to the professors, and how they behaved in the various conferences. I read their letters, and found myself thinking, this must be a rich man, and so must this, here must be the Grand Duke, the fellow who runs the place. Then I looked them up in Who's Who, and, sure enough, there they were: Mr. Philip B. Stewart, mining and public utility magnate, an active Republican politician, and Mr. Irving Halbert, president of a bank, a gold mining company and a railroad, also an active Republican politician. Would you like to hear one of these Grand Dukes addressing his college professors, gathered together to be taught their place? Listen to the affidavit of Professor George M. Howe. The meeting was opened by Mr. P. B. Stewart, chairman of the executive committee of the board. Mr. Stewart berated us soundly for what we had done. His main points were that we had been guilty of sending libelous matter through the mail, for which we might well be sent to the penitentiary, that we had given the slanderous charges against Dr. Slocum into the hands of persons who should know nothing of them, since our letters would come into the hands of private secretaries of the men to whom they were sent, and that we had made the completion of the $500,000 fund for the college impossible, since the trustees, who were large contributors, would now withhold their subscriptions. His purpose was apparently to make us feel that our conduct had been thoroughly idiotic and ill-advised in every respect. And then hear the summing up of the American Association of University Professors. The committee feels constrained to remark, further, that the attitude of the majority of the members of the Board of Trustees and of the Board as a body towards the 196 faculty has been characterized by grave discourtesy, a lack of openness and candor, and an habitual disregard of the fact that the administrative officers and teaching staff of a college have large and definite moral responsibilities in relation to the internal conditions and standards of the institution with which they are connected. The outcome of the whole matter was that the graduating class of the college fell off from 80 to 26, but the interlocking trustees waited. They held the purse strings, and they knew that the incident would be forgotten, and the students would come back, which they did. Also, the plutocracy of Colorado maintains an institution for training its engineers and mining experts. This is the Colorado School of Mines, located at Golden. Here also there was trouble, because on senior day some of the students got drunk and beat up a member of the faculty at a baseball game. Naturally, the president and the faculty resented this, and they suspended 5 of the students, and there was a great uproar, culminating in a student strike. This incident also was investigated by the Association of University Professors, and I studied the report before I knew anything about the various trustees. Here again I was able to pick out the Grand Duke by his bad manners, and by the way everybody cringed before him when he came down from Cripple Creek to deal with the row. He is Mr. A. E. Carleton, president of 4 banks and of several mining companies. Naturally, so great a man realized the absurdity of suspending the sons of the plutocracy, merely for the beaten cup of a college professor. With the help of Captain Smith, another member of the board, he settled the strike by reinstating the suspended students and forcing the resignation of the protesting president. The board put in a former president of the college, who had been dismissed for cause, but who was exactly the sort of fellow they wanted, as you can see from the sworn testimony of 7 different professors, to the FECT that he had lowered the teaching standards of the college by insisting again and again that the sons of the plutocracy should be given passing marks after they had failed. The Committee of University Professors states that Professor H. B. Patton, for 24 years a member of the faculty, informed Alandgiant College. 197. The committee that President Alderson condoned cheating on the part of a son of an influential Denver citizen. Says Professor Albert G. Wolfe, many students at the school during Alderson's administration were allowed to pass, after having failed in their studies, because they were either athletes or relations of influential men of Colorado. Says Professor Stephen Worrell, President Alderson arbitrarily raised the grades of some of the men I had either conditioned or failed. Subsequent investigation revealed that the men whose grades had been raised were relatives of prominent politicians in the state. I found on inquiry that the same thing had happened to other members of the faculty, but that they had all accepted the situation as inevitable. This controversy was settled by the dismissal of several of the protesting professors, and by the appointment of a committee of the state legislature, which investigated the situation and reported in the following apposite words. In conclusion, your committee finds that the management and administration of the School of Mines is efficient, the trustees, officers, and faculty competent, well qualified, and trustworthy, and that the institution, members, officers, faculty, and trustees are entitled to the support, respect, and encouragement of the citizens of the state, the alumni of the institution, and the general public. Your committee is of the opinion that the institution will flourish and its excellent reputation be maintained if it receives the encouragement and patronage to which it is so justly entitled. Chapter XLI. A land-grant college. We travel northeast, and leave the mining country. On the lonely plains of the state of North Dakota we find men toiling for long hours, and raising 100 million bushels of wheat every year. They mill very little wheat, but ship it away to the twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and then import their own flour, which means that from the time the wheat leaves his land the farmer is paying tribute to a chain of exploiters, elevator men, railroads, speculators, millers, and the bankers who furnish the capital for these operations. The same situation prevails throughout the prairie states, and so here you have a 198. Well-matured class struggle between the dwellers in the country and the dwellers in the towns. Ever since the Civil War the farmers have been struggling to free themselves from the money devil. Wave after wave of revolt has risen, and sunk again, but always the masters of credit have managed to hold on. They have done this by owning or subsidizing the newspapers, the agricultural weeklies and the general magazines, and also by controlling the schools and colleges in which the farmers' children are educated. Writing in 1916, Gilson Gardner stated that the United States Bureau of Education had approximately 200 employees, and out of this number 130 appeared on the official rolls as drawing a salary of $1 per year. The source from which these men are paid is unknown. It is known in general, however, that some of them get their salaries from the Rockefeller General Education Board and some from the Sage Foundation or other endowments of private capital. The reports made by these employees go out as government experiment publications with the full prestige of official endorsement upon them. One of the government employees who is not a corporation hireling is Professor W. J. Spillman, chief of the Bureau of Agricultural Economics, an editor of a farm paper. Professor Spillman states that a wealthy friend came to him, with a statement that the Rockefeller General Education Board was seeking to control the educational institutions of the country, to see that the men employed in them were right. They had been successful with the smaller institutions, but some of the larger ones had held out, and Rockefeller was now adding $100 million to the foundation, for the express purpose of forcing his money into these big institutions. He is looking for a man who can put this across. I think you are just the man for the place. There is a fat salary in it for the man who can do the thing, and so on. Professor Spillman expressed some doubt of the Rockefellers being able to accomplish their purpose, and the friend explained that the removal of the unsatisfactory educators would be brought about as the result of local dissatisfaction. You will call this a cock and bull story, but just notice in the years 1915 and 1916 there were 9 lib. A land-grant college. 199. Errol presidents of Western colleges turned out of their jobs, and at least 20 professors, mostly of economics and sociology. Do you really think that the masters of the money carrot rust, having bought up the last newspaper and the last popular magazine, would overlook your schools and colleges? If so, you are exactly the kind of foolish person they count upon you to be. Most influential among the farmers are the so-called land-grant colleges, which, way back in the days of President Lincoln, received from Congress large grants of government land for their support. Much of this land was stolen outright by the grafters. I am told that in Maine large tracts of the most valuable timber land were sold for a mere song, and without advertisement. Exactly the same thing was done in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Oregon. These land steals form the basis of the power of those old aristocratic families whom we found running Reed College and the University of Oregon. From what I know of my United States, I feel quite sure that an investigation in any state between Maine and Oregon would reveal the same kind of thing. Anyhow, here are these land-grant colleges, some of them big and prosperous, educating the farmers' boys, and as yet not aspiring to the snobbery of the big universities. The interlocking directorate wishes to get hold of these institutions, and to see that dangerous thoughts are kept out. I purpose to show you what they did in one state. I bespeak your careful attention, because the story of one is the story of all, and in reading about North Dakota you will also be reading about Maine, Vermont, Michigan, Wisconsin, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Colorado, and Oregon. John H. Worst, at that time Lieutenant Governor of North Dakota, became president of the Agricultural College in 1895. It was a small institution at that time. By 17 years of hard work he built it up until he had over 1,200 students. Also he conducted, in connection with the college, a government experiment station, in which he had some devoted scientists. One of these, Professor E. F. Ladd, now United States Senator put in office by the Nonpartisan League, was a chemist, who became State Pure Food Commissioner, and carried on a vigorous campaign against lightweights and short 200 measures, and the adulterating and misbranding of food. He went to the shelves of the grocery stores, and showed that the stomachs of the people of North Dakota were made a dumping ground for timothy seed, gelatine, and coal tar dyes. He exposed the use of dangerous poisons in patent medicines, and denounced the practice of bleaching flour. Nor was he content to prove these things in his laboratory. He went out and taught the people of the state, and helped to put through laws against these practices. As a result, he incurred the mortal enmity of whiskey rectifiers, baking powder manufacturers, paint manufacturers, the Beef Trust and the Milling Trust. I talked with Senator Ladd in Washington in June 1922, and he told me that the last libel suit filed against him for $100,000 had been dismissed on the 14th of the previous April. Prior to that time, for 22 years he had never been free from libel suits and injunctions. At one time there had been 6 hanging over his head, and never one had been filed by a citizen of North Dakota, nor had he ever lost one. Next, meet Professor H. C. Bali, who is my dream of a scientist, a long, lean, keen old gentleman, a demon for the hunting out of knowledge, and an untamed champion of the people's cause. I met him in Fargo, and asked him if he would tell me his story, and there came a few more wrinkles on his thin face. I have been in this for 22 years, he said, and maybe it will be my fate to be kicked out for talking to Upton Sinclair. Then the old professor thrust out an eager finger. This is the question I am asking, is a college professor a citizen? Or does he part with his rights, and become some kind of subject when he takes a college job? I made up my mind that I was going to stay a citizen, and exercise every one of the rights of a citizen, including the right to go out and talk to my fellow citizens, to educate them, and organize them to protect their rights against all comers. That is all there is to my story. Professor Bali is one of the leading plant pathologists of the United States. It was he who first discovered the causes of most of the diseases which plague the farms of North Dakota, of rust and smut and root rots in wheat and other cereals, of potato scab and flax wilt, and he worked out remedies for these troubles. A land-grant college. 201. And taught them to the people. He proved that flax wilt is due to sick soil, and that seemed a terrible thing to the land interests and the railroads, who were making money out of getting new farmers into North Dakota. These speculators were not interested in having Professor Bali cure the sick soil. It paid them better if the farmers went into bankruptcy every few years. The discoveries of Professor Bali were worth hundreds of millions to the farmers of the Northwest. He made discoveries about flaxseed, and the linseed crushers and paint makers tried to buy his services. They were used to buying professors. Bali had them put the money into the institution, with the provision that it was to be employed for his researches. We shall presently see how his enemies tried to take it away from him. Also, this professor citizen took up the question of the grading of wheat, the sorest point with the Northwestern farmers. They are absolutely at the mercy of the elevator men and the millers, and the whole thing is one colossal swindle. Professor Bali knows wheat as well as any other man in the world, and he showed the tricks to the farmers. In the first place, the wheat all gets mixed up in the elevators, and there is no way to tell Smiths from Joneses. Nevertheless, the farce of grading goes on, and its effect is to beat down the price to the farmer. The millers say they must have number 1 Red Spring, but there is not enough of this produced in America to feed one big city. What determines the mixture is the percentage of protein, starch, and gluten, and they test the flour as it comes through the mill, and when this or that ingredient is needed, they let in wheat of a certain kind, regardless of its grade. That which they grade as D, and buy as feed wheat, just because it is shrunken, may be the richest of all in proteins, and be used in their best brands of flour. It is a fact that a great part of the flour is made from rejected wheat, and the sole point of the rejecting is to lower the price. I asked, what is the price of rejected wheat? And the answer was, it is a bottomless pit, you can buy it for anything. They reject wheat if there is water in it, but they have to put water in it themselves in order to mill it. They reject it for smut, but they use it just the same, because the brush that takes off the bran 202 also takes off the smut. They even use the moldy wheat, because they bleach it. Many times Professor Bali found them rejecting wheat for smut, and he would go to that neighborhood and learn there was little or no smut to be found there, and the elevator men made no effort to keep the wheat with smut separate from the rest. The elevator and grading workers would tell him that they had received word there was too much wheat on the market, and they were to buy only rejected wheat. As an act of charity to those poor farmers who had got smut into their wheat, but the effect of this action was to force more farmers into ruin. Professor Bali was invited to accompany 50 scientists, including some from Europe, to inspect the flour mills in the Twin Cities. Here came the prize boosters of the millers, setting forth the wonders of the place and the extreme precautions they took to use only the very finest wheat. They were making their best flour. Professor Bali dipped his hand into one hopper and then into another, and carried home samples of this wheat. 50% of it consisted of amber durum, which they rejected, 7% of another rejected kind, and the balance of a very inferior grade of winter wheat. No hard spring wheat in the sample. And yet the millers would invite Professor Bali to the Chamber of Commerce, to tell them how they could teach the farmers to raise better wheat. Professor Bali went to Russia and spent a year collecting hardy wheats. The Siberian wheat which he brought home thrived, but the millers said it was worthless and they bought it cheap. Then the farmers stopped growing it, whereupon the millers suddenly decided that this Siberian wheat was good. The climate had changed it, they said. Meantime, Professor Ladd had set up a model bakery and a flour mill at the experiment station, and on the basis of his demonstrations, President Wurst was showing the farmers of North Dakota how they could save the sum of $55 million a year, by setting up elevators and mills, and exporting flour instead of wheat. In this demonstration lay the beginnings of the Nonpartisan League movement, and the masters of the money trust perceived that they must crush these rebel educators. How they tried to do it is the story we have next to hear. An agricultural melodrama. 203. Chapter XLII. An agricultural melodrama. In January, 1911, there was held in the Twin Cities a gathering of the Interlocking Directorate, called by A.R. Rogers, lumber magnate, Howe, the elevator man, and a group of the big bankers. Afterwards they got in the late J.S.S.E. James Hill, the railroad king of the Northwest. These gentlemen worked out a scheme, and wrote their checks for $5,000 each. One of them threw in a remark, *TT would be worth $25,000 a year of any man's money to get Bali out of the state, or to keep his damned mouth shut. They were going to educate the farmers of North Dakota, and they called their movement the $100 an Acre Club, subsequently changing it to the Better Farming Association. They appointed an executive committee consisting of Rogers, the lumberman, Howe, the elevator man, one farmer, and 18 North Dakota bankers, with the president of the First National Bank of Fargo at their head. These bankers were borrowing money in Wall Street at 6% and lending it to the farmers of their state at 10%, which represented a profit of $12 million a year to them. As manager of their program of education they selected one Thomas Cooper, at a larger salary than any educator in North Dakota had ever been paid before. $45,000 a year was pledged, and M.R. Cooper set to work to educate the farmers as to the wickedness of Ladd, Bali, and others. After 3 years the balance sheet of the organization showed liabilities of $40,000, and assets of one brilliant idea. The bankers of the organization went to that other group of bankers who comprised the trustees of the North Dakota Agricultural College, and proposed that the college should take over Mr. Cooper and his salary and his deficit, and should give him entire control of the experiment station and extension division, and joint authority over the instruction division, with 18 North Dakota bankers as an advisory board. This little job was put through in 1913, and the exact facts were hidden from 204. The people of North Dakota, and 2 years later the Nonpartisan League newspapers had to steal the documents in the case in order to make them known. Now behold Mr. Cooper and his 18 bankers in control of a state experiment station. The first thing they do is to lock Professor Bali out of his laboratories, and the poor janitor is somewhat bewildered, not knowing whom to let in. They even take away from his department the research money which he had got from the linseed crushers. They forbid Ladd and Bali to go to the state capitol while the state legislature is in session. They issue a written order forbidding them to publish press bulletins or newspaper articles until these have received the okay of Mr. Cooper, and when Professor Bali submits bulletins they chop them to pieces and publish them in such garbled form that they make nonsense. For 4 years they publish nothing at all of Bali's work. The brunt of the struggle fell on President Wurst, not because he had done anything himself, but because he stood by his professors. In the fall of 1914 Wurst was in Washington, attending a convention of the agricultural colleges, and the board passed a secret resolution promoting him to be President Emeritus, an honorary degree hitherto unknown in North Dakota agricultural culture. They had conceived the clever idea of putting Ladd in his place, because this would pacify the people, and they believed that Ladd would prove a poor executive, and would be unable to hold on. They came to Ladd and begged him to accept, and assured him that Wurst had consented. Which was not true. When the governor of the state learned what they had done, he fell into a panic, and ordered them to rescind the action, and for a year thereafter they backed and filled and argued, trying to persuade Worst to resign and Ladd to take his place. In the following year Governor Hanna, himself a prominent banker and director in many corporations, appointed a new board of regents, with a banker as president, and another banker and his lawyer making the majority. To this new board President Worst protested against the disorganization in the institution, and proposed some division of authority. The interlocking newspapers lied about what he had said, and the board again got up the nerve to kick him upstairs. The students met, and in an agricultural melodrama. 205. Mass conventions denounced and protested, and the board spent 3 days badgering them trying to find out who had written an editorial of protest. Finally, Worst went out and Ladd came in on condition that he was to have complete authority, and that Professor Bali was to remain. Senator Ladd tells me that as soon as he had been elected, and in the very room where these conditions had been agreed to, one member of the board asked him to get rid of Bali, and called him a damned fool when he refused. After that there was never a single meeting of the board that they did not pick a row with him over this issue. Soon they began asking him to resign. At first they asked him to write his resignation, and later they wrote it for him. All they asked him to do was to sign it. Also there were filed some 40-odd charges of unprofessional conduct against Professor Bali, whom they had now discovered to be crazy. They gave this crazy man a busy time for several years. 2 members of the board came to Fargo, to demand that Bali should be fired. Then an investigating committee of the faculty was appointed, which completely exonerated him. But the board insisted that this was a partisan committee. They appointed a committee of their own members, and this committee called on the chairman of the faculty committee, and abused him for not making a proper investigation. Then they went to Bali, and took up one question after another, and Bali refuted each. After 3 hours one member of the board said, "Well, I think it's time to quit." The second said, "If you are satisfied, I am." The board received this report of complete exoneration from its committee, and decided they would have to discontinue the procedure, but they refused to exonerate Bali. The controversy was carried to the national government, and the Department of Agriculture appointed a committee, which also investigated, and could find nothing wrong with the crazy professor. This whole story of Bali makes you think of the melodramas we used to see on the Bowery, where the heroine is tied to a railroad track, or tied on a log which is going into a sawmill, and the rescuers come galloping up on horseback at the instant when the villain seems triumphant. In the fall of 1916 the Nonpartisan League 206 swept the state of North Dakota, and on January 1, 1917, Lynn Frazier came galloping into the governorship of North Dakota, and the farmers of the state got the results of Professor Bali's experiments once more. Thunders of applause from the gallery. Chapter Slyin. The University of Wheat. The state of North Dakota is small in population, likewise in its influence in the academic world, but its story is important, because its people have blazed a path upon which the rest of us are destined to travel for the next decade. What has happened in North Dakota education will happen in hundreds of our institutions, and therefore it is desirable that academic liberals should know the story. The University of North Dakota is located at Grand Forks. The president from 1909 to 1913 was Frank L. McVeigh, who was chairman of a tax commission in Minnesota, and got in the way of Jesse James Hill, and was shunted off to North Dakota to get rid of him. That he was not a dangerous radical may be judged from the fact that in 1912 he objected to 3 of his professors taking part in the progressive movement. In 1914 Professor Lewinsohn of the law school resigned his position with a dignified statement, and the president replied by a letter, in which he set up the contention that college professors are in the same position as judges. The Grand Duke of the Board of Regents at this time was Judge N.C. Young, railroad attorney. Needless to say, Judge Young did not refrain from politics. On the contrary, he ran the Republican machine of the state, and incidentally never hesitated to denounce the liberals at his university. Judge Young's assistant was Mr. Tracy Bangs, aggressive attorney for the Northern States Power Company and the Northwestern Bell Telephone Company. Mr. Bangs defended in a murder case the son of a rich farmer, and got his client off on a plea of self-defense, despite the fact that the victim, a farmhand, had been shot in the back. Thereupon, several hundred of Mr. Bangs' fellow citizens, including many university profs, 207 soars, signed a petition to the grand jury, charging him with jury bribing and demanding his indictment. One professor, A.J. Ladd, asked him to resign from the Board of Trustees while he was under this indictment. Mr. Bangs did not resign, but he bided his time, and as I write he is seeing to it that Professor A.J. Ladd is separated from the university. In 1915, when the Nonpartisan League was started, the university opposed it by nature, so a former professor phrased it to me. One man, Professor Gillette, consented to speak at the first meeting of the League, and his life has been one long struggle with the reactionaries ever since. In 1917 President McVeigh resigned, and the board hastened to nominate his successor, before the nonpartisans got in and appointed Frederick C. Howe. They selected President Kane of the University of Washington upon the reputation which he had made for himself by forgiving the crimes and accepting the chimes of the Seattle Times. A professor at North Dakota, who got to know President Kane very well, describes him to me in these words: "He has less sense of honor than any man I ever knew." It was not long before he had proved his incapacity in North Dakota, and there was a storm of protest concerning him. By way of defending himself he set up the claim that the opposition was due to his refusal to appoint nominees of the Nonpartisan League to posts as teachers. The statement was absurd on the face of it, because all nominations were made by the heads of departments, but it served to bring the support of the reactionaries. I am told on good authority that President Kane made a deal with the IVA, Independent Voters Association, camouflage for big business, that he was to be retained and allowed to swing the axe, in return for his using the university influence against the Nonpartisan League. The president had an organization already made, in the fraternities and sororities, and in 1920, when the faculty petitioned for his Rem.Oval, he and his reactionaries went to these groups for support. They incited a student rebellion, and I find this especially significant, in view of the insistence of all interlocking trustees and newspapers upon academic order and authority. What could be more shocking to a believer in propriety than for 208 college students to organize and try to force the hands of their superiors? But of course that does not apply in a case where the sons of bankers and railroad attorneys and public utility magnates are endeavoring to cripple a political movement of Rubes and Hicks and Hayseeds. The active agent in this student rebellion was the wife of an employee of the Grand Forks Herald, whose owner, Mr. Jerry Bacon, represents the Twin City milling and railroad interests in North Dakota. Mr. Bacon had fought the movement for faculty control, calling it Sovietism in the university. I am told by one of his friends that in this matter of the student uprising he went up to Minneapolis and got his orders from Lewis Hill, son and heir of Jesse James. Whether he got the money from Mr. Hill I do not know, but I do know that the presses of his newspaper printed cards, supposed to be voicing the students of the university, urging the student body to refuse to attend classes of those professors who demanded the president's resignation. A student strike to keep President Kane in office. It must have been much pleasanter for him than that other strike, back in Washington, when the students made rhymes denouncing the crimes and rejecting the chimes of the Seattle Times. Last year, when the LVA came into power, the new governor Nestos came to the university to deliver the Founders' Day address, and revealed the new scheme of his crowd to get the liberal professors on the issue of religion. In the North Dakota legislature, a representative of the IVA had proclaimed the terrible tidings that the state library was circulating the prophets of Region. He described the pages referring to the Catholic political machine as so sacrilegious, so terrible, that I would not read it in this house or any other place. According to the Bismarck Tribune, he called the attention of every minister in North Dakota to this book. Apparently overlooking the inconsistency of asking the ministers to read the book, and at the same time forbidding the state library to furnish it to them. Now came Governor Nestos, accusing the professors of undermining the faith of the students, and President Kane wrote letters to 3 of the liberals, O.G. Libby, A.J. Ladd, and Dean Willis of the law school. Several pages of virulent abuse, culminating in the University of the Or Trust 209 announcement of their dismissal. Under the Constitution, this matter should have been taken up by the dean, and the professors had the right of appeal to the University Council. This council appointed a committee, consisting exclusively of Kane supporters. Nevertheless, after hearing the evidence, this committee unanimously exonerated the professors, and the Board of Administration did the same. The board tried to settle the matter by requesting both Kane and the professors to resign, but the railroad attorneys v.ho are now running the university v.il not permit that. The struggle is still on, and the outcome uncertain as I write. One man who has got away tells me how it feels to teach under the control of big business in North Dakota. *TT means the surrender, not merely of your mind, but of your character. A man who stands it for 2 or 3 years becomes wholly unfit to influence the young. It has been less than a year since I left, yet I have had letters from probably 12 men at the university, asking me to help them to get positions elsewhere. Finally, in justice to the liberal professors, I think I should state that no person now at the university has furnished me any information about it. Several were asked to do so, and declined. Chapter XLIV. The University of the Or Trust. Let us continue east on the Northern Pacific Railroad, which has Mr. Morgan and 2 of his partners for directors, a recent Harvard overseer and Massachusetts Tech trustee for chairman, a Harvard overseer and Smith College trustee, a Cornell trustee, an Amherst trustee, a Hampton trustee and a Union Theological Seminary trustee for directors, also 3 First National Bank directors. And we come to the Twin Cities, from which the northwestern grain country is run. Here we are in one of the strongholds of the Steel Trust, also of the Lumber Trust and the grain speculators. Minnesota contains a great part of the iron ore of the United States, and the Steel Trust owns it all, and in alliance with the millers and the lumbermen, it runs the government of the state, and of course the 210 State University. The university had a most wonderful endowment of government land, covered with the finest white and Norway pine. The Lumber Trust wanted this timber, and they got practically all of it. Likewise the Steel Trust wanted the ore that was under the land, and they got it, and sometimes it happened that the officials who sold this land at bargain prices were also trustees of the university. For a generation the Grand Duke who ran the University of Minnesota was John S. Pillsbury, co-author with his 2 brothers of a famous work entitled Pillsbury's Best, widely known all over the United States. I had better abandon this feeble jest and be explicit, stating that Governor Pillsbury belonged to a family of flour manufacturers, the founders of the Milling Trust. Governor Pillsbury himself went in more especially for lumber. He got fraudulent possession of more public lands than any other person in the state, and gave some of the profits to the university, and so is called the father of the university. Now he is dead, and the Grand Duke of his institution is his son-in-law, Fred B. Snyder, president of a mining company and director of the biggest bank and trust company in Minneapolis. As his right-hand man he has Pierce Butler, railroad attorney, a hard-fisted and aggressive agent of the plutocracy, counsel for the Great Northern Railroad. As his assistants he has the vice president of a national bank in Duluth, who is director of another national bank and a large owner of land and mines, the biggest dry goods wholesaler in Minneapolis, director in the city traction lines, a water power financier. The wife and daughter-in-law of 2 mining and lumber magnates, a physician, son-in-law of *Sse James Hill, the railroad king, and another very wealthy physician, on whose yacht on the Mississippi River the regents sometimes hold their meetings. I remember Lincoln Ends, telling 20 years ago of the shame of the cities, describing how the politicians in Pittsburgh would travel to Philadelphia, Boston, Cincinnati, and other cities, to find out the latest wrinkles in graft, with a view to applying them at home. It occurs to me that the interlocking regents of Minnesota must have sent a commission to study methods at the University of Pennsylvania, for when I asked Minnesota professors to University of the Or Trust 211 tell me what happened to them, I heard the same story that I had heard in the Wharton School of Finance, told in the very same phrases. If you displease your superiors of the Milling Trust, you may get no changes in your courses, but may have to teach large classes of freshmen, over and over again the same weary routine, until your heart breaks. You ask for more advanced classes, and you do not get them, you do not get promotions or increases in salary, and when you inquire the reason, your superiors are politely vague. If you still do not take the hint and abandon your independent manners and beliefs, the head of your department sends for you and tells you that he is very sorry, but there are a lot of cranks running the state just now. Asterisk here I have a letter from the dean, who has it from the president, who has it from a regent / if your superior happens to like you, he offers you one more opportunity to recant, or he offers asterisk to land you at Wisconsin, he will give you a bully recommendation, it will be a fine opportunity for you. If, on the other hand, he does not happen to like you, then you pick up your evening paper, and read a scare headline on the front page, to the effect that you have been dismissed from the university for conduct unbecoming the academic profession. There were some students who thought it would be interesting to have an open discussion club. They were handicapped by many regulations, and, quite casually, the dean of student affairs would stroll in on their meetings, to keep watch over them. One of the students went to a member of the faculty, and asked him if he would come and explain to the students the doctrines of Karl Marx. The professor smiled, and answered that he wanted to stay at the university. I am happy to be able to say that the students were not so timid as the professor, and they now meet quite openly, calling themselves the Seekers. They have had several grave mishaps at this University of the Or Trust. First, a man came and registered in the classes, and was discovered to be a communist. The man had been brought to the United States when he was 3 years old, and so he was an alien, and was slated for deportation. But the government was in an embarrassing position, the man did not know what country 212 to claim, and the government couldn't find out, and didn't know where to send him. Needless to say, however, the university got rid of him in a hurry. They had for 3 years a Harvard PhD, educated in England, after the fashion of Englishmen, he was a member of the Fabian Society, and thought he had a perfect right to his political views, just the same as if he had been at Oxford. He began working for the Committee of 48, making speeches at other places, and so he got into the newspapers. The head of his department sent for him, "We have to keep out of the newspapers, look at me, I have been here 12 years, and I have never got into them." But this instructor would not change his evil practices, so he too had to be got rid of. Meet Professor John Henry Gray, one of the most distinguished economists in the United States. Professor Gray was for 15 years at Northwestern University, and for 15 at the University of Minnesota. He is not a socialist, but an extremely mild liberal, a quiet man and a patient worker, who gets the facts on his subject and sets them forth regardless of consequences. He has been selected to represent the United States government on many economic commissions abroad at the International Cooperative Congress at Manchester, 1902, at the International Congress on Insurance for Laboring Men at Düsseldorf, and the International Congress of Commerce and Industry, at Ostend. He was appointed on a commission of the National Civic Federation in 1905, to study municipal ownership abroad, again, in 1911 to 1914, to investigate the regulation of public service corporations. He is associate editor of 2 economic journals. I might go on to give a long list of his honors and positions. But Professor Gray had the bad taste to become converted to the doctrines of municipal ownership, and the still worse taste, while working for the government in Washington during the war, to interfere with some of the interlocking directors from his home state, engaged in their usual practice of robbing the government. So Professor Gray's life at the university became a torment. They removed him from the leadership of his department, saying that he had no executive ability and couldn't keep order. They would move him from one University of the or Trust 213 room to another, and subject him to every humiliation. He was 63 years of age, and would soon be entitled to a pension, so he held on, but he never got a raise, and he was told that he never would get it, nor would any man he recommended ever get it. They brought in a subordinate from the Census Bureau in Washington, and paid this man $1,500 a year more than Professor Gray was getting. They reorganized his department, deposing him from the headship, and combining it with a school of business, and so finally succeeded in making him resign. Or consider the strange experience of a young instructor of chemistry named Bernard Dietrichson. He had a dispute with his dean, and 2 members of the law faculty were appointed by the regents to make an inquiry. This committee reported that the department had been seriously mismanaged by the dean, and that Mr. Dietrichson had done nothing to merit discipline or dismissal. This report was received by a committee of the regents, with Pierce Butler, chief bully of the Board of Regents, in charge. It issued a decision, stating that it had examined the findings of the investigating committee of lawyers, and that on the basis of these findings, it held that there had been no mismanagement by the dean, and that Mr. Dietrichson ought to be dismissed. The Regents Committee then suppressed the text of the findings of the investigating committee, but unfortunately for Mr. Butler, the document containing the suppressed facts came into the hands of Dietrichson, and he published it. Thereupon, the dean of the chemistry department was dismissed, and the department reorganized. A complete confession that Dietrichson was right. Nevertheless, he is still out of the university. More money is appropriated for the University of the or Trust, more buildings are erected, more students come piling in, but the soul of the place is poisoned. There is no solidarity in the faculty, there is only intrigue, jealousy, and fear. There is an elaborate system of outside spying, and no one knows whom to trust. If you go to the faculty club and listen to the gossip about your associates, and take part in the petty politics of your department, then you are respectable, and they let you alone. But if you don't do these things, then they know you. 15. 214. Must be some kind of crank, and it is the business of the spies to find out what you are doing with your spare time, and whether you have any dangerous ideas. If you make a public address, there will be volunteer patriotic organizations taking notes of your remarks, and a copy will be sent to the president of the university, or perhaps to the Grand Dukes of the board. Meetings of the Board of Regents are by law required to be public, but they get around this by the simple device of having executive sessions and once in a while a champagne picnic on Dr. Mayo's private yacht. A member of the faculty will be hauled up. He has never seen one of the regents before, and has no idea who has accused him, or what are the accusations. They do not scruple to ask him the most personal questions, not merely about his beliefs, but about his private life. Is it true that he is separated from his wife? Is it true that he took a young lady to dinner? They will call in his dean and his fellow professors, and if the charge is a serious one, he is decapitated in advance. Here sit the angry plutocrats, brutal, full of hate. I understand this. Is it true that, and so on. Did you vote for Debs? Did you belong to the Progressive Party? Do you believe in God? Have you studied the Constitution of the United States? Do you believe in abolishing the capitalistic system? What church do you go to? Sometimes a professor gets sore, and tells these mighty ones to go to hell. After that he can get no job in any American university. I was told of a leading authority on state government taxation and political science who is now making washboards. This man was listed as a war case, that is to say, he had served on a charter commission in Minneapolis, and had put through certain franchise provisions opposed by the public service companies, so when the war came he was called unpatriotic. He writes me as follows. Usually the intimidation of a professor is so veiled and vague that he hardly knows what is wrong. A certain significant remark dropped at the right time, a certain coldness of attitude, failure to be included in certain social affairs, a certain slowness to get well-earned increases, granted with gusto to others, many other little hints that his views do not meet with favor in certain quarters will serve to curb many a man with wife and babies to provide for. For instance, there were a score or more called University of the or Trust 215. Before the regents at the time I was, every one of whom had opposed our entrance into the war and had not changed views as to the wisdom or justice of our going in, but they were willing to disavow their attitude, when confronted with instant dismissal. Some of these men told me they had to lie or starve their wives and babies, and they took the easier road. Another man, a former professor, writes me of the present head of the university. He does not hesitate to use the blacklist to ruin a man's career. A professor now at the university writes me a long letter, telling me, among other cases, of a man summoned before the regents and later commanded to resign, for having stated in a private conversation to an old acquaintance that now that the war is over, we ought to set the political prisoners free. This man defended himself, and managed to hold on, but another instructor, an able man, was placed in peril of his job for having presided at a political meeting in his home ward, in favor of the Labour candidate for mayor. This man was ousted a year later, under circumstances to be narrated. You will wish to know something about the spy system, maintained by the Citizens Alliance, with the cooperation of the trustees, so I submit a statement from Mr. Fred W. Bentley, who was for 3 years an instructor. His statement is dated August 20, 1919, and the essential parts of it are as follows. One day last spring, I do not remember the exact date, I was called to the phone in my office. Room No. Ill, Main Engineering Building, by a stranger who said his name was Miller. He first stated that he had a private matter to talk about, and asked if it were safe to talk to me where I was. I informed him that he could talk to me anywhere, that I had nothing to cover up. He then told me that he was interested in a little enterprise and that some of my friends had recommended me to him as one who might help him a little financially. He said that he had never had the pleasure of meeting me but that he knew some of my friends. He asked me if I knew a man, I don't remember the name, who ran a saloon on 7th Street, but I informed him that I did not. He asked me if I had seen the publication called Hunger and I informed him that I had seen someone selling it on the street but that I had not read it. He said that they were trying to get out another edition and would have to have some machine, I don't remember what he called it, and asked if I would make a contribution toward it. I told him I didn't mind giving $1 or $2, and he asked me if I would leave it with State Secretary Durba, which I promised to do. 216. A few days after that I saw Durba and asked him if he had been approached in the matter and he said he had not. I told Durba that if anyone did come to him to send the party to me, and thought nothing further of the matter until one day, some time later, Dean Allen came to me in the drafting room and told me that the Board of Regents was meeting in the President's office and wanted to see me. I went immediately with Dean Allen to the meeting of the board, where I was informed that charges of disloyalty had been preferred against me. When I inquired what they were, I learned that the above phone conversation was the basis for the charges. After a few questions relative to the Hunger incident, President Burton and the members of the board proceeded to ask numerous questions as to my opinions on many topics, social, political and economic, all of which were none of their business, the more so since I was teaching drawing, descriptive geometry, and machine design, and was never called upon to address the students on any other subject. I cannot, of course, remember all their questions, but some of them were as follows. Are you a socialist? Do you belong to the Socialist Party? Have you attended any of the meetings at Commonwealth Hall? Have you ever belonged to the IWW? Have you ever attended any of the IWW meetings? Do you favor trade unionism or industrial unionism? Are there many industrial unionists in the AFL? Do you believe in bringing about the social change you advocate by education or violence? Do you believe in the confiscation of property? Have you read the Constitution of Soviet Russia? Do you think it right that the employers of labor in Russia should be denied the right to vote? Are there many men of the faculty who believe as you do, etc.? There is nothing to add to this, except that Mr. Bentley was not reappointed to the university and was left to learn this fact by accident, from a friend. He had worked for 3 years at a very low salary, upon the promise that he would soon be made a professor, but now they dropped him and so late in the year that he could not apply for a position elsewhere. Chapter XLV. The Academic Wink. They have had a series of presidents at the University of the Ore Trust. The old president was Northrop, an amiable gentleman, much liked by the faculty because he did not understand the modern card filing system. Then came Vincent, one of the go-getters. A professor whom he got writes me, he apparently felt that the academic wing 217, held a mandate to break the hearts of the men who had served under Northrop. As a result of faculty clamor, an advisory committee was established, but the method of appointing this was ingeniously contrived so that Vincent had the power to keep off any liberals. This committee met in secret, and my correspondent describes to me its operation. A poor devil, Professor A, who had been teaching for a small salary in hopes of promotion, would receive some fine morning a notice from headquarters that his contract was terminated at the end of the year. Professor B would be advised that he had 1 year more to serve, during which time he had better be looking for a new place. Professor C would be notified that his salary would not be increased. Smothered with rage, disappointment, and despair, he would rush to the president of the university to know in what particular he had erred or sinned. The president in his unctuous way would inform the professor that he was sorry for what had been done but could do nothing, because the matter lay in the hands of the advisory committee, with which he could not interfere. Our victim would then set out to find the advisory committee, but as it was made up of 9 members and had adjourned, he could not locate it. He would continue his search, and perchance find one of the members of the illustrious committee. Upon his making inquiry as to why and to what purpose, he would be assured of the members' sympathy, but would be told that there was an understanding among the members of the advisory committee that nothing should be said as to what was done in the sessions or how the members voted. The disappointed pedagogue could get nothing from anybody, there was no one responsible, he had been sandbagged in a dark alley, but who did the job he could not leroux. Vincent was called to become head of the Rockefeller Foundation. Then came Marion Leroy Burton, a former clergyman, and president of Smith College for Young Ladies, a booster from way back, an inspirationalist of the Chautauqua School. The university gave him a grand reception, with bands and torches. He said in the hearing of an acquaintance of mine that he was going to make Minnesota a gentleman's school of the Yale type. What actually exists is a great academic department store. Sinclair Lewis described it to me. They sell you 2 yards of Latin and half a yard O-pound Greek, and a bored young instructor hands it out over the counter. Lewis heard President Burton addressing a meeting of the plutocracy to raise funds, and telling the touching story of his life. He was a little boy who carried newspapers on cold 218 mornings, and now he had $15,000 a year, and a big house, and a retiring pension. A wonderful country is America. Another friend of mine heard President Burton make a speech in Denver, before a gathering of businessmen called the Mile High Club. He said that at his university the students were allowed to think, but they were guided in their thinking, and the businessmen got the point and chuckled. His speech was a series of cheap jokes and hackneyed utterances, delivered with fervid eloquence. His type of scholarship you may judge from the titles of some of the books which he has produced. The Secret of Achievement, The Life Which is Life Indeed, On Being Divine. Last year President Burton got tired of his regents, and accepted a higher salary at the University of Michigan, where we shall meet him again. His place has been taken by one of the university's own professors, who was supposed to act as a rubber stamp to the interlocking regents, but is now behind the scenes engaged in the usual struggle with Grand Bully Butler. President Kauflofman is not even allowed to make appointments to the university, to say nothing of allowing the heads of departments to do so. The names are brought up before the Board of Regents, and these wary gentlemen go over the man's list of degrees and his record, and then Grand Duke Snyder says, "That seems good, but is he all right generally?" Meaning, of course, has he any dangerous ideas? In the fall of 1919, the inspirational President Burton delivered some of those wonderful high-sounding phrases, which are a part of our university swindle. He said that integrity must be the chief characteristic of university men and women. Whereupon a college paper, the Foolscap, was moved to a little plain speaking. It said, "Academic freedom, to be sure, exists here at Minnesota as at other equally ideal universities. Our president has publicly announced that fact. Our faculty and the student body enthusiastically applauded that announcement. This academic freedom, however, is of so peculiar a nature that no one member of the faculty is free publicly to discuss it. The president may speak of it with an engaging boldness, the students may speak of it, and do, with a fine ironic scorn, but members of the faculty, those to whom is intrusted our instruction in all forms of knowledge, those even whom we address as Professor and the academic wing 219. Dean, they dare not utter their true opinion concerning it, their mouths are effectually sealed. This the students know. They have seen the flush of shame and anger rise to the cheeks of embarrassed teachers who could reply to audacious undergraduate taunts of insincerity and dishonesty only with mortified silence. They have seen, at that moment when vigorous applause gave generous approval to our president's insistence on academic freedom, at that very moment when enthusiasm for truth was at its highest, at that very moment they saw instructors wink at their colleagues, and deans look meaningly at some understanding friend. Students, both inside and outside the classroom, are particularly observant of the actions of their instructors. They know when deans applaud because they have to, when professors say things they do not mean. They know that even while they listen to talk of academic freedom, they see men annually relieved of their academic burdens for having dared to utter what they deem to be the truth. These students know the colleges from which such instructors were dismissed. They know the names of these instructors. They know the cause for which they were dismissed. They know, also, that such is the state of academic freedom at our university that, even as we go to press, at least one professor in the academic college, a professor, too, whose discreet devotion to facts, and whose cautious refusal to permit the slightest classroom interpretation thereof, make his potentially excellent subject an inexpressible bore, that at least this one professor is trembling with fear and anger because of official intimation that he had entertained opinions for which his institution did not stand. This publication made a tremendous uproar in the university. For, of course, all university influence depends upon the keeping up of a pretense of freedom. The public must believe in these mighty captains of erudition and must not see them wink as they use their high-sounding words. A faculty committee of 5 members was appointed to investigate the statements made. This committee interviewed a great number of university people, members of the faculty of all ranks, both men and women, also students and alumni. They submitted a report, of which I quote parts. You note the carefully guarded phrases. A great deal of evidence has been presented to your committee which indicates the existence in our academic community of a sense of restraint and repression of a kind and degree distinctly unfavorable to a sound and intellectual life. This is already indicated by the vote taken at the meeting of the faculty on February 16. The investigation of the committee has served to confirm and verify this impression of a condition that cannot be described as wholesome. Fears have been disclosed to the committee, which if recounted in detail might seem to many members of the faculty absurd and unbelievable, and which 220 perhaps could not be entertained by others, either because of the possession of greater courage, or of a greater security of tenure, or because of the fact that their own convictions are in happier conformity with the RUHNG opinion. Nevertheless, the undoubted presence of these fears in the minds of many members of the faculty constitutes a psychological atmosphere depressing in its influence, and calculated to have a deleterious effect upon the sincerity and quality of the teaching done under a sense of it. It has become of late a frequent experience that complaint on the part of some person or organization outside the university leads to an investigation, formal or informal, of the views or activities of some member of the faculty. Commonly, it may be taken for granted that the activities complained of are wholly within the discretion of a teacher and the rights of a citizen. The mere knowledge, however, that such complaints are under investigation, creates a sense of intimidation, felt most strongly, of course, by the more inexperienced members of the faculty whose academic tenure is less secure. Much of the fear prevalent on the campus is due to reports of the manner in which investigations have been conducted by the regents, the attitude exhibited not always having been sufficiently clear and consistent to be wholly reassuring. Doubtless such impressions are sometimes due to mere inadvertencies, but the fact is that a member of the faculty, when summoned to answer charges preferred, frequently finds himself unjustifiably on the defensive. Evidence has been brought to the attention of your committee which plainly indicates the use of espionage by external forces that continually attempt to exert pressure upon the authorities as to university teaching and personnel. Your committee is firmly of the opinion that such pressure is not in the public interest. The invasion by private detectives of the domain of academic life and thought is scarcely compatible with the maintenance of a sound and wholesome intellectual spirit. The methods and point of view of these people may be illustrated by your committee's own experience. Early in the course of this investigation, one of these agents sought and obtained an interview with a member of your committee, in which he volunteered the information that the foolscap editorial, which, as it subsequently developed, he had not even read, was a piece of political propaganda, that he knew the particular party headquarters whence it came, and that it was certain he could discover the real author concealed behind the editorial screen. He offered, accordingly, on the assumption that your committee was interested, not in the question of fact raised by the editorial, but rather in the exposure and punishment of a quasi-criminal conspiracy supposedly involved in its publication, to worm himself into the confidence of the editor of the foolscap and to procure for your committee by betrayal of this confidence the name of the guilty propagandist author. It is deplorable to note the constantly extending nets of private spy systems in civil life, and it is to be hoped that the threat, the academic wing 221, and invasion of academic life by this sinister influence may be prevented. No thoughtful person can fail to see how blighting would be its influence, when once firmly established, in the destruction of mutual confidence, and in rendering impossible that frankness of discussion and opinion without which the intellectual life is not freely nourished and stimulated. There remains only to state what action the faculty took in this matter. One member of the committee tells me about it. They postponed action until such a time as the committee was ready to report again to a closed faculty meeting giving specific instances of lack of academic freedom, with names and dates. The committee, having decided to present 3 typical cases in detail to the faculty, asked the president to summon a meeting. He passed the buck to the committee of the deans known as the Senate. The deans thought it inopportune to call the meeting at that particular time, it being just prior to the June examinations. Summer vacation ensued. In September, when college reopened, one of the 5 committeemen had gone east for a year as an exchange professor, another had been retired as a Carnegie pensioner on account of his age, a third, though still drawing a salary as a member of the faculty, had received notice of his dismissal, and the other 2 saw the futility of trying to bring the matter up again. Also I ought to add what action the regents took. They kicked out of the university the young instructor who had been most active in preparing the report. He has written me about the circumstances of his dismissal. Nothing specific was sent to me. But, by what chain of circumstances need not be told, I saw with my own eyes a letter from Pierce Butler addressed to President Burton asking for my decapitation. The neatest thing you ever saw, not a direct order, and not even a request for my dismissal, but a carefully worded statement to the effect that it seemed to him, Butler, regrettable that the name of the university had been linked up in the press with the name of myself. That was all. But Burton sent it down the line of officials as a positive decree and my fate at Minnesota was settled. Usually, As you perhaps are aware, the thing is done by word of mouth only. Butler, of course, never imagined that this letter would reach my eyes. Mr. Butler remains grand bully of the university, but here also we are at the big scene in the melodrama. The villain has the heroine helpless, but in the distance we hear the galloping hoofs of the rescuers' horses. The farmers of Minnesota with their nonpartisan league, and the workers of the cities with their unions, have got 222 together into the Farmer Labor Party, and they have just elected their own United States Senator. Before long they may also elect a governor of their state, and the University of the Or Trust may become the University of the People of Minnesota. P.S. As this book is going to the printer, President Harding, wishing to show the public exactly how contemptuous of public opinion it is possible for a public official to be, sends in the nomination of Grand Bully Butler for Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Chapter XLVI. Introducing a University President. From the University of Minnesota we take the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad, which has a Princeton trustee and a recent New York University and Yale trustee for directors, and 2 National City Bank directors. Overnight we come to Madison, Wisconsin, where for the first time we find an institution of higher education which has partly emerged from under the shadow of the White Terror. The reason for this is one man, Senator La Follette, who for 40 years has been fighting the battle of the people in his state. La Follette has not always had his way, he has been in again and out again half a dozen times, but the thought of him is never out of the minds of the reactionaries, and any things they have wished to do in their university they have not dared to do. So at Wisconsin are 2 professors who are *rank socialists, and perhaps a dozen others more or less on the way to rankness. Just now the state administration is La Follette's, but the administration of the university is reactionary, a relic of the war hysteria. The Grand Duke of the plutocratic element of the board is Mr. A.J. Horlick, whose contribution to American scholarship is a brand of malted milk, with a picture of a cow from which the commodity is understood to be derived. Quite recently the president of the University of Wisconsin announced that no one would be permitted to address the university who had not supported the government during the war. Mr. Horlick has proven his right to be numbered among the 100% patriots, a university president. 223. Firm of which he is head, having been indicted by the United States government and fined $50,000 for the hoarding of flour. Query: is malted milk made out of flour? The most active reactionary upon the board is Mr. Harry J. Butler, a railroad attorney of Madison. He is ably seconded by Dr. Seaman, a physician, anti-La Follette candidate for governor last year, also by a wholesale grocer, a manufacturer of bathroom fixtures, 2 other attorneys, and a manufacturer's wife. For many years the university had a liberal president. Since his death they have had an elderly zoologist of reactionary temper, who deftly dodges trouble by passing the buck to his board. The liberals, inside the university and out, are biding their time. They strengthened their hold on the state at the recent election, and now hope to get 1 or 2 more members of the board, so that when a new president is chosen he may be of their kind. Last winter it was rumored that I was coming east, and the students of the Social Science Club asked if I would deliver an address at the university. Before I had time to answer, I learned from newspaper clippings that the president of the university had announced that I was not a proper person to be heard by the students, and would not be granted the use of a hall. I have to spend some time every day declining invitations to deliver lectures, and the elderly Wisconsin zoologist might have saved himself a lot of trouble if he had waited before he spoke. Of course, when he told me I couldn't come, I felt compelled to go. President Burge had stated in the Madison Capital Times that Upton Sinclair's attack on journalism could only be fairly expounded if a representative of the Associated Press or other organized journalistic body were present at the same time to answer. Apparently it was the president's idea that I never talked on any subject but the newspapers, which of course was underestimating the range of my discontent. However, I wired the Capital Times, asking them to convey to their president the information I have been trying in every possible way to inveigle the Associated Press into answering the brass check in any manner they might choose. I have publicly challenged them and their leading representatives 224 dozen different times. If President Burge will persuade the Associated Press to send a representative to debate with me, he will confer upon me the greatest favor I could name. President Burge made no answer to this, and on Friday, April 28, when I arrived in Madison, I learned that the students of the Social Science Club had arranged that the meeting should be held on the following Monday in the high school auditorium. I thought it would be interesting to collect a university president for this book, so the first thing I did was to go and pay a call on Dr. Burge. I am told that in his own line he is a distinguished scientist, and his friends at the university explained that he is accustomed to being treated with extreme deference. I am sorry to say that I missed this point. I considered that I had been attacked in the newspapers entirely without provocation, and I was not willing to be content with polite evasions. In trying to get at the facts, I felt that I was acting in a public cause, and I was not thinking about the personality of a university president, any more than I was thinking about my own. He is a rather small man, with small dark eyes, and he sat at his big desk, watching me uncomfortably. I asked him what reasons he had for pronouncing the ban upon me, and he could only say it was my reputation. I asked him where he had got his impression of my reputation, and of course he had to admit that he had got it from the capitalist newspapers. I asked if he had read any book of mine, and at first he said he had not, then he thought he had read The Jungle, but had forgotten it. "Oh, no, President Burge," I answered. "Nobody that has read The Jungle has ever forgotten it." And I could see that this was not the answer he had expected. I asked him on what he based his impression that I had exaggerated in the brass check. He admitted that he had not read the book, whereat I remarked, "You have spoiled my score." I explained that I had traveled from Pasadena to Madison, and stopped at 9 cities on the way, and in each place I had talked to from 10 to 20 educators, school teachers and college professors, and so far every person had read the brass check. I thought I was going to get to New York with a Hun. A university president. 225. Dread % record. President Burge murmured sympathetically. "You will realize," I added, "that it strikes me as significant that the one person who thinks the book isn't true is the person who hasn't read it." I went on to tell about the many and various efforts I had made to lure the Associated Press into the arena. Before publishing the book I had submitted to Mr. Melville E. Stone, then general manager of the Associated Press, 4 questions for him to answer. He had previously written that he would be glad to answer any questions, but he fell silent when he read the questions I sent. I had written to Mr. Stone's assistant, now general manager, calling his attention to the book, and asking for an answer on various points. At the annual convention of the Associated Press, held in New York in April, 1921, after the brass check had been out more than a year, it was officially announced in the Editor and Publisher, and also in the New York Evening Post, that the Associated Press had a committee investigating the brass check, and was shortly to issue a complete report upon the book. A couple of months later, when this report failed to appear, I wrote the Associated Press asking what had become of it, and when they failed to reply, I published my letter and sent a copy of it to the managing editor of every Associated Press newspaper in the United States, but without getting a reply from a single one. Only a couple of weeks before I met President Burge, another annual convention of the Associated Press took place in New York, and I repeated my challenge to this gathering, and sent a copy to every managing editor, and also every publisher, of the 1,300 Associated Press newspapers in the United States. No attention was paid to these communications, and not one single Associated Press newspaper was willing to demand that the Associated Press should produce the report on the brass check, which it had officially announced it was preparing. I showed President Burge also how the students of his own social science club had tried in vain to get the Associated Press to answer me. Their first request, that the Associated Press should send a representative to meet me on a university platform, had met with no reply, 226. Second and very sharp letter had brought the response that no responsible newspaper man would be willing to meet me on a platform. Any newspaper man will realize the absurdity of this statement. The AP could find a man in any city if they could furnish him with the facts. Then I set forth to President Burge my qualifications as an orator in university halls. As it happened, I came within his specifications, in that I had supported the government during the war. I came of a long line of American ancestors. My grandfather and my great-grandfather had been captains in the United States Navy, and my great-great-grandfather had commanded the frigate Constitution. I had had 9 years of college and university life, and was a married man of good moral character. Also, I mentioned that it was not my intention to discuss the newspapers, but to lecture on the college student and the modern crisis. All these facts the elderly zoologist politely received, and told me that if I would embody them in a letter to him he would oblige me by a reply not later than noon of the next day. I wrote the letter, and received the reply, which was that President Burge would not change his decision, but that if the Board of Regents saw fit to grant my request, they would be at liberty to do so. Thereupon I gave to the press my letter to President Burge and his reply, and also an interview in which I stated that the President had afforded me an exceedingly good example of my thesis that educational institutions are controlled by special privilege, and that I would give up my intention of lecturing on the college student and the modern crisis in Madison, and instead would discuss the subject of free speech in universities. The effect of which announcement was that the superintendent of the high school took fright, and withdrew permission for me to speak in his auditorium. Introducing a Board of Regents 227. Chapter Slai. Introducing a Board of Regents. On Tuesday morning the Regents of the University of Wisconsin held a session, and I assumed that, having made the acquaintance of a university president, you might also be interested in interviewing a Board of Regents. I looked up the statutes of the state of Wisconsin, and ascertained that under the law all meetings of the board are public. So I went to the administration building at 10 o'clock on Tuesday morning, the hour set for the meeting, and to my great surprise discovered the ladies and gentlemen of the August board meeting behind locked doors. It appears that whenever they have a ticklish question to discuss, they evade the law by calling it a meeting of a committee. I am in position to testify that the meeting of the committee was a meeting of exactly the same individuals as later constituted a meeting of the board. Also I am in position to testify that they discussed exactly the same subject, because the anteroom in which I was invited to sit and wait was so near to the meeting room, that I could hear the voices when they were raised, and I knew that they were discussing the subject of my proposed speech. I handed to the secretary of the board a formal request for a hearing, and then waited. At 10:15, the secretary of the board came to the anteroom, which was occupied by myself and half a dozen newspaper reporters, and requested that we should go downstairs and wait, as it was not proper for us to be listening in on the proceedings of the board. Naturally I was not gratified by this remark, as I had been sitting quietly in the chair which had been indicated to me as the proper chair for me to occupy, and I had not been told that it was my duty to stuff cotton into my ears. However, I went downstairs, and waited another half hour, and then I wrote another note, stating briefly that I protested against the board settling a question in secret meeting, when the law required that their proceedings should be public. After that I waited another hour, and then the secretary informed me that the meeting of the Board of Regents was now about to begin, and that the 228 public was welcome to enter. I entered the room where the ladies and gentlemen of the board had been violating the law of their state for an hour and 3/4, and I was informed that the board would be pleased to give me 10 minutes in which to present my case. I have made it my practice to use most careful courtesy in dealing with my enemies, so as to put them in the wrong. I dutifully rehearsed to the regents my qualifications as a university orator, after which the board proceeded to question me, the two active questioners being Mr. Butler, the railroad attorney, and Dr. Seaman, the reactionary candidate for governor. The latter wanted to know if I had been correctly quoted in the newspaper interview, in which I had charged that President Burge had been influenced by money in his decision against me. Pardon me if I go into details on this point. We have seen several university professors being cross-questioned by boards of regents, and it will be worthwhile for us to have exact knowledge of how these inquisitions are conducted. You would have thought that Dr. Seaman, being a man prominent in public life, would have taken the trouble to provide himself with a copy of the interview about which he intended to cross-question me, but he had not done so, and I, as it happens, do not go about with copies of my newspaper interviews in my pocket. I was embarrassed by Dr. Seaman's question, and could only explain that I had no recollection of having made any such statement about President Burge, and that certainly I could have no such idea about him. Newspaper reports were frequently inaccurate. What I had intended to say and should have said was that in his decision concerning me President Burge had acted in the interest of special privilege. Later, when I went out from the board, and got a copy of the interview, I discovered that this is exactly what I was reported to have said, and that Dr. Seaman had been misquoting me in a public session of the board, with half a dozen newspaper reporters diligently taking notes. President Burge arose and asked on what ground I could have made such a statement about him. My answer was that he had shown his attitude of sympathy with special privilege by many things he had said in our long interview, also he had shown a very strong prejudice against the enemies of special privilege. Ixtroto Board of Regixts 229 how, for example? He asked. I answered, if I were a person disposed to take personal offense, I would have considered myself outraged by the remark you made to me, that without having read any of my books you had come to the conclusion that I was a person accustomed to pep up and exaggerate his statements in order to create a sensation and to increase the sale of his books. I loathe the expression pep up, and beg the reader to understand that I am quoting a university president. At this President Burge became much excited, saying that this had been a confidential conversation, he had given me his personal opinion of my reputation at my request, and I now proceeded to tell it in the presence of newspaper reporters, and he was a man old enough to be my father. I answered that I did not see that age had anything to do with the matter, nor could I understand how our interview could be regarded as confidential. I had come to him, a public official, acting in a public matter. There could have been nothing personal between us, for I did not know President Burge, I had never even heard his name until I read his interview in a Madison newspaper, stating that I was an unfit person to address the university students. Said President Burge, I did not say you were unfit. Said I don't know what your word was, but your action was certainly to that effect. Then Attorney Butler spoke up, and wanted to know if I had threatened that if I were not permitted the use of a university building I would attack President Burge and the university in some other hall. To this I said that my action followed automatically from the situation. I had come to Madison for the purpose of delivering to the students an address entitled, The College Student and the Modern Crisis. If the university would permit me to deliver this address, I should deliver it. If they wouldn't permit me to deliver this address, I should naturally have to discuss the question of why they took such action. Mr. Butler's answer was that nobody should come to the university, with his consent, and try to bulldoze the Board of Regents by any kind of threat. The board offered me an additional 5 minutes, if I 230 wished it, but I answered that the greatest virtue in an orator was to know when he had said his say. I thanked them and retired, and that afternoon they held another session, and Mr. Butler and Dr. Seaman, ably seconded by the bathtub manufacturer and the wholesale grocer, voted that I should be refused the use of the gymnasium. The 7 other members of the board voted that President Burge should be requested to grant me the use of the gymnasium. President Burge himself did not vote, and I am sorry to state that the malted milk regent was absent and did not get recorded. Needless to say, all this publicity, it filled many columns of Madison's 2 newspapers for 5 days, resulted in the gymnasiums being packed on Wednesday evening. Some 2,000 students heard my scheduled address, and asked me questions for an hour afterwards, and the walls of the building did not collapse, nor have any of the students since thrown any bombs. Next afternoon I met the champion tennis team of the university, and played each of its members in turn, and beat them in straight sets, and I am told that the student body regarded this as a far more sensational incident than my socialist speech. An elderly professor came up to me on the campus next day. I had never seen him before, and don't know his name, but he assured me, with deep conviction, that I had made a grave blunder. I should have played the tennis matches first, and made the speech second, and no building on the campus would have been big enough to hold the crowd. Chapter 8. The Price of Liberty. The University of Wisconsin has the reputation of being the most liberal institution of higher education in the United States, and on the whole I think the reputation is deserved. I have shown what a struggle it took to introduce one little impulse of new thinking into the place, and you must realize that every mite of freedom has been won by the same struggle, and the maintaining of it depends upon somebody's willingness to be disagreeable. I talked with one professor, who is known throughout the Price of Liberty 231. United States as a writer and lecturer, not a socialist, but a tireless advocate of social justice. This man has won, and he holds grimly the right to have his own say and his own way. He assigns to his graduate students the brass check as required reading, and as their thesis they make a study of some capitalist newspaper in its handling of half a dozen crucial public issues, such as the steel strike and Mexican intervention. The rub comes when the professor goes outside and lectures to city clubs and chambers of commerce, and gets into the newspapers in favor of the recognition of Soviet Russia. Then all the reactionaries in the state clamor for his scalp. He said to me, "They say a fox learns to enjoy being chased, and in the same way I have had to learn to enjoy outmatching my enemies. I feel that I am being stalked by a band of thugs. I have to set out deliberately and consciously to build up my prestige throughout the state, to keep myself in the public mind, so that my enemies won't dare go beyond abusing me. Manifestly, that means that academic freedom is only for the man who has a tough skin and can be happy in a fight. The young man, also the weak man, is helpless. If he tries to tell the truth about anything, he'll have to go out and write life insurance for a living." Such is the judgment, after nearly 2 decades' experience, of one of America's freest college professors, in America's freest university. That many men should fail in such a test is inevitable. There is another professor in the university, an elderly man, who began his career as a socialist of the academic type. He is the author of standard books on socialism, and all through the years when he made his reputation he recognized the unearned increment of land as a grave form of social injustice. He has now changed his views, and has become the tamest of conservatives, a pitiable figure. It happened recently that a friend of mine was in his office, and discovered an economic basis for this transformation. Someone wanted to buy some lots from the old professor, and the price was $2,000 each, he said. He listened to some protest of the would-be purchaser, then he said, "I know. The price was $1,800 a couple of weeks ago, but it has now gone up." He hung up the receiver, and blandly explained to my 232 friend that he was the fortunate possessor of a tongue of land between 2 lakes. Hitch blocked the development of the city of Madison, and real estate values were increasing there very rapidly. To a student of my acquaintance, this old gentleman recently made the statement that one who talks about unearned increment shows by that very act that he has not brains enough to be a graduate student. It is interesting to note that when the President of the United States was appointing a commission to settle an important public question, it was this man he selected to represent the economists of the United States. They had their war hysteria in Wisconsin, as everywhere. Senator Lafayette made a speech in which he said we had a grievance against the German government, and the Associated Press took out the word "a" and substituted the word "no." Such a little lie, but it caused the whole country to shriek for Lafayette's blood. A petition for his expulsion from the Senate was circulated among the university faculty, the same thing the German reactionaries did with their university professors at the outbreak of the war. It is not recorded how many professors in Germany refused to sign, but there were 6 courageous men at Wisconsin. One of these was Professor Kallenberg, whose father refused military service in Germany. Professor Kallenberg lost the leadership of the chemistry department, and most of his worthwhile courses, and has not yet regained them. Also, there was George F. Comings, a lecturer in the Extension Department, who after the war advocated an amnesty resolution at a meeting of the American Association of Equity, a farmers' organization. The resolution was laid on the table, letters of protest were written to the Board of Regents, and the lecturer was summoned to appear before the regents to submit to a rebuke. He refused to appear, and was dismissed, and became candidate for lieutenant governor of the Lafayette Party, receiving the largest majority of any candidate on the ticket. When Kate Richards O'Hare was refused permission to speak in a university hall, Lieutenant Governor Comings introduced her, and defended her from organized rowdies, at a meeting in the Assembly Chamber of the state capitol. He presided at a dinner of the Federated Press, at which I spoke in Madison, and presented a resolution in favor of the price of liberty 233. Free speech. It is interesting to note that while he was in the university, his most ardent opponent was a very wealthy dean, who is interested in several banks and a power company, and sells stock to the other professors. Some 30 years ago, during a controversy over academic freedom, the Board of Regents of Wisconsin adopted a resolution, as follows: whatever may be the limitations which trammel inquiry elsewhere, we believe that the great state University of Wisconsin should ever encourage that continual and fearless sifting and winnowing by which alone the truth can be found. A tablet containing this statement was presented by the class of 1910, but it was hidden in the cellar, covered with dust for many years, because the regents refused to allow it to be placed upon the building. It is now in place on Bascom Hall, and during the controversy over my address, the regents reaffirmed this motto as the policy of the board. But they refused to permit a committee of students and the faculty to determine what speakers should be heard. It appears that their understanding of freedom is the ancient one of freedom for those who rule. I have referred to the fate of the weaker and the younger members of the faculty. Let me tell you one story. I do it with much hesitation, because the man who told it to me begged me not to repeat it, and I can only do so by taking care to give no hint of his identity. Suffice it to say that he is a young instructor, a self-made and self-taught man, who has worked his way up from bitter poverty in the face of severe physical handicaps. Life has meant continual suffering to him, but he is one of those natures which manage to use their trials as a means of self-discipline. He is one of the gentlest and sweetest natures it has ever been my fortune to meet. I wish he were a bold man and a fighter, but it happens to be the essence of his nature to shrink from strife and notoriety. I introduce to you another gentleman, who loves attention, and does not hesitate to thrust himself forward. The Honorable David Jane Hill, ex-president of Rochester University and ex-ambassador to Germany, a public personage of wealth and reactionary views, who founded an organization, the National Association for Constitutional Government, for the purpose of distributing his convictions to the people of the United States. The N.A. 234. National Association for Constitutional Government, with David Jane Hill as president, mailed out to all educators in the United States a pamphlet by David Jane Hill, setting forth the importance of preserving those features in the Constitution of the United States which enable the rich to become richer and compel the poor to become poorer. Along with the pamphlet went a personal letter, inviting the recipient to express his opinion of the views set forth in the pamphlet, and stating, among other things, that the pamphlet was not circulated for propaganda purposes, but purely to ascertain the views of others upon the question. The young instructor received a copy of this letter, his opinion was asked for, and he gave it. He said that he thought the views expressed in the pamphlet were wrong, and he added, "When you state that you are not circulating it for propaganda purposes, I must say plainly that I think you are lying." Let me point out that the young instructor did not rush to the newspapers with this opinion, he wrote it in a private letter, at request. He was specifically invited to say frankly what he thought, and he said frankly what he thought, to the organization which asked his opinion and no one else. But, of course, he had insulted one of the great moguls of the plutocracy. he had committed lèse-majesté in its grossest form. It is easy to imagine what happened. The huffy Mughal sent the letter to some Mughal regent, or perhaps to a Mughal administrator, and before many days the young instructor was summoned to appear before his Mughal dean. Maybe you imagine that the dean pointed out in a friendly way that the youngster had been injudicious in using a short and ugly word, and ought to use longer words while he was connected with a state university. If that is what you imagine, you know very little about universities. What actually happened was something I had to drag from the young man by half an hour of tactful questioning. It was evident that the experience had been a cruel one. He did not want to think about it, he could not speak about it without his hands trembling, and his voice also. He had been stormed at and denounced, he had been told that he was a fool and a puppy, and that he should the people and their university 235 and then take his pen in hand and write an abject apology to the great Mughal he had so insulted. And here was a young man trying to exist upon the pitiful salary of a university instructor, and with a young wife expecting a baby. He demanded 24 hours to think it over, and he went away and wrestled it out with himself. He wrote the letter, and since that time has retired into his own shell. He never thinks about public questions, he writes no letters to anyone, he hardly even reads a newspaper, but lives and labors in a little specialty, where he hopes to make some contribution to human knowledge. Meantime, the dean who did this thing is one of the most prominent and powerful persons in the university, in charge of the moral destinies of several thousand future citizens of the state of Wisconsin. And that is what academic freedom means in America's freest university. Chapter XLIX. The People and Their University. I do not want anyone who reads this book to get the idea that I am so naive as to imagine that there is no enemy of freedom of teaching save economic privilege. I know there are others, and all I am doing is tackle the biggest one first. If I work for the control of universities by organized farmers and labor unions, it is not because I am unaware that these groups have their interests and prejudices, but merely because I believe that these groups can learn to understand true freedom and justice, whereas I know that a plutocratic class has never been able to learn anything at any time in human history. In the University of Wisconsin it is interestingly shown that as soon as you break down the rule of special privilege, you find yourself confronted by various kinds of mass prejudice and group interest. The people of the state consider that they own a university, and they expect this university to do their way. The question arises, who shall set the standards, the voters, or the faculty, who think they know more? The Wisconsin farmer drives up to Madison in his automobile, and demands an interview with the dean, saying, "Here I am supporting this university by my taxes, and here you've gone and flunked my 236. Son." The farmers' organizations keep jealous watch over the percentage of flunkings, and if it is too high, they say the university is being made into a place of academic snobbery. And maybe they are right. It is not so easy to say. A former state superintendent of education in Wisconsin told me a funny story. It was proposed to have the normal schools teach engineering, but President Van Hise of the university said this was impossible. The university alone could teach engineering, it had mysteriously and mystically efficient methods of doing so. The superintendent met an instructor who had recently been taken on in this school, and thinking he would like to know about these special methods, he asked, "How did they tell you to teach engineering?" "They didn't tell me anything," said the instructor. "You mean they gave you no special instructions about how you were to teach?" "Nothing at all," said the other. Then he thought, "Oh, yes, to be sure, they told me to flunk 1/3 of the students and send them to the agricultural school. Also there are the religious organizations, clamoring for their share of power. There is the so-called fundamentalist movement in the Baptist Church, an organization which combines theological with economic obscurantism, and wages vigorous war against the teaching of modern ideas. Professor Otto is giving a course on Man and Nature, an elementary survey of evolution, the most popular course in the university. The Baptists denounce him as an atheist, and all the religious organizations have got together to demand that the university shall drop this course. The place is surrounded by a veritable fortification of religious establishments, all carrying on instruction of their own, and all trying to break into the state institution. There is the Wesleyan Foundation, which hires student pastors, and is giving courses off the campus, and wants these courses to count as university credits. They have succeeded in arranging this at the University of Illinois, why not at Wisconsin? There are the Catholics, with $1 million endowment, a chapel, and dormitories, also clamoring for their share of university power and prestige. There is a Lutheran building, an Episcopal chapter house, and so on. These religious, the people and their University 237 movements are now opened with an official university convocation, and they are pushing all the time, trying to keep modern science away from the people. Also, of course, the militarists have been lifted up by the war wave. Wisconsin is compelled to have military training, being a land-grant institution. So the campus is troubled by the clamor of young men preparing themselves for slaughter. Officers strut about with artificial pomposity. I say artificial, because I suspect they are ex-real estate men and Rotary Club members. However, their disguise serves them with the khaki-clad sheep who rush here and there in response to barked-out orders, and have their photographs taken in long lines, to send home to Mama and Papa on the farm. I wandered about watching them, and for variety I came upon a madman, standing all alone on the campus, leaping up like a jumping jack, shooting his two arms this way and that, and making silence through a megaphone. I was puzzled, until I saw a moving picture operator taking the scene. It was a cheerleader having himself perpetuated. They have, of course, their athletic craze at Wisconsin, as everywhere else. Enormous sums are handled, and there is the usual graft, favoritism in jobs, free tickets and passes, and the scalping of these. There is the usual professionalism, with easy jobs for athletes pretending to go through college. There are the usual fraternities and sororities, organized into little snobbish groups, and busy with student politics, log rolling and back scratching. If the purpose of the university is to prepare students for what they are to meet in outside life, these things, of course, have their place. They have a daily paper, the Cardinal, and I discovered that here also the students are getting a complete training in the ways of the outside world. The Cardinal is supposed to be the publication of the student body, and those who edit it are supposed to do the work for the honor and the experience. But large sums are taken in and no one knows where they go. There was an investigation by the Student Senate, and the findings were kept secret. One student on the board persisted in asking questions, and he as expelled. He ran for re-election, and on the very day of election the paper published an elaborate attack upon his integrity. His answer was published. 238. The day after his defeat the paper refused publication of another student's article, demanding to know the circulation of the paper and the salaries paid to the editors, if any. It developed that the business manager had borrowed $370 from the paper without security, and that there had been other such loans not specified. A pretty complete training for capitalist journalism and politics. Here, as everywhere, it is the fraternity and sorority groups which run the student body. They bring from their wealthy homes the usual reactionary opinions, and the last reactionary governor, Philip by name, laid down the ideal of a university a couple of years ago. The mothers and fathers of Wisconsin might rest assured that their university would send their sons and daughters home with the same ideas they had when they came. I picked up a couple of issues of the Wisconsin Octopus, a humorous monthly published by the student body. Here is a little sketch, which might have been taken from the Saturday Evening Post, showing a long-haired student in spectacles, listening enraptured to a frantic Bolshevist orator on a soapbox, while another figure, labeled Stud Body, turns away in disgust. This heads an editorial, Boost Wisconsin. Empty heads are the cause of mental revolution, says this wise editor forgetting about stomachs. He denounces a small group, yet a very insistent and annoying group, which is attacking its alma mater. Wisconsin welcomes criticism, but criticism made in a holy and healthy manner. Wisconsin has no room for knockers. They are not welcome. Let those with radical thoughts keep them to themselves. I turn to the front cover of this satisfied publication. It portrays a table in a lobster palace, with a semi-nude girl student at a supper party with a man student. There is a quart bottle of liquor on the table, and another in a bucket of ice beside the table, and the man student has fallen asleep, dead drunk. Such is student life according to the Wisconsin Octopus for May, 1922. And in case this issue be not representative, I take up that of January, 1922. This also portrays on the cover a semi-nude girl student at a prom with a young man student, who can scarcely be distinguished from the one in the arrow collar advertisement on the back cover. The frontispiece.